I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. Never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Garcia first. Chris Smith, good morning. Gen X, yo. Deus Halcyon, good morning. Gen X says, yeah, gay clone, right? Christian Larry says, good morning. Fire W says, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you. Good to have you. Good to be here. Although am I angry today? And what I mean by that is like the amount to which Republicans have sold their fucking souls for the Trump cult. Sorry for cussing so early in the morning. I know this is a family show, but the amount to which MAGA has sold their souls and Republicans have sold their souls to MAGA is fucking embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. And I'm sorry for, again, using so many vicious F-bombs so quickly, but like, what is this? Why do we have Republicans simping for military control of civilian cities? Why do we have Republicans? I know like Twitter is actually just designed to make me angry. I know it's actually just designed to make me furious. But why do we have Republicans on Twitter saying that homeless people sleeping in camps is the same as war? Do these people not know what war is? Do they not have Google? Like, for those of you who don't know, war is where two armed national level factions get into conflict and effectively destroy a country through armed conflict. That is war. Okay? So that homeless people sleeping on the side of the road is annoying. It's annoying. Okay? Drug addicts, schizophrenics being on the side of the road and you know, pooping on the ground, and it's a problem. And by the way, that problem is law enforcement and institutionalization. Okay? Those are the two solutions to homeless people attacking random civilians, and that is the solution to homeless people living in encampments and doing hard drugs and leaving needles on the side of the ground and getting into fights with civilians and law enforcement. It's a law enforcement and public services issue. That is not a war. The fact that I have to explain that, I know you guys, I don't have to explain it to you guys. You guys are 3,000 IQ. You guys are not stupid. So I know that I don't have to explain it to you. But the fact that MAGA has abandoned any pretense whatsoever of principle is fucking embarrassing. It's embarrassing to me. I think it's embarrassing to the Republic of the United States. I think it's embarrassing to our rule of law. I think the fact that Donald Trump called Portland war-torn, and then JD Vance was like, yeah, it just shows that JD Vance has lost any sense of principle or truth. He's just lost it. He's just lost any scrap of honor that person has left. It's fucking embarrassing. Gazinator says, good morning, best. Kay says, good morning, losers. Hi, Kay. Good to see you. Deus Halcyon says, ooh, Righteous Fury. The problem with Righteous Fury is it burns out. Christian Blair says, stream all debates in the future if you can. That way I don't have to watch it on food shops. Yeah, sure. I mean, I will, but the Prime Kai has to change a setting in StreamYard, which means that I need to tell Prime to change a setting in StreamYard, which is annoying because it means that I have to go out of my way in order to help somebody else fix tech issues. And as you guys all know, there was a 30% chance that the audio was not even going to be turned on for StreamYard because some random button knocked it loose. And then I was going to talk for 30 minutes by myself. And then it would take me another 20 minutes to catch up with chat in order to realize that the audio was turned off. So me giving tech advice is definitely the blind leading the deaf leading the blind. MAGA Jesus hates the homeless. So true. Christian Blair says, this rhetoric has always been in the realm of the right. How many times have Republicans said immigrants entering us is an invasion? I know. Cringe. I thought, because I'm an idiot, because I'm naive, because I'm a tool, because when people use words, I assume they're trying to represent reality. I thought saying that immigrants doing an invasion to the United States was a bit of creative hyperbole in reference to the fact that hundreds of thousands or millions of people cross the American border. And so while it's not a military invasion, it's an invasion of, the haggard masses, using it in a lay perspective. I didn't realize that what was really going on was Rush Limbaugh and his ilk, through hyperbole, were getting rich for themselves using hyperbole. But in addition to that, they were laying the groundwork on which would be built the normalization of American military deployment in civilian cities. I didn't know that was happening. I always thought that everybody knew that it was hyperbolic, but apparently we've just been propagandizing an entire generation of fucking morons who don't know what words mean. Gen X says it's Republicans have consistently failed to fund programs and healthcare problems. I mean, we're talking about like largely Democratic cities and largely Democratic states. No offense, but I think that the Republicans don't want to pay for it, and the Democrats want to pay for it, but they want to pay for everything, and so they don't like sufficiently fund appropriate, effective programs, and so as a result, it's technocratic mismanagement. But whatever. Also, the problem is big. And it deals with constitutional issues like, can you incarcerate somebody? And I know I'm using incarceration improperly, but can you institutionalize somebody for decades just because they're incapable of taking care of themselves to a degree that you think is appropriate? Is that a correct use of the American liberal republic, or is that an Orwellian overstep? You have to understand that, like, I borderline would want a free society, but I want like ordered freedom. I want Singaporean freedom. I want people to be productive, happy, healthy, able to able to pursue entrepreneurial venture, able to express themselves in politics, able to express themselves like I want more freedom than Singapore, but I want less freedom than we have right now. As an example, if you set up a fucking gangbang for 1,000 people to come to your house and rail you out with, and again, this is a family show, so I need to use appropriate language, but 1,000 people to come slam your orifice eye, then I think that you should be institutionalized. Now, I understand that my audience disagrees with me, but listen, I think that's akin to self-harm. Bob Smith says, good morning, all. Hope y'all weekend was good and you have a great week. Having some oatmeal and coffee for breakfast before work and job apps. Oh, good. Keep going on the job apps, bro. We already had we had somebody last week. I think it was Aku. I think it was Aku. Aku told us about a job interview on Tuesday, got the job on Thursday, and told us about it on Thursday. So we're proud of Aku, if I remember his name correctly. So Bob Smith, I wish you similar success. Randy says, you're just saying JD Vance isn't the adult in the room. Yeah. Yep. He's not. Republicans defund social safety nets and then complain about the consequences. True. Because they all get to drive past the consequences of defunding social safety nets. And then they get to go into gated communities and throw private parties at their houses and go to private country clubs where they can trespass all the poor people. So if the downtown areas and if the if the major urban centers are filled with homeless people, that's not their problem because they can go to private areas that don't have that problem. Crawling Chaos says, you seen the new Dawn of War trailer? Looks pretty cool. It does. We actually have 3 weeks of 40K content right now. Space King 3 got released, which is, so far, I've watched like 5 minutes of it. Hysterical. Absolutely love it. So Space King 3 is out. They just released the... Come on. The Age of Sigmar episode. The Age of Sigmar animation, which is pretty good. The violence is high quality. The only problem is that like 60% of the episode is in a cinematic trailer that we've already used. So that's kind of annoying, but it's all right. It's still good violence. It's still good lore. Then what's the other thing? Oh, and then my editor was out last week, so I ran out of time, so I wasn't able to push out an episode, but I did spend a substantive amount of time breaking down Iron Within. And Iron Within is one of my first long form videos to break 1 million views. So, you know, it's 2.5 years old. I think I did a better job this time around with pacing and lore, but it's effectively recycling old material. But the project's complete. So I'll probably do the Age of Sigmar episode this week. I'll do the Space King episode next week. I'll do the Iron Within episode that's already complete the week after. So we have 3 weeks of content. And then hopefully by then, they'll either release the next Age of Sigmar episode, or they'll announce their winter lineup, or a fan will release something, and then boom. I'm still working on Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi. If you actually have watched my 40K content and you like the breakdowns, but you also like Star Wars and you also like sci-fi, type in Counterpoint Sci-Fi into your search bar. Type in Counterpoint Star Wars into your search bar and check out those channels. They're both small, but the breakdown and lore format is the same. Conservatism says politicians have watered down the meaning of war. Congress hasn't voted on a war since World War II. If you don't count them abdicating their constitutional duty under Bush Jr. Yep. Christian says, no, they literally want to declare an invasion or war to declare war on Venezuela. Lol. True. ReadMe45 says, excellent work, bud. Don't know what you're saying in reference to that, but sure. ReadMe45 says, skipping the gym today to fix my effing car. Well, life comes first, you know, just work out when you can. We've had a war on drugs, bullying, etc. True. ET for $10. Thank you for kicking us off with a super chat, brother. I grew up a Republican in a Republican family. I left in the mid-'80s, and I've watched the degradation of the party into what they are today. Spineless toadies, and they don't want to take back their party. I know, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that everything that I was raised with, guys, like, I don't think you... There's a degree to which I am under the spell of the ideals of the Republican Party that weren't always true. Okay? That's just true. That I am still holding up the ideals as if the ideals were applicable. But the ideals were noble. The ideals were reinforce the family, reinforce morality, promote industriousness and academic achievement, promote a self-starter entrepreneurial attitude, reduce government regulation and taxation so people can pursue the American dream. American strength, both in law enforcement and American strength in the military, in order to make sure that the enemies of our republic, our grand republic, cower in fear from the strength of our security forces. Rule of law and making sure that everyone is held accountable. Like all these things, like, are actually, in my opinion, quite great. The problem is that they're all corrupt. And ultimately, what these ideals are used for is to dupe morons like me into voting Republican and then getting none of the ideals that we were promised and instead getting tax cuts. That's what's really happened. For the past 20 or 30 years, it's American militarism and adventurism overseas that costs the American taxpayer billions or trillions of dollars. And then that money gets funneled into the military industrial complex. So, and the people who are in charge of our military adventurism, actually, they're boys with the military industrial complex. So as a result, they're getting rich while the public coffers are getting fleeced. And then we're losing our moral standing in the world because of our adventurism. And right now, slashing any humanitarian aid we were doing internationally, which is a crime in and of itself that I've articulated many times, and then tax cuts. So the rich people not only get paid for being boys of the Republican Party and taking part in and investing in American military adventurism, but then they also don't have to pay as much as taxes. So they got theirs. So fuck everyone else. Right. So the principles, I love the principles. I hate the execution. The execution is monstrous. Conservatism says you're still not mentioning the enablers in your Bonnie Blue obsession, universal jail for all. Sure. We ended up at the grassroots hegemon position, which is everybody deserves to be incarcerated first, and then you earn your freedom afterwards. Kay says, my husband watches your Warhammer stuff. He said he wants more of your opinion, thoughts if possible. Well, I might create, so I'm already busy because I'm running 4 channels, and it's already hard to keep track of. But the truth is that I think a lot of people, they come for the breakdowns because they enjoy watching new or high quality stuff with the complementary lore. So it's a very enjoyable viewership experience. However, I think that I need to do like straight lore, because I wonder if a straight Warhammer lore channel, I know they're a dime a dozen. You throw a rock and you hit a Warhammer lore tuber. But I think I do a particularly good job of taking really, really, really complex, like thousands of pages of information and boiling it down to like 1 or 2 pages. And so I wonder if if that's a niche that I could fill, that I could cross-pollinate with my existing 40K channel. And then as a result, when I don't have any cinematics or animations to break down, if I already had a 40K channel that was pumping, then if I already had a 40K lore channel that was pumping, then I could say, okay, well, this week we don't really have anything to break down, so I'm not going to break down old crap just to keep the channel moving. Instead, I'm going to focus on a lore video this week. I wonder if I could do that. But right now, I barely have the time to execute what I'm already executing, so I need to focus on what I have and keep that on the back burner for now. Christian says, Connor, I thought Obama was going to take our guns and invade the military, but now it's epic and base when Trump just supersedes local law enforcement with military, like, bruh. Yeah. And that's the problem, too. All the militias who are ready to go to war against Obama are cheering on the federalized National Guard and Marines and soldiers going into civilian cities. Now, to be clear, the way that Trump is getting around this, because he has not declared the Insurrection Act, and to our knowledge, he has not taken purple-haired Antifa super soldiers and sent them to Guantanamo Bay yet. But the way that he's getting around that is that he's sending federal troops to protect federal buildings, which is technically not a violation of posse comitatus. Okay? And for those of you who don't know what posse comitatus is a law passed in 1878. I think it was actually an anti-Reconstruction law, but it effectively limited the military's capacity to be deployed on United States soil with like a few exceptions. So Wikidetron72 says, yeah, but the Abrams X is pretty fucking cool. Keep the Abrams X, bro. Just build like 5 of them and have the capacity to build another 100 if you need to. Sabian Green says it could have been something to do with having the same generation in power for the last at least 3 generations. Oh yeah, and Chuck Schumer. I was saying this to my wife today. Chuck Schumer is such a fucking. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm using such bad words today. I'm so grumpy. My apologies for being so grumpy. Again, we're a family show, but Chuck Schumer is such a fucking pussy, dude. He's such a pussy. Like I saw an interview and he's like, wow. If the president of the United States chooses to deploy American soldiers in order to do law enforcement roles, then I hope that some of our Republican brothers in arms will help us in voting a restriction against the president's power. And it's like, that's your response? That's your response? Seriously? It's a tech, dude, these people are too comfortable. They're too comfortable. Randy says, if the Clintons corporatized the Democratic Party, what's the word for what Trump has done? I mean, in my opinion, rape, sodomized, assaulted, destroyed, skinned alive, flayed. Those are the various terms that I would use. Bud123 says, universal jail for me. How would I earn my freedom? Bud123, you're the only person allowed out of universal basic jail because you've consistently worked out this week. Good morning, Girl Hottest. Hi, Wowman542. Guys, I'm sorry for being grumpy. I know it's technically good content when I'm grumpy, but like, dude, I'm so grumpy today. I'm so angry. I might actually have a heart attack on stream. This might be the day I die. I don't know. This might be the day I die. New Counterpoints Politics Warhammer. Well, and that's the other thing with the lore channel. If I did the lore channel, I would do the parallels to the real life, because a lot of people are like, just let me enjoy my science fantasy universe and don't tell me about the parallels to the real world. I don't want the normal politics and my violent escapism. And it's like, you're the worst kind of nerd. You're a nerd who's not even a nerd. The best part of Warhammer 40K is all the mythological, biblical, spiritual, political, militaristic parallels to the real world. The worst kinds of fucking nerds are people who enjoy nerdy hobbies, but they don't even like the depth. They don't even like the depth of nerdy hobbies. Those are the worst kinds of nerds, in my opinion. Dave184 says, Palantir is creating a cyber police state. It's bad to invest in a company that I know is going to be one of the biggest companies in the world. Just kidding. I know it's bad, but I'm still going to. Dude, do it. Do it. And if you make $1 bajillion, give me a super chat. Dave184 says, check Stephen Miller owning 100K stock of Palantir. Oh, yeah. Palantir is going to destroy us all with murder bots. But you know what? It'll be funny. And it'll be an excuse for me to buy a $3,000 AK-47 shotgun known as an Origin 12 that looks like a bolter. Gen X says, Connor, just show us your little toys while we talk about the world crumbling around us. I could do that. Can I show you my toys real quick? I want to show you my toys because I'm so grumpy. Maybe showing you my toys will make me feel better. I caught up with chat. So let me show you my toys real quick while I continuously grumpily bitch about the world. And thank you, Azurai. Was a right-wing terror attack against Mormons of all people on anyone's bingo card post Charlie Kirk? Of course not. But we all know that violence is not like exclusively a part of any political spectrum. So the fact that we have to pretend that it is insane. The fact that we have to be like, oh, a left-wing assassin killed Charlie Kirk. That means all terrorist attacks. Really? What's my I don't even use Instagram anymore because it's a bunch of whores. It's a bunch of whores dancing on my timeline. And it's like, listen, we're all fans of attractive women dancing in skimpy outfits, but I'm a married man, so can you not fill my short feed with whores? I'm a married man. It is not appropriate for me to be looking at 20-year-old whores. Instagram. How about I just go to the basic Instagram? Can I do this without? This is so annoying. Why can't I look at Instagram without logging in? Why is that not a thing? Why can't I just look at pictures? And you know why? It's because they want me to log in. So I get distracted. So I'm like, I'm looking at dog rescues and I'm looking at, I'm looking at Warhammer toys. I'm looking at dog rescues. And then they distract me with 20-year-old whores. And I'm sorry that I'm using that term again so much. Like I said, I'm super grumpy today. Really? I don't even know my own login? How do I show you my Warhammer models? How do I show you my Warhammer models? Sorry. I know I'm like losing people now because I'm dedicating myself to something that not everybody's going to be interested in, and I'm wasting time doing it. How do I find it? Instagram, counterpoints, Warhammer. How is my own shit? Like, I haven't used it in so long that even my own Instagram is like not searchable right now. That's fucking embarrassing. I can't show you my toys. I literally do not know how to show you my toys right now. I wish I could show you my toys. I don't know how to show you my toys. And I don't want to waste 10 minutes figuring it out. I'm sorry. I have failed you. Short says, I wish 40K was easier to get into. Every time I look into it, I get overwhelmed. I played Space Marine 1. Well, you should play Space Marine 2. It's excellent. And then I also recommend, I made this for you. I made this for you, Short. Space Marine 2 breakdown counterpoints. I made this for you, brother. This is my content. This is the narrative campaign of Space Marine 2, and I break down. So we sit around, we watch the campaign, we watch the cinematics, we watch some of the video, and there's so much information going on that when I'm done watching it for 5 minutes, I break it down. So I explain what a Space Marine is. I explain what the Death Watch is. I explain what the drop ship is. I explain what the galactic map is. I explain what the Imperial Guard is and what the Imperium is versus what the Tyranids are. And so while it's a excellent way to get a plastic crack addiction, I think I do an excellent job of taking really, really, really complex, fucked up information from Warhammer that could cover, like, seriously, tens of thousands of pages of information. And I think I'm really good at making it simple enough and accessible that you can enjoy it. So I know that part of you is probably trying to avoid getting into Warhammer so you don't develop another expensive, crippling addiction. But if you want to indulge your expensive, crippling addiction, then I recommend my own content. Did they find out if the church shooter was trans? No. Nope. I know you guys are saying that sarcastically because you want it to be a righty, but still. Ozone says, do people really believe a right-wing Christian person was actually a political attack? Are people real? Is that sarcasm? I mean, I don't think the LDS attack was explicitly political, but I still think it was probably a right-wing guy. General So says, was that confirmed as a right-wing attack? I have no idea. The point is that everybody's capable of violence. So stop trying to be like, oh, only the right does violence. Ooh, only the left does violence. The right wing can be criticized without pretending that your side is perfect. Dave says, how dumb is it that Trump is bailing out the farmers with the tariffs that caused the problem with the farmers? Fucking stupid. Yeah, dude, don't. Again, I'm going to have a stroke. Today might be the day I die. Conservatism says you have to log in so they know what whores you want to see. True. Xena says, I wish Chuck Schumer would say we are shutting down the government until the Republicans stand against authoritarianism and the filibuster. If you dare, midterms are coming. Yep. Adam Mockler is like a media-friendly version of Destiny. True. He's a lot nicer, and to his credit, I think he has less sex scandals. I'm going to try to continue to log into my Instagram real quick. Do I have my phone? I used to have the Instagram app. So I could probably download the Instagram app again. Because I seriously, like, I posted my Warhammer toys, and then I got like a few likes, and then I was like, I'm good. I don't need all these whores on my social media. And also, you know what the problem is? The problem is there was like a bunch of dogs on rescues that were on the verge of being euthanized. And so I would like the post because I wanted to get maximal exposure so the dogs don't get euthanized. So they get rescued, right? But then what ends up happening is your Instagram feed is like, oh, you like dogs on the verge of being murdered? I'm going to show you endless amounts of dogs on the verge of being murdered. And it's like, no. Like I wanted to like the dogs getting murdered. I don't, you fucking whore. All right, sorry. I wanted to like the dog getting murdered post so the dog wouldn't get murdered, but I don't want to see constant dogs on the verge of murder. What the fuck is wrong with you? But Instagram can't tell the difference between me trying to social media support dogs on the verge of euthanasia versus me constantly wanting to see dogs getting euthanized. It's like, what the fuck? How do I support dog rescues saving dogs without constantly seeing sad stories of dogs on the verge of death? Anyways, I'm not grumpy. You have to log in to see what whores. Yes, that was the one that I laughed at. Hunter 2, I wish Chuck Schumer. I remember that one. Adam Mockler is the nice one. Yes. I don't think Dems think our side is perfect. It's just shitty that the president loves to put the Dems under the bus for these shooting atrocities when it's mostly right-wing people. I mean, maybe that's what's necessary. Maybe there needs to be a proactive propaganda campaign to highlight all of the shooters and what their identifiable political ideologies are. AKA Batasui says, so the LDS statement is the following months and years will probably have an anti-crime flair to them. Interesting. All right. I do like Mockler, smart young man, I think. Yes, I agree. Let's go ahead and confirm that Adam Mockler is a smart young man. Are you guys still with me? Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. Okay. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican, meaning that I hold actual Republican values. Adam Mockler is an interesting young fella. I met him several years ago during the 2024 campaign. I think he's a smart cookie, and I think he's really...
Every time one of these tragic shootings...
bullying MAGA figures. So what we're going to do as the opening content on this beautiful day is we're going to watch Adam Mockler bully people for fun. I'll be pausing intermittently to break it down. Let's go.
Happens. Everybody's at each other's throats about which side did it, but we're missing a broader pattern in America. This was another young white dude who's in his 20s. We have seen this pattern...
Okay, cringe with young white dude, but go ahead.
Accelerating over the past decade. The same day Charlie Kirk was shot, the same exact time, there was a neo-Nazi who shot up a school in Colorado. We can look at the acceleration of the radicalization of young men through a few frameworks. There's the COVID pandemic, which had people isolated, had a bubble around themselves, and a lot of young men failed to pull that bubble down and got sucked down.
Tristan Clark says, can anyone explain the Valor versus Counterpoints channel, and is there a schedule for streams on each? Yes. Counterpoints Politics is where I post my VODs. It's also where I go live on Tuesdays. That is my channel. I own that channel. Okay. I go live on Tuesdays so I can cross-pollinate, promote Valor Media Network and my home channel. Now, Valor Media Network is a offshoot of Midas Touch, but if you support this channel, then it also supports me because they pay me a small but real salary. And we also have like a revenue share agreement. So if you want to support here, it actually helps out a lot. But the point is, I'm live on Valor Media Network Monday through Friday, every day except for Tuesday. On Tuesdays, I'm live on Counterpoints Politics, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. EST.
These algorithms. I've seen it happen to my close friends. They get sucked down these algorithms. We have foreign actors trying to sow chaos in America, sow division. How much does Putin salivate when he sees us at each other's throats? Then we have
True. Get him, Adam.
Domestic actors, people like Elon Musk riling it up. So all of these factors, wait, hold up, Ben. All of these factors come together to create this pattern that we see.
Everything he said so far, except for, in my opinion, the white men, even if it's descriptively true, I think it's off-putting to conservatives to hear it described that way. But everything he said is solid so far. And my only problem with it is he's monologuing. And I love monologuing. You guys know me. I love monologuing. So this is the pot calling the kettle black. But you need to, what Stephen does, Destiny, Stephen Bennell II, what he does is he gets in and he throws a punch, throws a punch right into their face. And then the other people get frustrated and then they throw a punch. And then you go back and forth, and that makes for spicy content. It's not that Adam's not doing good. He's doing great. But I think he needs to get better at punching. And again, I'm guilty of the same sin of which I accuse Adam Mockler.
Of young men in my age range committing these shootings. And if you want to sit here and go back and forth, tit for tat, I can say Dylan Roof, Robert Bowers, John Earnest, none of these were black people. None of these were trans people. None of these were even Democrats. These were neo-Nazis who had things carved into their guns. You can sit here and muddy the waters, but you are just lying.
I just don't want innocent people
to
die. Sue me for that. I am saying...
I just don't want people to die. What a non-point. Xena says, on the other hand, Dems made a deal with the devil, according to leftists who actively want them dead. Sure, agreed.
I'm saying rhetoric.
If you think this is exactly, you literally just.
What's up, everybody? Adam Mockler here. This is by
Adam.
far the most heated CNN debate I've done yet. And I want you guys to watch until the end because I try to bring in some unique points throughout Ben Ferguson's MAGA chaos.
Yeah, Test Dummy Human says, I've got a friend running a sanctuary for old dogs that are hard to get adopted. It's a really nice thing she's doing, but it's emotionally tough. That's what I want to do eventually, too. My parents used to own, they sold it, but they used to have 10 acres in Christmas, Florida, which is like Redneckville, like filled with meth and pills and, drive-by shootings and all sorts of crazy shit. But it's also an agricultural area that's filled with horses and cows, and they had 10 acres. If I could find a similar property in Central Florida, I don't want to drive out that way because that way is pretty far. But if ideally, if I could get 10 acres and turn it into like a dog sanctuary eventually, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. I would run a retirement home for dogs. Adam has a very interesting chin. True, he has like the button chin of like a superhero, but then his jaw is still very boyish. So, yeah, I'm with you. Test Dummy Human gifted 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, King. I parasocially love you. Not just for the donations, but also just for being here. Quick chill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them.
The guy that I'm about to debate is Ted Cruz's podcast co-host. So you see where the brain rot drips in from. But just once again, watch until the end. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the feed, and I'll see you guys later.
New York, let's get right to what America's talking about. Justice may not be blind after all, especially when the president's enemies are in the line of sight. The feds are said to be nearing a decision on charges against James Comey, accusing him of lying to Congress on the handling of the Russia investigation. The former FBI director has long said that he testified truthfully. The testimony happened back in 2020. And since the law requires any charge within 5 years, the DOJ now only has literally a few days before that deadline expires. But here's the important fine print in all of this. This is coming after Donald Trump publicly demanded that his attorney general charge Comey and...
Hippopotaman says, wait, where do you live? I live in Central Florida, brother. I don't want to be like too specific, but I live in Central Florida.
Other political rivals. Now, it's important to note, this is the same district in which Trump said that he fired a prosecutor for failing to find enough evidence against Letitia James, the attorney general in New York. Now, it's being run by one of Trump's...
AKA Badasui says, we were supposed to turn down the rhetoric for Trump's second term, but everyone wants the left to punch more. Well, no offense, bud. You got federalized National Guard being deployed to American cities. You got federal troops being deployed to American cities. They're not doing law enforcement operations yet, but that would be a violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. And we're still seeing whether or not the courts would actually hold Trump accountable for violations of pretty much any law. We're waiting to see whether or not the Trump administration could be held accountable with this current Supreme Court. Then... aka Badasui, I know you like to steel man the contrarian right. In my opinion, the Trump administration deserves constant scrutiny and criticism when you have Stephen Miller, doing cringe boomer posting, paraphrasing Goebbels, when you have Donald Trump, again, deploying federalized troops, when you have them drone striking civilian boats in the Caribbean, when you have them killing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people through the slashing of USAID. So, yeah. Well, okay. I can deal with that. AK Badasui says, no. I understand. It's just that we got 3 more years of this. Yeah, you're right. We probably need to pace ourselves. I'm just grumpy today. My apologies. Xena says, did you see the video of ICE chasing a guy on a bike and just jukes them out? Were they literally just chasing him for being brown? I don't know, but either way, it was kind of funny. Nick Frost says, if the Democrats are going to sit around 4 out of 10 for aggression and still be painted as the Antichrist by Republicans, why not go for 6 out of 10? I mean, why not? Fuck it. It'll at least be entertaining.
Former lawyers who has never prosecuted a case.
Donald Trump literally has had a mugshot because...
Yes, it's, that which is insane. Sorry, for the summary here is they had, bear in mind I could summarize it incorrectly, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm just a dickhead with a web camera, okay? My understanding is that they had a seasoned prosecutor who said there is insufficient evidence in order to go after James Comey. Then not only that, I think the lead prosecutor who was asked to bring charges resigned. And so then they had like an environmental attorney that Trump likes who has never prosecuted a criminal case, create the case against Comey, and then charge it 5 days before expiration. So, again, feels pretty flimsy. Feels like a political stunt.
As the witch hunt against him.
But again, what
the FBI had
the witch hunt against him. Are we going to acknowledge that he lied about 2020, that he did the January 6th insurrection, that he was successfully convicted of doing fraudulent business stuff, even if you think it's New York, even if you think New York is cringe, that also, I think he was prosecuted in Georgia. I think that case ultimately fell apart, but his entire team was lying about fraud in Georgia to the point that 2 women were like harassed, death threats, lost their jobs, hunted for being traitors to the United States. And I think that Rudy Giuliani had to pay like a $100 million lawsuit to the people that the Trump administration were lying about in reference to election voter fraud. So are we just pretending none of that happened? Sorry, again, I know this is a family show, but I'm very grumpy today. You vampire. You effing vampire.
On to my point.
I am. Yeah. James Comey, and one of the things I think people very clearly, if you watch him in his own words, he's very proud of the politicalization of what he did to attack Donald Trump. A great example.
To save the republic? Yeah, okay. Sorry. Politics is who wields power, how, and why. If Donald Trump can't prove the 2020 outcome determinative voter fraud, if he tried to steal it through the fake elector scheme, if he did a riot that went through the Capitol, if he harassed people in Georgia trying to find 11,000 votes so he could beat Biden in Georgia, then why wouldn't he be criminally prosecuted? If he committed grievous crimes against the Republic of the United States, why wouldn't he be attacked legally? This is where, like, Trump, people call it TDS, like Trump derangement syndrome. This is Trump, in my opinion. Sorry to my contrarian right people who still like Trump. This is Trump devotion syndrome. Or if you want to say it more crass, it's Trump dick sucking syndrome. It's where you throw out all of your principles so you can play into the cult of Trump. So you think that I'm guilty? You think I'm guilty of clout chasing by associating with bigger creators? There is no bigger clout chasers on the planet than the people who sweep for Trump.
Was him grandstanding when he was sitting there on a forum talking about, I sent a couple FBI agents into the White House because I could, and the Trump administration didn't know what.
And sorry, real quick, A.K. Batasui says, I like Connor at 2x speed. Well, I have good news for you. Type in Counterpoints Politics into your search bar, find my channel, watch the VODs at 2x speed. You could have 2x Connor all the time.
Protocol was, so I took advantage of their ignorance or trust to go after General Flynn, to try to go after Donald Trump and get something on Donald Trump.
I like how Ben tried to invoke Trump's mugshot as some sort of proof or some sort of way to handle.
Oh, get him, Adam. Adam, are we psychically linked? Sorry, real quick. Tristan Clark says, do you think that the rhetoric debates will just be used by the right to delegitimize liberal parties into a soft Satin-style purging? By soft, I mean no death. Doesn't matter. Democrats, if they have a spine, shouldn't accept it.
And waive this, which you're conceding in that they are politicizing the government. You're not even denying, neither the conservatives on this panel are denying that Trump is politicizing the government. You just invoke Trump's mugshots.
No, I said that.
Is there a
single?
Can you show me a tweet from Biden asking his DOJ or asking his Attorney General? So there's no tweet from Biden asking his Attorney General to
Joe
directly
Biden
go
didn't
after
tweet much. He also didn't president.
Is there any line from President Biden saying go after these 3 people? If you can't point that to me, then you invoking Trump's mugshot is trying to both sides this when this is a clear weaponization of the DOJ.
What Biden did, he wrote.
Get him, Adam. Get him. Get him, Adam.
A letter going after parents in Virginia and putting them on an FBI watch list.
So you can't,
went after Catholics.
You can't point me to a single example of Biden
or the IRS when they went after people.
Let's just back up a second. This is the first time we've heard of this. Let me finish what I'm saying. So Trump ran an entire campaign talking about this. The Americans voted for this. So Americans were sick and tired of
a radical.
You won by like 50. You won by like 0.5% or 1%. Shut up.
FBI that went after.
Let me ask you a question.
100%. So this is not a surprise that we're sitting here.
Hunter Biden was being investigated during Biden's term. Do you think Don Jr. would ever be investigated by Pam Bondi?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Wait, hold on. If he did a crime.
Oop. Sorry. Let's take a look.
This is not a surprise that we're sitting here.
Hunter Biden was being investigated during Biden's term. Do you think Don Jr. would ever be investigated by Pam Bondi?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Get him, Adam. Get him. Now, listen, I think that there's some Biden sweeping. I think the Democrats sweep for Biden. I think my own chat sweeps for Hunter Biden. So, once again, I need to remind the chat, 60% of whom are liberal, that there's jaywalking, okay, or trespassing after warning, and that's what Hunter Biden is guilty of, okay, in my opinion, in an analogistic, in a metaphorical sense, okay. Hunter Biden used his family's name to sell clout, influence, and access to overseas corrupt corporations that he then funneled back into his family to the tune of like $10 million over the course of a decade that he did not pay proper taxes on. In my opinion, that's what Hunter Biden is guilty of. However, when you compare that to Donald Trump being worth $5 billion before his presidential run, and then through the Trump coin, the Melania coin, the plane that he wants to put at the Trump library and use for his personal thing. Like, I think they've estimated that Trump has raked in $3 or $4 billion in the past year, okay, effectively meaning that in Trump 1, he didn't double his net worth, but in Trump 2, he doubled his net worth through corruption that makes the Biden corruption look cute. So we're talking about Hunter Biden is guilty of, metaphorically, trespassing or jaywalking, and Donald Trump is guilty of murder. Okay? And just so Sam says, Jesus Christ, let's just go ahead and make sure I'm not bullshitting. Let's just make sure that I'm not bullshitting the chat with what has allegedly happened through Donald Trump's alleged corruption. So Donald Trump has increased his net worth by billions. So he went from 5 to 7. This was written in 2025. Presidency boosts net worth by $3 billion in a year. Billion with a B. Okay. President is now worth $7.3 billion, up from $4.3 when he was still running for office. The $3 billion gain vaulted him 118 spots on the Forbes list. No president in U.S. history has used his position, power to profit as immensely as Trump. His primary vehicle for enrichment is cryptocurrency, an asset class full of hype and vulnerable to regulators. Think about this. Trump has enriched himself through Trump coin by $3 billion. And not only that, what was it? It's like people who bought $1 million or more got to go to a private dinner with Donald Trump. Think about that. I accuse and stand by my accusations that Hunter Biden did the same thing, except for he never did any deliverables. So he said, oh, yeah, I'm the Secretary of State's son. Oh, I'm the Vice President's son. Oh, I'm the President's son. I don't know if Biden was ever the Secretary of State, but you know what I'm saying, right? I'm the Vice President's son. I'm the President's son. Let's go to dinner. Give me hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'll help you get connected in Washington, D.C. I don't care if you're corrupt. I don't care if you're, accused of murder. I'll help you get connections in Washington, D.C. Burp, burp, burp. And then he would just not deliver fruitful connections in Washington, D.C. Right? Whereas Donald Trump is doing the same thing, but not for $10 million over the course of a decade. He's doing it for $3 billion within the course of a year.
Wait, hold on. If he did a crime, I think, yeah.
No, he would not.
By the
Donald
way,
Trump Jr.
The Biden crime family.
You know that's not true.
Are you wait, let's be clear. Yes. Let's be clear about Hunter Biden and what Hunter Biden did.
No,
that wasn't the question.
See, the fact that he's even bringing this up already is embarrassing. Like, I hope that there's a God so he can punish us all, but especially punish the Republicans who sold their souls to sweep for the Trumps.
sitting on the board of Burisma right now and was taking massive amounts of money, I have no doubt. Again, I actually think that
One second.
Dude, if this was an honest conversation, then we would eliminate these three members of the panel. Adam Mockler would just annihilate this guy, and he would be like, okay, let's talk about Trump coin.
Second, it's just too many people talking at one time. For an entire week, conservatives at this table and across the country argued that Jimmy Kimmel's suspension was solely a business decision by ABC.
Oh, wow. No resolution. Amazing. Thank you for running a Twitch and YouTube politics panel. Dude, this is the other thing that's embarrassing. I'm sorry for getting so effing mad. I'm super grumpy today, which I know makes for better content, but I'm like really, really, really grumpy today. This is a Twitch and YouTube politics panel, okay? This is a Twitch and YouTube politics panel. The only difference between Katarana or whoever that chick was who worked for Prime Kai and worked for Dylan Burns and dated Dylan Burns for a while, the only difference between Katarana and this chick is this chick went to, like an Ivy League. She has a better, I don't know, is this a wig? Is this extensions? What is this? I don't understand black women hair. But anyways, she has better hair and she's dressed in a $3,000 suit. That's the only difference between Katarana and this chick. Okay, the only difference between Adam Mockler and me is Adam Mockler is nice and he doesn't say potty words. The only difference between Rob Noor and that fucking loser who's on this panel is that Rob Noor is I'm going to be mean. Sorry if you're fat. But Rob Noor is a fat, flat-footed fucking loser. And the guy who's on the panel is, a Ivy League educated business suit wearing Trump dick sucker. Okay. There's very little difference. It's actually just a question of money and class. This show, I think her last name is Phillips. This show is just Twitch and YouTube politics with better production value. Embarrassing.
And not at all influenced by the government. And then Donald Trump wiped it away. He again threatened.
That was so funny, dude. I'm sorry. Like the problem is you cannot hold Trump dick suckers. And again, I'm sorry for being vulgar, but I'm just super grumpy today. You can't hold these people to account because what happens is you're on Twitter, you're looking at the FCC guy talking shit to ABC proudly and saying that like, oh yeah, you need to take him off the air. We're going to do regulatory stuff. And then you talk to like Trump dick suckers. And then they're like, well, Trump never said it. Trump never did it. Trump, you can't point to me in order where Trump did it. And then, so you're arguing with them about whether or not it's reasonable to hold Trump accountable for the actions of the FCC. And even if it's not a specific violation of the law, is it a spiritual violation of the First Amendment that's worrisome? Along with all the other crazy shit that Trump's doing. So then you're getting into the weeds of the principle of the matter versus the technocratic bullshit that, like, not even the technical bullshit that they're trying to drag you down in the weeds. And then what happens is Trump says, yeah, lol, I'm going to sue ABC because that guy shouldn't be able to make fun of me. And then the Trump dick suckers just disappear. They just poof into the ether. They don't have to acknowledge that Trump made them look like idiots. They don't have to acknowledge that the FCC chair made them look like idiots. They don't have to acknowledge that their devotion made them sweep for the violation of a principle that should be held dear by all Americans. They don't have to answer for anything. The second they lose an argument by proving wrong, they just disappear into the ether and they stop fighting. It's fucking embarrassing, dude. You know what's also embarrassing? Something that happened today, or happened yesterday, actually. You know another thing that's fucking embarrassing? Another thing that's embarrassing is Trump tweeted out an AI video of med beds. I don't know if you guys saw this, and I'm not going to pull it up, but it's so embarrassing that it makes Biden's dementia look cute. It makes Biden's dementia look funny, okay? Donald Trump tweeted out a 2-minute AI video, a fake video on Fox News about a medical technology that the Trump administration was rolling out that has never existed. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Like, I'm going to have a stroke. I need to calm down. I'm going to have a stroke. This guy tweeted out a fake video of himself. Do you know how cringe that is? I have to calm down. I'm actually going to have a fucking stroke. All right. Back to it.
Threatened ABC for bringing Kimmel back, and now his vice president is contradicting that, claiming that the administration's threats are all just a joke.
Well, people will say as well, you know, didn't the FCC commissioner put a tweet out that said something bad? Well, compare that, the FCC commissioner making a joke on social media. What is the government
It's just the memes, guys. We just did it for the memes.
action that the Trump administration has engaged in to kick Jimmy Kimmel or anybody else off the air? Zero. What government pressure have we brought to bear to tell people that they're not allowed to speak their mind? Zero. We believe in free speech in the Trump administration. We are fighting every single day to protect it.
Now, before we discuss, it's worth noting that Kimmel's return scored 3 times his average viewership on TV and 15 million views on YouTube. That's a lot of people, perhaps some Sinclair and Nexstar subscribers, but I can't imagine that the vice president is not aware of what actually happened here.
This is the delusion of this conversation. He literally said that he was killed by somebody that was in MAGA. That was a lie. We knew that wasn't true. And he refused to apologize.
Let me ask you
All
a
you,
question.
real men with integrity walk out there and say,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
So
Has Donald Trump ever done that?
Jr. and Elon Musk and Senator Mike Lee apologized for saying that the Minnesota shooter was on the left?
I don't know if they have or not.
Okay, they haven't.
They have
Okay.
not.
So my point is,
case,
it's the exact same
I'm okay
thing.
with that. But Jimmy Kimmel, I think you can agree, this was a bigger issue at the moment.
That's it got more attention.
A lot more. He was crying on set.
But this was also a
He's
political.
crying on set, not
relevant.
crying for Charlie Kirk.
But not
or
only
his
Minnesota,
wife.
but not
crying
only,
because
but not
woe
only,
is me in my career.
This is why this somewhat falls on deaf ears, because this is why those individuals who are not Democrats or Republicans find all of us to be full of it. Because the simple fact is, Don Jr. had a picture of a hammer in underwear after Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked in his home, right? And so when you have individuals who do that, and then you say you have all these other talking points about people chanting and celebrating Charlie Kirk's death on the left, and you don't really give a complete look at the voices who are saying that we condemn that. But let me just say,
lie about it.
but if you want to talk about the lie, I mean, look at everybody on Fox News who lied about 2016. I mean, is that the barometer?
Let me give Adam a second.
True.
I agree with Bakari. We should look at the full picture. If you want to talk about Erica Kirk, she said she doesn't hate the other side. Then Donald Trump came on stage right after and said, I do hate my opponents. This is the president of the United States, not some comedian. And by the way, it is so incredibly clear that Trump is pulling every lever possible to make sure that everybody consolidates around him ideologically, whether it's with Jimmy Kimmel being pulled off the air, whether it's with Comey. I mean, I did the research. Donald Trump's priorities are so off that he has mentioned Comey on his Truth Social 2,042 times.
Yeah,
how many times do you think he's mentioned?
How
many times has he mentioned inflation? How many times has he mentioned inflation?
Well, when you fix inflation, you don't have to mention
He
it.
did not fix it, and he's mentioned it. He's mentioned it half as many
Look at
times
Wall
as
Street.
Sorry, I'm trying not to have a stroke.
Comey.
You're just wrong.
He's mentioned inflation half as many times as Comey on his Truth
Because
Social.
he actually
because
works
his
on it.
priorities
But
lie
again, I
in
go back,
petty
Abby.
vengeances. Ben, let me finish.
Go back.
His priorities
Can we go
lie.
Ben,
We're talking about
His
inflation right now,
priorities
not
lie
about
in
Jimmy
petty
Kimmel.
I'm just letting him
vengeances.
finish his point, then we got to
I'm just trying to say Donald Trump's priorities lie in petty vengeances, going after
Just fixes
Comey,
stuff.
going after Kimmel, and he's
Is
not
the economy
fixing this
good or
tariff
bad?
media. Right now, unemployment is up.
Is
right
the
now,
economy good or bad right now?
We're going to leave it there.
tariffs are making it worse.
All right,
Okay.
next for us,
Good
the
talking about
president introduces a new renovation at the White House, and this
Wow, this is worse than a Twitch and YouTube politics panel.
one trolls his predecessor. Tonight, the People's House now has a trolling hall. The White House revealed a new presidential walk of fame with photos of presidents in order. But if you look closely, there is one particular president missing, or rather represented by something other than his face. Instead of a photo of President Biden, there is a photo of an auto pen. Hilarious, I suppose. I mean, I don't know.
I'm looking forward to the auto pen responding to this, by the way.
Feels very beneath the office, but I guess go for
True or
it.
false, the auto pen signed more things under Joe Biden's last year in office than Joe Biden signed.
I mean,
is it really trolling if it's true?
Doesn't Trump use the audio pen as well?
I promise you, when it comes to pardons and clemencies, it's going to be his own signature. Like, he actually shows up for work and doesn't take naps in the middle of the day. He had a 4-hour work.
Let me just tell you,
his own team said.
I will only vote for the Democratic candidate in 2028 that removes Trump's presidential portraits and replaces them with photos of him and Epstein. So many photos of him and Epstein. More photos than.
Yeah.
Get him.
Me and my own grandparents, I feel like. It's
just I'm still looking forward to the auto pen responding to the outrage over the auto pen. I'm excited about it.
Listen to Kimmel.
Oh, I have to limit the conversation away from the pedophilia. Good job, Scott Jennings, you fucking loser.
Just like take the joke. I mean, it's funny. We got to laugh. And frankly, there have been Democrat presidents that have had way more offensive things that are beneath the office.
Like what?
Name one.
Monica?
I mean,
but he just mentioned Jeffrey Epstein. So look, my only point is that this is beneath the office. And I just remember back in something that I actually can remember when Republicans on Fox News and everywhere else were completely outraged about Barack Obama wearing a tan suit or having a selfie stick. This is how far we've fallen. Now we have somebody who actually has decorated the halls of the White House, making a joke. I mean, I just find.
Hold on, did they or did they not put Hunter Biden art in the White House? They did, and it made the value of the art go up. So then they sold said art. So let's dial that back a little bit.
If Biden would have hung up Trump's mugshot as a joke, you would be like curled up in a ball crying, saying nothing like this has ever happened.
I would have said,
get him, Adam.
Expect that.
No, you would not be okay with that. You would say this is beneath the presidency. But the broader point is, why is Donald Trump still going after these petty grievances? And all of these insane things.
I think they're just having fun. I think they're just having fun. We got bigger problems. Why are we so upset?
I mean, I think maybe that's the point. We have bigger problems.
And the fact is, we have
a lot of bigger problems.
Who wants you to be talking about this?
It is. You have to admit, if you're just walking through and you saw that, it's a little funny.
It's both things. It's both kind of hilarious and kind of appalling, right? I mean, like at the same time, like it is funny. As I watched it happen, I'm like,
I will say he can fix it. If Trump buys a Hunter Biden picture and puts it in between, then it'll be bipartisan.
I'm just so sick of everything being a joke, whether it's Trump like tweeting directly at Pam Bondi saying something, or whether it's Trump saying he wants
right now we need more jokes than ever, my friend.
Well, that's why Jimmy Kimmel.
The president's words mean nothing right now. The president's words mean nothing. This is a man who sets deadlines, blows through those deadlines. This is a man who makes.
You're reaching way too far, bro. It's
I'm not reaching.
No, he's not. Adam Mockler is nailing you to the fucking wall, and anybody who's paying attention to anything should realize that.
Picture, it's pretty funny.
The president's words mean nothing, and we sit here and laugh as he,
All right, everybody, thank you very much. We'll be back in a moment. Another day, another act of political violence in America.
Oh, wow. 4 minutes.
And another round of the blame game. A sniper opening fire at an ICE facility in Texas, killing 1 detainee and hurting 2 others. The suspect died after turning the gun on himself. Now, not long after, the FBI director published images of shell casings with the words anti-ICE written in blue. Also, not long after the shooting, the political lines were drawn.
You don't have to agree with my immigration policies. You don't have to agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies. But if your political rhetoric encourages violence against our law enforcement, you can go straight to hell, and you have no place in the political conversation of the United States of America.
So, look, this is extremely disturbing that there's another one of these types of shootings. I think we've got to deal with this as a country, first of all. But I also, just for starters, I'm curious, how does it help to have the vice president say that?
Because the third one in Texas. I mean, if you know people that work in law enforcement, my family does. I know ICE agents in Texas. This is the third attack we've seen in Texas, in the same district.
Sorry. Trump, alligator, Alcatraz. So here's the Attorney General, I'm assuming of Florida, proudly endorsing alligator Alcatraz. Here's the memo. Here's a meme. Here's the actual facility. Why wouldn't people get pissed off? Now, that doesn't mean that you should shoot random people. Why wouldn't people be angry?
As the man in charge today was saying, like, this is the second time he's had to have a press conference today.
Who was killed today? Who was killed today?
So you're saying since it
That's
wasn't,
not what I'm at. No.
So you're saying since it wasn't, it was innocent people that were killed today.
Don't put words in my mouth.
You asked a question.
Yeah,
I'm answering your question.
You're
saying since it wasn't ICE agents that were killed, therefore this is a null and void conversation?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. And that's gaslighting. I'm asking you a simple question because when JD Vance went up there, and when you're coming up here, this is not a
good argument from you.
First of all,
innocent people got shot today, and you're like, well, it wasn't ICE agents that got shot.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the division that you all are sowing in this country.
I'm not sowing anything. I'm saying protect all law enforcement.
Because of the simple fact, yes, protect
Gavin Newsom went on TV last night.
I don't like Gavin Newsom, so I condemn him.
You know, every time one of these tragic every time one of these tragic shootings happens, everybody's at each other's throats about which side did it, but we're missing a broader pattern in America. This was another young white dude who's in his 20s. We have seen this pattern accelerating over the past decade. The same day Charlie Kirk was shot, the same exact time, there was a neo-Nazi who shot up a school in Colorado. We can look at the acceleration of the radicalization of young men through a few frameworks. There's the COVID pandemic, which had people isolated, had a bubble around themselves, and a lot of young men failed to pull that bubble down and got sucked down these algorithms. I've seen it happen to my close friends. They get sucked down these algorithms. We have foreign actors trying to sow chaos in America, sow division. How much does Putin salivate when he sees us at each other's throats? Then we have domestic actors, people like Elon Musk, riling it up. So all of these factors, wait, hold up, Ben. All of these factors come together to create this pattern that we see of young men in my age range committing these shootings. And if you want to sit here and go back and forth, tit for tat, I can say Dylan Roof, Robert Bowers, John Earnest, none of these were black people. None of these were trans people. None of these were even Democrats. These were neo-Nazis who had things carved into their guns. You can sit here and muddy the waters, but you are just lying.
I just don't want innocent people to die. Sue me for that.
Then maybe tell Trump to tone down his rhetoric.
What a vapid statement. Listen, guys, I know I'm not giving you my best commentary. I know I'm not pausing intermittently, but I'm actually like so angry that I think it's bad for my health. Like I'm so angry right now that intelligent Republicans are sweeping for the Trump admin. I'm so angry that the best that we can offer, and by the way, Adam's a talented guy, but the best we can offer for national discourse is, no offense, Adam, kind of Twinkie, is an intelligent twink to go fight these people on 5-minute panels. I'm so angry that every principle that we've ever had as a republic is just being trampled on and people are cheering it on. I'm just really angry. So I'm trying to calm down so I don't actually have a stroke on stream right now. But I'm a mix of furious and depressed and anxious. And I need to work out. That's probably what I need to do. I'm probably going to start working out in a second. But I'm angry. I'm beyond angry. And I think I'm angry because in any sane world, Scott Jennings would listen to what Adam Mockler is saying and actually make concessions, but he doesn't. Because he's not interested in the truth. He's interested in winning for his side. And this is why I'm never going to create content, or at least, I mean, never's a strong word, but I will tell you if I create content where I'm exclusively trying to win instead of trying to pursue the truth. Because I think it's bad. I think it's really bad for our discourse. I think all the wordsmanship, I think all the rhetoric, I think the games that we play, I think the having a bunch of lawyers run our society, but lawyers who exclusively view conversations as adversarial battles rather than the pursuit of truth. I think it's destroying us. I think it's actually we have enough guardrails that we're probably going to survive, but I think we're destroying ourselves, and it's really infuriating, and it makes me sad. Infuriating, and it makes me sad. So I'm sorry for being grumpy. I'm sorry for not having much commentary. I'm sorry for maybe not being as cheerful or white-pilled as I normally am, but I'm pretty fucking angry. And Scott Jennings, I think that's this guy's name. He's emblematic of everything that I think is wrong with Republicans these days.
If you think this is Trump, this is exactly you literally just went through an entire argument. So Abby, let me go back to
can I make something that might be a little bit more controversial?
Endless charity for the worst administration in recent American memory.
Hold on a second.
All right, from there it devolved further. I'm sure you can picture what happened, but I hope you guys enjoyed the video. And some news, if you made it this far, we are starting our own debate format in Chicago. I mean, I've been on CNN to debate, Jubilee, I did Pierce Morgan, but we're going to start our own bleeding edge format where we debate people. And honestly, it's because of you all. I just want to say thank you. I am eternally grateful for everything that we built. And this is only early stages. We are going to continue to grow. We are going to continue to push the country in the direction that we want, and we won't stop until we do. So again, thank you all, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
And I think at the same time.
So now we have two.
All right, we
people
still have
who are saying.
We still have additional content. Oh, I'm sorry for being so angry. Let me try to summarize something into something substantive. In my opinion, this is indicative of the cultural rot at the heart of the Republican Party. And the reason why is because of exactly what's going on right here, where the MAGA party has abandoned Burkean conservatism, environmental conservatism, neoconservatism, social conservatism, and fiscal conservatism. They're not even trying. And smart, well-educated people are defending it, and it's fucking poison. It's rat poison for the soul of this country. Rat poison.
Can't you just take responsibility for it?
Oh,
on the left.
Me?
You literally said that.
Listen, let me finish.
And then you agreed with it.
You want to know what I said? I said Donald Trump created this environment over the past decade. You sat here and said, I need to take responsibility. I'm a 22-year-old YouTuber. You hold me to a higher standard than the man that
I'm
we
holding
just
you to your standard of your punditry.
Donald
your
Trump was
punditry
just
is that
vomiting
Trump's
vitriol out of his mouth about how the other party is weak and evil. And he just said the party of hate, evil, and Satan. You blind yourself to that, and you're focusing on a 22-year-old YouTuber.
Hey, everyone.
I'm going to say it. Raped. Adam Mockler just rhetorically raped that guy. Fuck that guy.
Mockler here. This is going to be a good video. I just wrapped up my New York Media Week with one final debate on CNN, and I faced off against MAGA commentator and Trump's friend, Scott Jennings. So I urge you guys to watch until the
Bud Farmer says, Bill Kristol tried to tell you to abandon conservatives instead of trying to go back to the old times. Yeah, well, Bill Kristol looks like he's on the verge of eating a gun, so no offense. I'm not going to take advice from the guy who got us into the Iraq war and looks like he's on the verge of committing suicide.
End. I urge you guys to follow the Adam Mockler feed. And once again, thank you all.
The series of events that took place here, we have to actually be clear about what happened, right? He tried to press.
Bud123 says, in this format, this is the best debate Connor for views on debate panels, such as when Connor has his hand up on the WIC panel.
Eric Siebert at the Eastern District of Virginia to pursue this prosecution. He did not. The U.S. prosecutors there said they did not see enough evidence. So he forces him out. He publicly declares to Pam Bondi, you need to target these political enemies, specifically labeling James Comey. And then right after that, installs Lindsay Halligan, a former insurance lawyer with no prosecutorial experience, to go.
Yeah, that's insane.
In there, and then within days, Comey's indicted even after.
I'm sorry to hear about your incoming loss, Gen X. My grandma is passing away currently, so if you could go ahead and get it over with so I can deal with both simultaneously, that'd be great. I'll try not to die. And I'm sorry to hear that your grandma is passing, Gen X. I am. Life is crazy and horrible and beautiful and tragic and scary and exciting and boring and weird. And it's mixed up into every aspect of our lives. And so we're all mortal. We're all going to face that long walk into oblivion eventually. So we need to act accordingly. We need to live our lives well. We need to build communities. We need to take care of each other. We need to take care of our families. We need to take care of our friends. We need to call out bullshit. We need to speak truth. We need to speak truth to power. We need to fight for what's right. And it's hard. It's hard. And so, I mean, I love life. I never want to die. If I could be immortal, I would be immortal. Unfortunately, God has not given me that as an option, and so I have to eventually die, which sucks. Sad. Fucking L. I have to take the ultimate L, which is dying. But you know, we're kind of all in it together. I'm gonna go get some drugs because I have such a big headache that I want to take some heartburn meds. So the pressure in my chest, I know, is not a cardiovascular incident. And maybe I'll take some ibuprofen or aspirin or something like that so I don't have such a massive fucking headache. We'll see. I'll be right back. But Adam Mockler is fucking cooking. And I want to praise him again. Adam and I probably don't agree on policy. We probably don't agree on a whole bunch of things. But his insightful ability to call bullshit politely is excellent. Be right back.
Rank and file prosecutors, they gave her a declination memo that said this is why we don't think there's enough evidence. So I don't think this is just the process playing out. I think this is Donald Trump explicitly abusing his power and directing a prosecution of a political enemy.
You said we have to be very clear about what happened, and then you left out the most critical part, where a prosecutor has to go into a grand jury, present the evidence, and make the case why charges are warranted. And the grand jury has to agree with that. In this case, they did. Now, I don't know if he'll be convicted or not, but you can't leave out and deny that there's a critical step where average, ordinary Americans get put in a room and they ultimately have to decide, does a case go or does it not go? And then they will decide whether you're guilty or whether you're not guilty. That is an important part of the process that he cannot really alter or change.
Just worth noting, I mean, two things. One, there was a third charge that the grand jury said no to. But also, I mean, this is, you probably will hear a lot about this as this proceeds. Probable cause is what you need to get a charge, which is a very low bar. Beyond a reasonable doubt is what you need to actually convict. But to Alyssa's point, that may not be the point of the message that's being sent here.
Yeah, Donald Trump has done this with a few people. He directly calls out their name online on his Truth Social, and then within days, you see them either targeted, their show gets pulled off, they get indicted. And when it comes to Eric Siebert, you can sit here and argue that, Trump had nothing to do with this, but it's so clear that he was putting his thumb on the scale when he fired Eric Siebert. And then, 6 days before the statute of limitations are up, this new federal prosecutor is rushing this through. And I agree, we should let the process play out. It's fine to let it go through a grand jury. But can you at least concede that Trump was putting his thumb on the scale when he posted Comey's name, 4 days before Comey was indicted?
I don't think anyone is disputing that he thinks James Comey
Did he put his thumb on the scale,
is a bad person who deserves to be investigated, and if a grand jury so chooses,
did Trump put his thumb on the scale, though?
He has never denied that. He's been very clear about it, has he not?
Isn't this all just kind of exhausting for the American public? Like, Trump did run on we shouldn't weaponize the DOJ.
It's exhausting now.
No, it was exhausting when Biden did it. It was exhausting.
Why now we're exhausted.
No. I criticized it when Joe Biden did it.
Can I ask
but now he's choosing to do the exact same thing at a much grander scale, all while there are fewer jobs than there are people unemployed right now.
Why is president?
Okay, I don't think I can do this, guys. I think I actually have to. I think I have to end it early. Not the entire stream, just this content segment. What bugs me? Maybe I can watch it quietly. Maybe I can not do much commentary. What bugs me about this is that these people know better. That's what bugs me about this. What bugs me about this is these people, they're not delusional. They're not delusional. They probably have an astute understanding of politics and the political moment we're in. They're liars. And the fact that society has given them wealth and power and freedom and a position of privilege, and they're willing to sell their principles and values so cheaply, I think is what genuinely infuriates me, to the degree that I'm just going to describe it for you. I had 2 cups of tea today, black tea. They probably spiked my blood pressure like 5 to 10 points. My anger probably spikes me another 10 points or so. So if I had to guess right now, if I'm normally at 122 over 81, I would guess I'm at like 140 over 90 right now. And I took some pills to calm myself down. But I think what bugs me so much, the reason why I'm so angry today, is because these people, there's something like, there was this quote that I saw on Twitter the other day where it was like, when fascism comes around, you will see people who are the most privileged and least vulnerable bend the knee the fastest. And that quote was associated with a picture of Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos in the company of Trump within the past year. And I think that's what bugs me so much, is these people have been given so much by our country. And I genuinely love our country. I love the principles that have established it. I love our history. I love the many great Americans who have sacrificed themselves and their sacred honor and their fortunes and their lives in order to make the American experiment work. And so I'm like humbled by the sacrifice of previous generations. And I also know that previous generations went through darker times than what we're experiencing. As dark as these times are, they went through worse. And yet, I am flabbergasted. I am spun about. I am furious about the people who our society props up, who have been given incredible amounts of wealth and power and influence, and who are absolute fucking cowards. That's what I'm mad about. I'm mad about the cowardice. I'm mad about. I'm infuriated. I'm infuriated by the cowardice of Trump sycophants. So I'm sorry. Again, I'm sorry. I am very angry.
I want to hear
when he was running for president.
He had a trial.
Can anyone point to one single example of President Joe Biden, privately or publicly, in any documented evidence of our reality, directing his Attorney General Merrick Garland to prosecute his political opponents, let alone protect his own son, who got indicted under his watch? When did
what?
Show me.
He pardoned him.
I want to hear this.
Tristan Clark says, "Do you think the right wing is going to be capable of purging Democrats?" No, nope. I don't think it's possible. And I'm going to shill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. If you guys are genuinely worried, and I don't want you to be too worried, okay? I want you to be vigilant, but I don't want you to be too worried, okay? In 2026, I've heard that the Democrats are actually kind of vulnerable because a lot of Trump strongholds are up for election. And so they might underperform in the midterms, but they might still be able to get enough of a foothold in order to hold Trump to account, which would be good. Okay, that's what I've heard. So the midterms are going to be a bellwether for the country. Then the 27, 28 lead up to the general election, to the presidential election, is also going to be a bellwether for the country. We'll find out whether or not Trump is running a third term. We'll find out whether or not J.D. Vance is the prince who was promised. We'll find out what the tenor of the Republican Party is if God, knock on wood, Trump is dead or dying. We'll find out a lot of things in the next 2 or 3 years. However, if you're worried about a political style purge of the Democrats, then I recommend that you help me, quick show, super chat and memberships, because one of the projects amongst the dozens of projects I want to do is I want to go to Pepperbox TV, which is a pro-gun YouTube equivalent, and I want to make self-defense related content, specifically for liberals who are scared of guns. I think that would be excellent content and a great idea.
Show me the answer to when did he direct Merrick Garland to prosecute Donald Trump?
I want to hear an answer to that.
He publicly, in a Politico story, was reported to have been fuming to anyone who would listen that Merrick Garland was not moving fast enough.
Wait, so
he
publicly was fuming privately? Is that what we said right there?
He's asked for
did he tell
Merrick, it was in a Politico story. There was reporting on it.
Did he tell Merrick Garland?
I don't know what he did.
Prosecute
here we go.
these specific people.
And by the way, I don't know a living Democrat who thinks Merrick Garland.
Actually, I think this is super important. So are you suggesting that because Joe Biden was angry about something but didn't express it to Merrick Garland, that constitutes?
You don't know
pressure
whether
on
he
Merrick
did or he
Garland?
didn't, but I know it was put in a story.
But do you know?
This is what you guys just said. He says things out loud.
Scott,
Joe Biden said things out loud or had it reported in a Politico so people would hear it.
Factual issue.
Hippopotaman says that's Ben Ferguson, not Scott Jennings. I'm sorry for being racist against white people. My apologies.
Issue here with this idea that Democrats, Joe Biden did this to Trump.
I didn't bring up Joe Biden. I'm not the person who rejected this.
But listen, where's the proof? Don't we need proof
to be honest,
that
I
actually
think
happened?
we either need to agree that weaponizing the DOJ against political adversaries is bad or it's not. I think it's bad regardless of who's doing it. I think that Donald.
Which again is like a stupid, naive take. I have no idea who this fucking chick is. She's probably 26. She looks 40. Okay, no offense. She looks like an attractive 40, but she looks like she's 40. Why? If a politician commits a crime, they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The second that the criminal convictions or criminal accusations are brought up by the DOJ, that should not be indicative of the politicization of the DOJ. It should be the DOJ is a standalone judge, which we know is not the case. We know it's not the case that the DOJ isn't biased. And I would cite the most recent example of why the DOJ isn't biased is the DOJ has been sweeping for Jeffrey Epstein for 2 decades across 2 administrations. Actually, across Obama, Trump 1, Biden, and Trump 2. So 1, 2, 3 administrations. The DOJ has swept for Jeffrey Epstein. So we already know. We already know that the DOJ is a political entity. It shouldn't be, but it is.
Trump ran on not doing it, and he is directly doing it here.
Are you sure Comey is not guilty?
No, and I'm not prejudging that. I've talked about this extensively on air. If there is any wrongdoing,
it's bad for Trump to place pressure.
I think that putting what looks like a DM to your attorney general on Truth Social and being like, you only got a few days, it's not good. It ain't good.
I'm going to ask for them to point out either.
Gen X says grandma made it to 95. That's based.
Any example of Joe Biden doing this? No example. Scott Jennings said, I don't know anything. That's always your fallback. Donald Trump directly asked Pam Bondi.
There was a story.
Do you remember when Biden said, hey, Merrick, can you go after this person? It didn't happen. You have no example.
And also,
it's literally in the news. I'm sorry. I know you're like 12, but it happened. It's like it happened.
It was never reported. And also,
it was reported.
No, it was never reported that he told.
Disruptil says, how do you feel about the Brian Johnson don't die movement? I mean, like, listen, I'm all for people taking their health seriously. However, with don't die, he's like the billionaire who's getting blood transfusions from his child. He like eats exclusively health foods every single day. That's precisely calculated. He like measures how many boners he gets in the morning. He measures his, his like metabolic rate or whatever. If all you do, in my opinion, is wake up and measure your biological processes in order to avoid early death, you're not living. That's like the balance. Like I wish I was immortal, but I don't wish I was immortal because I want to perpetuate existence for its own existence. I want to be immortal because I want to see humanity conquer the stars. I want to see humanity conquer the solar system or even find other planets and colonize. I want to see humanity, become like a multi-system species. And I want to see us master the logistics. I want to see us master the genome to the point that we're able to like manipulate our own genetics to the point that we have like uber healthy human beings. I want the human species to reach some level of homeostasis with the planet. I want to build super cities. I want to build crazy technologies, not just military technology, but also civilian technology and hover bikes and hover cars and exotic firearms and exotic, I want to see humanity thrive and dominate the galaxy. And of course, there's going to be like conflict and war and tribalism and death, but it's interesting and it's cool. And I want to be there and I want to see it. The best I have right now, and this is part of the reason why I'm a science fiction nerd, is I have the speculation of what humanity is capable of in the future. I have the speculative imaginings of intelligent people of what humanity is technically capable of. But when we're dealing with modern politics, we're dealing with what humanity is capable of right now. And while that's interesting, it's also wholly disappointing. And so Brian Johnson's attempt to be immortal for immortal's sake, no, that's not the point of, that would never be the point of immortality. The point of immortality would not be to perpetuate immortality. It would be to achieve great things on a longer timeline. So no. Brian Johnson is another intellectual disappointment.
They told Merrick Garland to indict, and that was never reported. We know that. Okay. And also, I just have to say,
the reporting said or not?
Yes, no, there was a story.
The reporting said that he told Merrick Garland.
The point of the story was that Joe Biden was mad and he was angry, and the point of the story was that it would get out so that they would feel pressure to move on it.
Wait, and he told who?
It was done in the report.
Okay. Adam, I want to play what Bill Maher said about this is in the same genre and get your take on the other side.
Darth Panzer says, Connor, you don't want to be immortal. You'd pop a blood vessel seeing Bonnie Blue doing her centurial gangbang 6,000 years from now. So true. I want to be immortal. I want my dogs to be immortal. Nobody else, though.
The Democrats definitely need an outsider. To me, the Democratic Party is a ghost brand. And if you could have somebody take it over who's not sentimental about that company and, relaunch it, rebrand it, but it would have to be somebody who is unapologetic about calling them out. People have lost faith in the Democratic Party for very good reasons. And
Just Carpet gifted a Valor Media Network membership. Thank you. Shill again. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chats, super chats, and memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. Liking the stream is free. All right. Sorry for the rough start. The drugs are kicking in. I'll be all right.
And, you're the only one I hear who doesn't look like he cares what the other Democrats will say.
He compared them to Abercrombie and Fitch, a ghost.
I did have a colonoscopy. My father did not, and he died from colon cancer that spread to his liver and compromised it. I had a colonoscopy a month ago because I almost died. And the good news is I don't have cancer.
Brand. What do you think?
I think that, he's right that we need more unapologetic Democrats, but it's more than that. The Democratic brand is two things right now. It's a lot of things, but it's both risk averse and it's very, very finger waggy. So all of our politicians are incredibly risk averse. So they're not out there taking risks or trying to do new things. They're playing it very, very safe. Even as much as I love Kamala Harris and I thought she did well in her campaign, she was very risk averse during all of that. But on the other side of that, while they're being risk averse, they're also just purity testing everybody and finger wagging them. I'm a young dude. I like a little bit of edge in my politicians. I think most young dudes like an edgy politician, not somebody who's out there.
Bro, get some.
They're being, super scripted and tested and everything. So all this comes together to create an environment where I had a young friend the other day who is pretty liberal say that the Democratic Party feels quote unquote suffocating at times. And I think that's a good way to put it.
UNORC renewed their membership. Thank you, King. Parasocial love.
It's that and academic. A lot of times the simplicity is missing in the message. Donald Trump is being accused of inciting violence after his warning.
Thanks for 5 minutes, whoever this chick is. God, your content sucks, lady. If you were on Twitch and YouTube politics, you wouldn't last a month.
To Democrats. This in response to the new developments in the deadly attack at an ICE facility.
The radical left is causing the problem. They're out of control. They're saying things, and they're really dumb people. I look at Crockett. I look at some of these people. They're very low IQ people, actually.
Jake, it's good to see you, King. Sorry for being such a grump today. I'm just moving deeper in the woods with my tons of rice and beans. Based.
But the radical left is causing this problem, not the right, the radical left. And it's going to get worse, and ultimately it's going to go back.
Sorry, Razzle says, I definitely watch your liberals who are scared of guns content, Connor. I'm a fairly typical California liberal. I've never shot a gun in my life and could use an entry point. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm a DM Adam Mockler. I'm going to be like, this is what we need to do.
Them. I mean, bad things happen when they play these games. And I'll give you a little clue. The right is a lot tougher than the left. But the right's not doing this. They're not doing it. And they better not get them energy.
Key Code says, this is why I love you, Connor. Well, I parasocially love you too, brother. Mud Farmer says, that's why I'm a Democrat. Well, no offense. I could come up. You guys understand, like, I came up, and I'm sorry for this. You know, again, I'm apologizing. But over the past hour of content or so, I've apologized because I realized the principles that I was raised with, which I still believe in and still think are good for humanity. But I realized how corporate and fake and phony and lying and craven and weak while crowing about being strong the Republican Party is. And that's fucking embarrassing. Like genuinely, I'm cringing on their behalf. I'm cringing that they are corporate vampires who don't actually have like a shred of integrity or idealism or adventure in their fucking body, and they sold their soul the second that it was convenient. Like that, I'm embarrassed on their behalf, and I hope God judges them harshly for their cowardice. However, just because I'm saying that about Republicans, which I feel is true, doesn't mean that Democrats are without sin. Now, I'm going to go ahead and save you my rant about the cowardice and weakness and limp-wristedness of Democrats, because I'm not trying to insult people who are like, oh, wow, I resemble that remark. But what I would say is you need to get stronger. Okay? If you are limp, if you are weak-wristed, if you are conflict averse, if you are incapable of seeing yourself within a violent scenario, if you do not have the capacity to tell other people no and fuck off, then you need to wake the fuck up. You need to start lifting weights. You need to eat your veggies and your protein. You need to buy a gun and you need to train with it. And you need to stop being such a fucking pussy. All right? So I hate these corporate phony lying vampire Republican fucks. I hate them with my whole being. I feel like they're the way that I talked about taking God's name in vain, where taking God's name in vain is not saying God damn it. Taking God's name in vain is cloaking yourself in the robes of religion while preaching the opposite of scripture. That's how I feel about Republicans right now. I feel like they cloak themselves in the ideals of republicanism while actually preaching the opposite. They are taking republicanism in vain. And so Democrats need to stop being pussies as well, though.
That was an odd thing to say. I mean,
Alexander says, I would invest more points in intelligence, gives you more mana.
in this moment, the point about the kind of anti-ICE nature of.
Sorry, real quick. Numinax for 5. Any thoughts on 07-010 meeting with Hegseth and Trump at Quantico? Well, I hope it's just a drunk Pete Hegseth talking about the warrior ethos for 3 hours. If it's them trying to get the generals to support a Trump coup, then I'm hoping that so many generals will be horrified by the proposition that they leak it. That they say, oh yeah, Trump and Hegseth, we did a 3-hour PowerPoint presentation about the warrior ethos. And then at the end of it, they tried to get us to support a Trump JD Vance dictatorship. I would love it. And because the truth is that, like, yes, military administration faces all of the same challenges of every other political arena, where there's sycophants and dick suckers who climb to the top. But there's also people who dedicated their lives to the Constitution and to the Republic of the United States, who were willing to die in order to in order to protect the Republic of the United States. And so if there are a few good men at the upper echelons of the American military, I expect them to honor the oath that they've dedicated their lives to.
The shooting is taken, right? We know that. But then for him to say it might come back to them, I'm not sure that that is what's right here.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired of conservatives gaslighting about the current political environment and Donald Trump's rhetoric when all of this escalation can be traced back to his entrance into American politics. His claim to fame was saying that Obama wasn't born in America. He was the first presidential candidate to have his crowd chant, "Lock her up," about a political opponent. You can bring up the
Get him, Adam. Get him.
Insurrection. Even in the past few weeks, my home city of Chicago, he posted a photo of Chicago being invaded by the Department of War. So the broader point here is Donald Trump endlessly deflects and tries to blame it on the other side when he is the one responsible for amping up the tension in America. And I've spent all of my formative years throughout high school, throughout college, looking to the president, who I'm supposed to be able to look up to, and seeing somebody who's trying to place blame on the left, who's
Eric Dom says, can you make a podcast with Destiny? I really enjoy your talks. Yeah. Yeah, I already put the ball in his court effectively. I said, hey, man, hanging out once a month, hanging out every 60 days or so and shooting guns and bullshit and talking about politics. It's fun. I hope it's lucrative for him. And I'd be willing to commit to doing it like monthly, effectively. Because even if Destiny's like crashing out and saying crazy shit, I like to think that I ground him a little bit. So, yeah, I'd be happy to do it. I'd be happy to do it. And he has that studio, and that studio is fucking beautiful. Sorry for the F-bomb. That studio's beautiful, and it's just going to waste. So, yeah, like I would be happy to start the Something Else podcast and commit to a minimum of monthly, maybe once every 2 weeks, and doing a show where, yeah, we talk about politics and we talk about what we agree on, but we also fight about Steven doing stupid shit. I would love to do that. But I think I'm going to DM Adam Mockler in a second because he's actually responsive to my DMs. And I'm going to say, hey, bro, what's it going to take to like get you, me, and Pondering Politics to go to a gun range together and just like do like basic firearms self-defense content? Because I think that shit would be fire. Numinax for 5 says, I think there's a degree of feasibility to the loyalty test idea you mentioned with the Hexus held guillotine in the form of the 20% cut he's seeking. Yeah, but you have to understand, man, generals run their own miniature kingdoms. So generals could take a 20% cut and cut the shit that they think they don't need. And so if there was like a program that they liked, they would keep it. If there was a program that they hated, they would cut it. So that's where, for me, again, maybe I have an overestimation of the American general. Maybe I have an overestimation of the kind of person that it takes to climb to the upper echelons of the American military establishment. But these people aren't stupid. They're not dumb. They're actually very intelligent. And what they have to understand in the context of warfare is incredibly complex. I would say that probably the two most complex topics that you can master, but never fully master, is warfare and politics. So I would expect some snitching. I really would. I would expect a Republican loyalist. And what I mean by that is somebody who is loyal to the Republic. I would expect them to snitch. I really would.
Amping up the rhetoric constantly, and yeah, it's not good.
So you think it's Donald Trump's fault?
Sorry, this is funny. Darth Panzer says, in before the Quantico meeting is a Red Wedding style purge. I hope not.
That a deranged leftist climbed up to the top of a building and shot up the ICE facility, not once now, but twice in Texas?
I think it's Donald Trump's fault that America has gotten to this heated place. I think that
no responsibility for the radicalization on the left that's causing this violent outburst.
That 29-year-old is radicalized by online communities and online algorithms. I'm not going to blame that directly on Trump, but he was caught in a lot of online video game algorithms and all these communities. Donald Trump,
but it's Trump's
10 years ago, Donald Trump amped up the tension in America.
So he ran 10 years ago, and this guy then 10 years later, somehow you're connecting. Can't you just take responsibility for it?
Why is Adam Mockler responsible for an anti-ICE shooter? That's so unbelievably dumb. Again, so just to share, I'm going to share my pill regimen with you guys momentarily. Bex for 5. Is that 1,000,000%? How many zeros is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's 1,000,000%. Democrats need to lose the anti-gun stigma. Said it before, but you can't yell fascism and then call for disarmament as victims of it. Yeah, cringe. Let me tell you guys my my pill regimen real quick, okay? So I was on the verge of a stroke, but it wasn't actually a stroke. I probably just had high blood pressure and neck tension, which is going to happen to you as you get older. All right. And so what I took is I took 2 Tums to settle my stomach. My wife is currently looking for Gas X, which is simethicone. And a doctor, a GI, as a matter of fact, swore by simethicone because what it does is it actually goes into your stomach and it like eliminates all of the gas bubbles inside your stomach. So you don't have all that like chest pressure that feels like you're on the verge of a heart attack. So those are 2. If you experience heartburn, if you feel like you're on the verge of having a heart attack whenever you get stressed out, but then you burp instead of having a heart attack, then take Tums and take Gas X. The next thing, though, that I took was hydroxyzine. Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine. But one of the interesting things about hydroxyzine is it makes you chemically incapable of having an emotion. And so right now, I know my brain is still operating at full, although I'll probably get nappy in a little bit. But hydroxyzine effectively makes it so I experience the precursors to an emotion. All right. I experience this guy's pissing me off. This guy's a liar. This guy's a piece of shit. So I have all of the thoughts that like trigger an emotional reaction. But the cool thing about hydroxyzine is it unironically makes you incapable of having an emotional reaction. And so right now I'm furious. I could Scott Jennings or whoever that other guy was. If I could get into a fisticuffs match with either one of those human beings right now, or JD Vance or Donald Trump, if I could engage in fisticuffs, a sanctioned boxing match with any of these people, I would do it right now. And I would be happy. I would do it with a fucking smile on my face. However, because I took hydroxyzine, I do not have the correlated rage that allows me to have a cardiovascular incident on stream. So it's pretty good. Now, the good news is, again, it's not like an SSRI. It's not like a hardcore drug. It's literally an antihistamine. But it has that weird side effect. Bud123 says, Connor does not have emotions anymore. He is now a robot. Not yet. Melody says, lol, Connor sedating his emotions to push ahead. I mean, unironically, I was actually struggling in the beginning of the stream. Too long, didn't watch. Connor is zooted. Not yet. Me, when I degas instead of dying, dying's gay. True. Dying is gay, and not in a homosexual way. Not in a homosexual way. In the lame way. Dubious Gal says, I take hydroxyzine for anxiety to allow me to sleep easier. One of the interesting things about hydroxyzine is that it is an antihistamine. It's not addictive. It's very fast acting. And if you have anxiety about, what is it? Not euthanasia. Why am I such an idiot? The thing that you take in order to do surgery, anesthesia. If you have anxiety about anesthesia, they give you hydroxyzine first because you can still be worried about something logically, but you don't have like the correlated physiological alarm. So yeah. Uriel says, maybe I'm too anti-gun for you, but just like having an apprehension for democratic rule of law because people are dumb, I have some sentiment for people with guns. We could probably break more bread than you would expect, Uriel, but maybe not as much as you would want. So it's just allergy medicine? Yes. Yes. It's allergy medicine with a very weird side effect. So anyways, back to it.
On the left. But let's not do the he has to take responsibility because he's a Democrat.
I'm a 22-year-old YouTuber. You want me to take more responsibility than the president of the United States?
I want you to understand.
I'm a 22-year-old YouTuber.
I want you to understand that we are in the middle of an epidemic of left-wing violence. They're attacking ICE. They shot Charlie.
Statistically, this is fucking bullshit, but you know, whatever. You can perceive it that way if you want, if you're a fucking pussy.
It's happening all over the country. We have these Free Palestine people running
Have you asked about beta blockers? No.
Around trying to burn down the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, on and on.
Then
and
maybe
on.
the president.
It's not Trump's fault.
The president of the
that
United
the left
States
is radicalized to the point of saying we're done talking and we're going to start shooting.
Scott, is Trump amping down the tensions?
Amping down the tensions?
Yeah, is he taking the tensions down? Is he trying to do that?
I think he's mad that his friend got murdered. If you want
that,
the
job of the president is to
So the answer is no.
Tone down the rhetoric.
Go ahead, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, number one on the Trump front, we need unifying leadership from the top. You didn't hear Obama, Dylan Roof shot up a black church. He's saying Amazing Grace. He didn't say, I will go after my enemies. Number one. Number two, we see the data indicates otherwise. There is left-wing violence, right-wing violence. The Cato Institute, far from some far left liberal bastion, said 62% of the murders from political terrorism between 1975 and September 11, 2025 was from the right, right? The second below that is jihadists at 23%. So the data doesn't, and also the DOJ.
Oh, and the jihadist stat omitted 9/11/2001, which is so fucking funny. Now, the closest to like an argument for why 9/11/2001 would be omitted is because it was like an exterior attack. But just as an example, like the San Bernardino shooting, I'm pretty sure those people were here on a visa. Omar Mateen was like the guy who shot up Pulse nightclub. He was here for, I think he was like first generation. So anyways, like the point is like omitting 9/11/2001 when it comes to terroristic violence, as somebody who was a teenager during 9/11, that feels like absolute fucking cope from the left. That way, when you're quoting the statistic, you don't encourage Islamophobia. However, I think the point still stands. I think even right wingers, if they're being honest, they will admit that the right wing engages in less casual violence, right? Like BLM, the arson, the riots, the homicides that correlated with it, but weren't necessarily politically motivated. The left wing engages in like more violence, but it's like less impactful. When the right wing engages in violence, they murder people, like just dozens of people at a single time. So that's where for me, like the right wing cope of being like the left wing does the violence. It's like, okay, well, I'm pretty sure like most domestic terror attacks in the United States have been related to like the sovereign citizen movement, or they've been white nationalist. So Mud Farmer says, I don't like being on the screen this long. How do you think I feel? I mean, I love being on the screen, truth be told. So let's go.
Scrub the website that said more of the violence comes from the right. And again, I actually don't want to get into the game of blaming because I actually agree with.
Go for it. Random black guy who I don't know. Get him. Get some.
Adam's take from the other night where he talked about the.
Nice. Sacred Snow says the real reason 9/11 was omitted was because Bush did it. Well, shouldn't that be considered right-wing violence then, Sacred Snow? Shouldn't they move 9/11/2001 from the fucking from the jihadist category down to the to the right-wing category? That would be hilarious. Like I'm not okay. Obviously, we're talking about like terrorism, so maybe it wouldn't be hilarious, but I would think it would be funny if the left wing is a shit post, if they redid the same stat, they included 9/11/2001, but instead of including it in the jihadist category, they put it under the right wing category. And then when people got like ass mad and they asked, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, Bush did it." I don't believe that. I think it'd be a funny shit post.
Acceleration of radicalization online. There's a broader problem with young men, incel culture that's going on here. That's not just obviously we need our political leaders to.
Yeah. So Zenith makes a good point. Chat as always. Okay. You guys are my saviors. All right. Again, I'm sorry for getting so fucking pissed off this morning and borderline losing my shit, but I think I started the segment mad and then I just got more mad as I heard like cringe Trump apologia. But Xena says, you guys saved me, okay? Number one, I'm going to shout out hydroxyzine. Thank you, hydroxyzine, for making me temporarily chemically incapable of experiencing emotion. But second of all, I want to shout you guys out because I do think I genuinely have one of the best chats in Twitch and YouTube politics. I think the reason why Chud Logic has to ignore his chat, I think why Destiny ignores his chat except for when he feels like it. I think the reason why a lot of creators ignore their chat is because they're fucking annoying and stupid. I have a disproportionate amount of actually like smart, insightful people in my chat, and I appreciate you choosing this content to hang out. Xena says, I think it's reasonable to say 9/11 was an outlier, but completely omitting it is silly. But Islamic terrorists are also extreme right wing, and we don't include them there for a reason. I agree that jihadism is effectively like theocratic terrorism, and therefore it could be viewed as an extremist right-wing ideology. But I think we differentiate it because the Muslim population is so small within the United States that it should stand alone. Also, it punches way above its weight class. So I agree with you, but I also think the differentiation is valid. Kingslayer says, I always say, if you want to omit 9/11 with those stats, you should also omit the OKC bombing. It still shows right-wing violence is more, but 45% instead of 63. Sure. I'm with you. But OKC, OKC, I think they include it because it's one of the most, how do I phrase this? One of the most prominent right-wing terrorist attacks in the past 3 decades.
Be more representative of like positive masculinity and of not just blaming the other side. I mean,
AF Racing says beta blockers can help in fight or flight is kicking in during times where it shouldn't. People take them for public speaking and I think PTSD, but I could be wrong on the latter. Interesting.
That, you know, every time there's an instance of violence saying, you know what, I'm going to prosecute Soros now. Next up, that's not the way to do it. So I think Adam's right. It comes from the top down. And I think at the same time.
Passion 40 says, I'm behind, but besides North and you, who else has values in Twitch and YouTube politics? Jebtan, but he's not creating anymore. I know you guys all think Ryan Mullally is like a dipshit, centrist, whatever. But no, Ryan believes what he says. So you might not like what he says, but Ryan Mullally believes what he says. Trying to think of who else. I think that's it. There's very few. Now, the good news is that I'm going to be going on to Raging Tomato again on Thursday, and I'm going to try not to say the word pedophile or the F slur or the N word or any of those other bad words. That way she keeps having me back for debates, but I'm going to keep going into right-wing spaces and debating right-wingers because number one, we need to find whatever sane right-wingers are left. Number two, we need to beat up on the insane right-wingers. Like, I love you guys. I love that 60% of my audience are liberals who put up with my bullshit. I do parasocially love you, and you're one of the foundations of the channel. But I think realistically, if I want to grow and grow large and try to fight for the sane right, then I need to get some sane right-wingers in chat. So
now we have 2 people here who are saying it's Donald Trump's fault that someone shot up an ICE facility.
Nobody is saying that.
You literally said that.
Listen, let me finish.
Tristan Clark says one day you should be big enough to ignore you. I'll never ignore you, Tristan. I will be 40 minutes behind in chat 10 years from now. By then, it'll be 1,000 people chatting, so I'll be like 2 hours behind in chat. But I'll be 2 hours behind in chat a decade from now.
Did you agree with it?
You want to know what I said? I said Donald Trump created this environment over the past decade. You sat here and said, I need to take responsibility. I'm a 22-year-old YouTuber. You hold me to a higher standard than the man that
I'm
we
holding
just
you to your standard of your punditry.
Donald
your
Trump was
punditry
just
is that
vomiting vitriol out of his mouth about how the other party is weak and evil. And he just said the party of hate, evil, and Satan. You blind yourself to that, and you're focusing on a 20.
Damn. Maybe I need to get into beta blockers. Sacred Snow says beta blockers are insane. It's a big pool player, or I'm a big pool player, and they're borderline PEDs. I can actually play like I practice during tourneys. I do have, if I was still in law enforcement, I would have enjoyed beta blockers. And the reason why is because, can I tell a law enforcement story real quick? Can we take some time out for some Connor time? Can we do daddy, uncle, war story time? So what's interesting is I'm gonna tell you a sad story and a cool story. So I'll try to make this as brief as possible. There was a traditionally black neighborhood that had about 3,000 residents in the northeast side of the town that I used to work in. And I was already an established patrolman. I've been doing it for 2 years. I was relatively speaking a veteran. I was on night shift 90% of the time. I loved night shift. I loved being a cop. It was one of the greatest things I ever did. But what happened, and I think this broke me a little bit, was there was a shooting in the Northeast where somebody was shooting into the air. And so I drove around, looked for them, couldn't find them. I saw a guy, a Mexican guy, probably an illegal immigrant, truth be told, working on his truck at 11. It was 11 p.m. Working on his truck around 11 p.m. And I walk up and I was like, I'm speaking Spanglish. And I'm like, oh, did you hear the gunshots? He's like, yeah, it was over there, blah, 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 blah. But I didn't see anyone. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever, have a good night. Because this shit happens all the time, right? Like people blasting off gunshots into the neighborhood happens all the time. So I go and I park about 2 blocks away at a park and I start working on a report. And then we get a shots fired call and somebody injured at the address where I called out that I was talking to the Hispanic guy. So I race to his address and I'm already upset. My adrenaline's through the fucking roof. And I show up and he's gut shot. The guy I had talked to. And I'm actually I'm like sad now. He lived, but I'm sad now. But I was angry at myself. I was angry at the people I was chasing. But I was angry at myself because what would have happened if I did an extra lap instead of working on my paperwork? What would have happened if I hadn't been so casual about gunshots being normal in the Northeast? What if, even though he only spoke Spanish and I spoke to him in Spanglish, what if I in Spanglish told him like, hey, you need to go inside? And what if he went inside instead of getting gut shot? And so I have all these things like they're not conscious thoughts. I'm not experiencing conscious thoughts. I'm just experiencing emotion. And my emotion is like fear and anger and sadness, more intense than I've ever felt in my entire life. And what's happening is my heart is pounding out of my chest so hard that I'm worried I'm on the verge of having a heart attack. Like I'm genuinely worried I'm on the verge of having a heart attack. So I try to render medical aid by like holding his guts. But there's not a lot of blood because I think there was an entry wound. I don't think there was an exit wound. And there wasn't very much blood because I think it went into his intestines and it didn't rupture any blood organs or whatever, any major blood vessels. And so I'm supposed to be holding this guy's guts in, and I just can't because I'm on the verge of having a heart attack. And so my supervisor shows up on scene. He renders medical aid. He gets the family to keep pressure on the wound while we get fire department in. I'm pacing back and forth, trying not to have a heart attack. And then basically firefighters arrive. And so they take over the scene. My supervisor sees that I'm fucked up and he lets me the guy ditched the gun across the street. And so while all the rest of the shift is running around chasing this, whoever shot this guy, while they're, running the dogs and the helicopter gets called out and all that kind of stuff, I'm babysitting the gun. And I'm just staring at this fucking gun for like 2 hours. And I'm so angry and I'm so sad. And I'm angry and sad at myself. Well, since that incident, I was kind of shook. I'm not going to lie. I was kind of shook. And there was a call that went out for a fight and gunshots fired. And the same thing happened again, where my adrenaline was so bad that I was incapable of operating. I was incapable of doing what I never even got to the scene because my adrenaline was so bad. And it was on the other side of town and everybody got there first and they got the scene controlled before I would have even got there. But I hated myself. I hated myself because my adrenaline was so out of whack that I was incapable of performing during that initial scene where a guy that I should have told to go inside got shot. And then I was incapable of performing on that second scene. Now, I hated myself. Now, that being said, that doesn't mean that I didn't have W's after that either. So after those 2 incidents where my adrenaline was just totally out of whack, I snuck in and I arrested a meth guy. I could tell like a guy who threatened to murder his mom, and I creeped on him and he was bigger than me and I got him into handcuffs. I got into a crazy fist fight with another guy who was high on cocaine and high on, and drunk on vodka. And I wrestled him and I beat him and I got him into cuffs. And so I had W's after these 2 L's. But these 2 L's stuck with me. And I think the reason why they stuck with me so hard was because I couldn't control it. My conscious brain was saying, get your heart rate under control, do box breathing. Let's get this under control so we can go do our jobs. And so my conscious brain was saying that, but my body was screaming. Like my heart was just saying, like, no, like you're in a fight right now. You need to have the maximum level of adrenaline. No, you're in a serious situation right now. You need to have the maximum level of adrenaline. And so if there's something like beta blockers, which again, I haven't checked out, but I've had, PTSD or anxiety flashes like that in random stressful situations since getting out of the service. Now, the truth is I was able to separate myself from the scenario. I was able to breathe. I was able to get it under control. I was able to talk myself out of it, all that kind of stuff. But that's because I didn't have a job to do. Whereas if I was still in law enforcement, beta blockers borderline sound like a fucking superpower. Because if I was able to do what I needed to do and still have enough awareness and adrenaline to be strong in those scenarios, but not so adrenalined out that I was out of control, that's a fucking superpower. That's a fucking physiological superpower. But anyways, we'll get back into the content momentarily, but I want to check in with chat a little bit. Hans Mayer says, Raging Tomato is so blonde, I can't listen to her. Melody says, Connor will be so big, we'll be an hour into the video and not even know it's muted. True. I'm going to technically fuck it up, absolutely. Wait, you're not the dipshit centrist? Well, I mean, I am, but thank you. Zena says, my problem with Rami Malali is that he claims that he's defending the Constitution is the most important thing, but didn't think it was necessary to vote against Trump. Yeah, I know. Is Raging Tomato some new version of Britney politically provoked? Yes, but I think she's actually better. AF Racing says, I'm begging for more law enforcement officer content. Well, I just gave it to you. Unork says, I'm pretty sure your beard is a beta blocker. True. Mud Farmer says, propanolol is standard for performance anxiety. Not all beta blockers have this effect. Interesting. Christian Blair says, dude ends up getting shot and Connor blames himself for not telling that dude to get inside. Well, I do. Tagring says, Uncle Connor, your stories are always about terrible things happening to people or just straight boring shit. True. I would watch this content again. More cop stories. Cool. Disrupty says, damn, that shit could fuck someone up. Dude, I lost, I'm just going to share it too, just while we're at it. I lost a baby, a crack baby, and that fucked me up. So I just got a call for like a medical call. It was already at the hospital. It was suspected neglect. And what was going on was a baby was dying because it was a crack baby. And the grandpa was taking care of it. The mom had already abandoned the kid. And the kid was falling out. And the doctors were doing everything they could. But none of the doctors had the stones to tell the grandpa that he was about to lose his grandson. And so I had to tell him, sorry. I had to tell him, and he had other grandkids that he had to take care of because his fucking daughter was a piece of shit. And so, I had to tell him, and that fucked me up too. So yeah, so that's the kind of shit, man, where like, yes, I'm going to use this to grandstand, okay? I'm going to use this to grandstand. That's when Rob Knorr or American Nacho or these other fucking losers, they say, oh, Connor, you betrayed your integrity. You have no honor. You're a liar and a piece of shit. It's like, no, I know what I am. No, I know what I am. I tell the truth, even when it's inconvenient. I tell the truth as maximally as possible. And no, I'm not a coward. I've done things that these people would fucking shit themselves. I've done things that these people are physically, spiritually, mentally incapable of. I know what I am. I know what I am. And so if I get angry when weak men across the internet say I'm a coward or I'm a a loser or whatever. If it's because if I get angry, it's because they haven't seen what I've seen. They haven't done what I've done. If they knew who I was, if they cared to know who I was, if they'd been through what I'd been through, and then they were saying that shit, maybe I would take their words a little bit more seriously. But to them, I think this is also just a game. This is also just a game. And so that's why I do get angry. I cuss them out. I say naughty words. But ultimately, I sleep like a fucking baby with criticism from fucking losers like that. Sorry for making it real. Tag Rung says this is why it pays to not have feelings. True. 7 says I'm on propanol for hyperthyroid and that shit fucks. Based. Mud Farmer says fuck me. I'm getting secondhand anxiety. Yeah, it sucked. Sapien Green says, are you sure you didn't have an anxiety attack? I'm sure I did. Tag Rung says does sound like an anxiety attack, to be honest. Well, it was. Mud Farmer says there was an episode of House MD where an undercover cop took propanol and that was the problem. He couldn't admit it. Fashion 40 for 5 says, thank you for your humanity and vulnerability. Yeah, well, it is what it is. So AF Racing says, Shrinks, you mentioned feeling cooked, which obviously isn't poggers. Let's focus today's session on getting you some W's and feeling more based and white-pilled. Oh, shit. So, yeah, the guy lived, okay? So just to share, the guy who got gut shot, he lived. We caught the guy's incarcerated, all that kind of stuff. The lady who neglected her kid, did drugs while she was pregnant and ended up killing her kid. As far as I know, she's still out there somewhere being a fucking junkie. But if I could, I would at minimum incarcerate her and do forced detox and forced therapy. At maximum, I would crucify her. I know that crucifixion would not solve any of the world's problems, but you see an infant fall out, you're ready to crucify someone. So yeah, sorry for making it too real, but yeah. Yep. Rob Nord, the self-confessed bad faith actor. Yep. This is happening. Says lots of people can't talk about the trauma they've endured and can't articulate it and how it felt. It has affected them and continues to affect them. Glad you're able to be open about it. Yeah, it fucked me up. And that was one of the things when I had my first kid. I was like, I don't think I can do this job anymore because I didn't think I was capable of seeing that kind of thing and segmenting my humanity during a shift. And then like holding my son a few hours later. I don't think I was psychologically capable. Fashion 40 says, being a heroin baby and almost losing my brother when he was 6 months because of a druggy mom, I totally got an emotional flashback. All right. Anyways, so sorry for making it real. Let's get back to the autism. But I'm going to go ahead and shill like a piece of shit. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with the chat. Lots of smart, interesting, cool people in there. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And then what I'll share, I think part of the reason why that rant came out is because this smug bitch on our screen right now is probably 40 or 50. He's probably like a fucking Nepo baby. He probably got like a 6-figure job straight out of college. He's probably some dickhead who was born on third base. And so as a result, for him to come out here and fucking tell us how the world is and tell us how society is and sweep for one of the most corrupt, fucked up, incompetent regimes on the planet, it basically tells me that he's never done what I've done. He's never had the shit end of the stick. He's never eaten shit for a living. He's never worked a fucking working class job. He's never seen death up close. He's never fucking done any of this shit. Because if you do any of this shit, it's almost physically impossible to talk with the level of like corporate lizard sociopathy that these fucking freaks who run our society do. And so, yeah, like that's where I'm at, where, I'm going to say sorry again. I'm sorry for kind of like coming in so fucking heated that I was barely able to control myself today. But I think that's why I got so fucking heated. I think that's why I get so fucking heated, is because we're being run by these lizard corporate lying fucks. And to them, the death and misery that they cause is a fucking game. And that's why I get so angry. So, quick before we get back into it, Connor's probably the most normal dude in the scene, to be honest. I'm trying. I'm failing, but I'm trying. Fung Dark says, thanks for making it real, big dog. I appreciate you. Oh, Wiki Detron72 says, money, money, money. Money makes the world go around. Tagring says, God loves you and died a human death to absorb and absolve all that sin and pain. I don't believe you, but that's okay. Fashion 40 says, don't apologize. Being human is the only thing that will keep America together. True. We need more of it. True. All right. Anyways, I parasocially love you guys. Let's keep going.
22-year-old YouTuber.
Since I've been in politics, I was working for members who were with Scalise during the congressional shooting. We didn't know if they were okay for many hours. I remember what happened. People didn't say, oh, he was a Bernie bro, so we're going to come for the Bernie bros. Yeah. There was this nature of we are going to realize something terrible happened and we're going to move on. You pointed to Dylan Roof, which political in the way that Obama handled it, but the Minnesota lawmakers, Paul Pelosi. I understand why the right feels like they're the victims more. I asked somebody very close to me who's a big MAGA person, and they said, well, they tried to kill the president twice and they just shot Charlie Kirk. Everyone in America knows those two things happen. Most Americans can't name those Minnesota lawmakers. They probably think something happened to Paul Pelosi and they don't really know. But the data itself is pretty clear. This is a problem we have to acknowledge that exists on both sides. The sooner we take responsibility for all our rhetoric, and there is left-wing rhetoric that I think is very dangerous and contributes to the anti-ICE sentiment. But this is not one side only.
We're back, and it's time for your unpopular opinions. You each have 30 seconds to tell us yours.
Yeah, mine is on the most important story of the week, okay? The rapture. The TikTokers that were preparing for the rapture, they need to be hired by FEMA, okay?
I was going to skip the segment, or this last little bit of the segment, but I'm happy I didn't. That's strong. That's a strong joke. This guy's a dork, and Adam Mockler is outcompeting him. But this is a funny fucking point. Good for this guy.
Sure, they got the timing wrong slightly, but the preparation and the detail orientation was fantastic. They were talking about where to position your arms when you're being raptured. They were saying don't look down as you're flying through the air. Really pointed suggestions that we need in FEMA so that could be directed. And then you unleash this swarm of influencers.
You know, my side is going to eat me alive for this, but I do think Donald Trump is right. Diet Coke is the best drink on the planet. Like, I can't get enough of it. You can't even overdose on the thing. I need to chill out on it.
That's not an unpopular popular opinion. That's a popular
opinion. If you
opinion.
said Diet Pepsi, I feel like that's highly unpopular.
All right. That was cute. That was a cute way to end it. All right. Anyways, we're at 2 hours and change. I'm going to have one more. I'm also going to be taking content suggestions, okay? So this is Adam Mockler versus Brylan Hollyhand on Newsmax. I'm not sure if I'm going to finish the segment, but I did include it in the title. Charlie Kirk's clone sucks. Okay. Brylan Hollyhand has apparently been doing online political commentary for a while, but his viewership, maybe he's like big on TikTok, but he is not big on YouTube. He's got 12K subs. His videos are not performing the highest. 5K views one day ago, 1736, 5, 13, 2, 3, 7. But this guy's going on a 10 college campus tour right now. And he's also getting onto all these big shows, which is like Plant, Nepo Baby, you know, that kind of thing. Like there's something going on here where this dude is some kind of like, he's got to be a TikTok star or something, or he's got to be like a Twitter star or something, because this guy's reach on YouTube is actually trash. But I have to assume that if Adam Mockler is as insightful and intelligent as I believe he is, even if this is a year ago, he's probably going to annihilate Brylan Hollyhand. So effectively, if we find that the argumentation is not relevant, then we'll skip through the segment. However, I do just want you to see this Charlie Kirk trash clone get fucking mogged by Adam Mockler for a second.
He's a youth advisory council co-chair for the RNC, and Adam Mockler is a Gen Z
Oh, kill me now. He's the RNC chair youth advisor. Jesus. Yeah, like I didn't want anybody in chat to be catching strays, but Brylan is a girl's name. Yeah, remember like 5 years ago when everybody was like Kylie N, Briley N, Emily N, Emily Lee. Holy shit. All right, anyways, enough of the hate. Enough of the hating. Let's see. Let's not hate him on the aesthetic. Let's hate him for what is it? Like Martin Luther King Jr.'s quote, okay? It's like, I believe that one day little black girls and little black boys will be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Let's do let us not hate Brylan for his name and aesthetics. Let us hate Brylan for the content of his character.
Influencer and YouTube star. Welcome to First Edition. I can't wait to hear what you have to think. I mean, what you think.
Thank you guys for having us.
Yes.
Thanks for having us. Happy
see you.
Tuesday.
We're almost like a Twitch just now. We'll get to that in a second. But the youngest generation of voters are growing up in a new era of media availability with a variety of new perspectives. So, Brylan, how do you prioritize them? We've seen the Joe Rogan podcast. I just mentioned Twitch, but can you delve into how you're getting your news and how most of Gen Z is too?
Yeah, absolutely. When I joined the campaign as the RNC youth chair, there were two areas we wanted to focus on. One of those is podcasting, and we've had President Trump join countless podcasts, actually doing something that Kamala Harris can't.
Oh no, he's useful. Fuck. If Brylan Hollyhan, like, listen, I will find reasons to hate this man. Don't worry. I will find reasons. But if he's actually consulting with the Trump admin and the RNC on how to get onto all those Comedy Bro podcasts, unfortunately, that's a useful thing to know. Uh-oh.
Explaining his policies in depth and detail and defending his policies and his record. You saw him do a 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan this weekend while Kamala Harris was dodging the press. Those opportunities are where he can actually relate with Gen Z and connect with Gen Z on a deeper level. The second hand of that is the social media outreach. So there was a funny story about a year ago, this month, where I'm talking to President Trump, and I said, Mr. President, you've got to get on social media. And I said, you've got to get on TikTok. He said, actually, they tell me I'm on social media too much, sir. I'm tweeting too much. And I said, there's a difference between Twitter and social media. You need to be on TikTok. You got to be where Gen Z is. Since then, he started posting TikTok videos, and those short form content have been able to get his message out to millions of more Gen Z people. And TikTok says he has the fastest growing TikTok account. It's working. Gen Z is excited to hear from him. And there's a reason that Kamala Harris has the lowest poll numbers with Gen Z of any Democratic presidential candidate in modern history.
Well, it's going to be interesting.
Shit. Yep. He might be what, like, you know how I told you about all right, Mrau. I don't know how Mrau would identify themselves, but they're like a commentary shitter, right? And they wanted to talk to me like an emergency conversation. And I was like, what is it about? And he wanted to differentiate between furry and zoophiles. And I was like, don't worry about it. And I also DM Pisco. Just needed some content for the second half of the show and wanted to chat/fight. But if you're busy, no big deal. I was going to have Pisco on, but he's busy. So it's all good. We'll find another topic. Let me say this, though. This is unfortunate. Perfect. This is unfortunate. I think this guy is probably the same thing that I was complaining about in reference to that 50-year-old fucker that we were just watching. Probably born on third base. Daddy's rich. Daddy has all the connections. Got a 6-figure job out of college. Never known a day where he had to eat ramen, or a week that he had to eat ramen in order to pay bills. He's going to get all the talking points. They're going to dump all of the bullshit into him. And he's not actually going to have a personality or a soul. He's just going to be really, 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 really good at regurgitating talking points, and therefore he'll be propped up. And then same thing with the social media awareness. While you're like Connor, everybody knows the podcasts that people need to go on, and everybody knows the TikTok channels that need to cover the president. No, they don't. I'm a millennial. I don't know half of this shit. I need a Brylan. Okay. I need a center-right, center-left Brylan to guide me through the nightmare that is TikTok. So unfortunately, this twat is probably useful.
To see how the future shapes out, because TikTok, I heard, is going away, but we'll see. But meanwhile, the Boston Globe surveying more than 100 Gen Zers born between 1997 and 2012 about how they stay informed. Almost none of them say they read the print newspaper, and cited influencers, infographics.
Yeah, they're all getting their news on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Yep.
Memes on TikTok, Instagram, and other feeds as their main source of news. So, Adam, how reliable is this, given that there are 41 million eligible Gen Zs to vote?
Yeah, dude. Eric Dom says that effeminate video on the private jet from Brylan always gets me. Dude, tell me. Okay? This is the funniest fucking thing that I've ever seen, and I think Brylan, or whatever the fuck his name is, needs to lean into it. Brylan Hollyhand, isn't that his name? What is it? What's his name? Brylan. Oh, it's one L. Brylan. Did I misspell it? I could have sworn to God I just spelled it right. Brylan Hollyhand private jet. This is one of the funniest fucking things, dude. Look at this shit.
What's up, America? It's me, a fellow Republican. I'm about 30,000 feet over Langley right now, and I just want to say that I've got my finger on the pulse of conservative politics, which of course is inside of Lindsey Graham. Let's take it to the liberals by pretending it's 2003, and I also want everyone to know that both sides are bad. In conclusion, Ben Shapiro has a voice as sweet as honey, and Harry Sisson is fierce and straight. I like sports and barbecue. Okay, see you later, fellow conservatives.
Wow. Dude, God has a fucked up sense of humor. God is an asshole, and he sent Brylan Hollyhand to fucking punish me individually. So hold on. Brylan Hollyhand is on a private jet flying over the Northeast, talking about how Lindsey Graham is fake, Ben Shapiro is fake, and how conservative barstool sports media is insufficient. So he's accusing them of being fake while being a polo-wearing boat shoe. And I love boat shoes, by the way. I used to hate boat shoes so much. I fucking love boat shoes right now. But a Sperry-wearing, polo-wearing, skinny jean-wearing twink.
See you later, fellow conservatives.
From a private jet. Fucking kill me now. God created Brylan Hollyhand to punish me individually. It's all about me.
Next week.
Yeah, listen, I think a lot of Gen Zers rely on digital media because it's easy to consume. It's easy to consume a 60-second clip of somebody that looks like you, somebody that's fun to listen to, rather than listening to Suits on CNN. So that's why you see a lot of people relying on digital media.
Uh-oh, he called out the people who are having him on for the show.
You also see this mass migration of even older generations going to digital media. And as to how reliable it is, I think you need a healthy mix of different types of media. If you're only consuming TikTok, you're definitely missing a lot of stuff around the edges. But again, if you're only reading BBC articles, you're probably missing a lot of stuff around the perimeter as well. So to Gen Zers, I'd say try to have a healthy balance of what you consume. And yeah, it's really easy to consume TikToks, I feel like.
This is fucking epic. Wow, man, 542. This is one of the best comments you've ever fucking made in chat. Brylan is what happens when a twink watches Wolf of Wall Street. Bruh. That's so based. That's so fucking based.
They are easy to consume, and I agree. I think if we are going to have TikToks, Republicans need to get on the platform. Brylan, your thoughts on
I'm not reading that AF Racing, but that is horrific and funny.
President Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden, though? He credited Barron for helping him get that Joe Rogan podcast. Compare that with Kamala's more low-key approach to the swing states. Newsmax even spoke to Trump supporters outside the rally, some as young as 14, who they can't even vote, of course.
The honor of Wall Street. The honor of Wall Street. Oh my God. I'm gonna look it up with Safer. Okay. I think I have Safe Search on for this. The honor of Wall Street. Otters have more hair than Brylan. Oh my God. Bro, if somebody said that shit about me, I would be so offended. And for those of you who don't know, a bear is a large, typically muscular, but doesn't need to be muscular, hairy gay man, right? And so an otter is a way for you to, kind of insult, but also just be descriptive that there's like a small, skinny, twinky, hairy man. And what's so funny about changing it from the fucking Wolf of Wall Street to the Otter of Wall Street is otters have more hair. Otters have more hair than Brylan. Oh my God. Y'all are fucking brutal. That was fucking brutal. That hurt my feelings. I'm not even the butt of the joke.
They say that their future depends on President Trump getting back to the Oval Office. What do you think about it?
Well, they're exactly right. And first of all, I'll say about Barron that he absolutely has been involved. He's been in conversations and he's been a part of this strategy that we've implemented for the podcast and for the social media outreach. And why has that been so successful? Because Donald Trump actually has youth voters in his ear. He doesn't have these interns that are, old and decrepit and not really, in touch with Gen Z like Kamala Harris has. Clearly hers is inauthentic. Clearly Donald Trump's is working. Clearly Donald Trump is actually reaching out to the everyday youth voter, and it's working. It's proven effective. I mean, you talked about the 14-year-old being at that rally, and you talked about what's going on in Madison Square. The reason we saw that be so successful is because he's laying out a policy platform exactly what's affecting Gen Z. Gen Z voters don't care about all the buzz that we've been seeing the past few weeks. Gen Z voters genuinely care about that they can't afford a home, that they can't start a family, that they can't start a life living out the American dream in Kamala Harris's America today. Donald Trump can bring that back. He brought it back 4 years ago, and he can bring it back again, hopefully starting after next week's election. Gen Z wants that back, and that's why we're seeing 14-year-olds get in line at Madison Square Garden.
That's so unbelievably frustrating to me that they think that tax cuts and tariffs are going to recreate the American dream. Guys, listen, I'm just going to say it, man. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. I am dedicating my social media political career to telling the truth as I see it. And if that makes me popular, awesome. And if that makes me unpopular, it is what it is. But you have to understand that, Democrats need to stop. Okay, you need to come up with the technocratic policies, but the technocratic policies are not what's going to get you elected. Okay? What's going to get you elected is simple, straightforward messaging, promise people how you're going to improve their lives. And I think James Tamarico or whatever, that white Obama clone, I think that he's stolen Bernie Sanders' message and he's stolen Obama's cadence. But I expect him to be successful as long as he has the charisma to carry a podcast or carry a show. I think James Tamarico unironically could get elected president as long as he gets the right people around him. But that's because he's like a manufactured person. But the manufacturer is almost perfect, which is the billionaires, the millionaires and the billionaires are not paying their fair share. The American dream is no longer accessible to America's working class and middle class. And, we need to have a stronger society in order to make sure that Americans are able to have decent lives. Like, I don't know why that was like Southern and New Jersey and Bernie Sanders Jew, but, I tried terribly, but I tried. And so that's the kind of shit that you need. You need super, super, super simple messaging. Now, if somebody gets into policy, you can talk about policy. But when the fuck has Donald Trump ever talked about policy in any kind of coherent way? Donald Trump hasn't talked about a coherent fucking policy in complex ways in a decade. You know what he said? He said, we're going to build a wall and Mexico's going to pay for it. That's what he said. He said, we're going to onshore jobs and we're going to get trillions of dollars back into the United States. We're going to save manufacturing. Now I'm channeling like Obama and Trump hybridized. So anyways, the point of all I'm making is like Democrats have to get off of the technocratic jargon. That plays well with me, but I'm special. Just like my chat, I have a 3,000 IQ. I have an 8-inch member. I am a top 1% Giga Chad, and everyone in this chat is Giga Chads or Giga Stacys. So you are not who needs to be catered to in an election. Onshore the Japanese, absolutely. The millionaires and the billionaires. He sounded more like JFK than Bernie. True. Oh, let's go.
Interesting. So, Adam, obviously, I'm in a suit, in a tie, no less, right?
Nerd. All right, let me grab some water. I'll be right back. Pisco says he's available in 30 minutes.
But I'm on X, I'm on Facebook, Instagram, but I know I'm talking to Gen Z. You got to do more, right? The only Twitch I have is from my producer and TD, technical director. If I don't follow instructions, I get a Twitch, right? Because they're going to be yelling at me. But here's the situation. What are these platforms? What have they been saying or communicating over the last 30, 60, 90 days to people who consumes that information regarding the border, the economy, and so forth? What's actually coming across to you guys?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. First of all, I like your suit. I wasn't talking about you in particular, but also I want to respond to something Brylan said really quickly, because I was at Trump's Madison Square Garden rally. I go to these rallies and I have very respectful conversations with Trump's biggest supporters. And there was one common theme among all of them, and it's that none of them can name a single economic policy from Trump. So when it comes to VP Harris, she has a housing plan for people like Brylan and I, first-time home buyers, so we get a tax incentive. When it comes to the child tax credit, a $6,000 child tax credit, not a giveaway, but an incentive for people to build families. Also an incentive for small businesses to start up with a tax deduction. And I don't know if this is loud, but I'd like to pose the question to Brylan. Can you name a single economic policy that Trump has for Gen Z? Just a single policy.
Well, first, let me say to that, why hasn't she done it? Why has she not encouraged?
She's not the president.
The president. Yeah, well, she has lunch with the president at least once a week, hopefully more than once a week, and she could be encouraging these policies. She hasn't done that.
She's not Biden.
She's been on an economic task force with the White House. We've seen none of this. She hasn't offered to fix the broken economy that her administration has put in place. But for the second thing on that, the policy that you're evading, that was her very first economic rollout, is this thing of price caps and price gouging.
Do you know who knows how to fix the economy? The 22-year-old in a fucking private jet. That's the guy who knows how to fix the economy. Do you know how he's going to fix the economy, though? Tariffs and fucking tax cuts. What an asshole.
When it comes to what we've seen at the gas stations. The last time that was implemented was by Jimmy Carter, who is arguably one of the most failed presidents in history in his time in office. When he did that, we saw long lines at the gas pumps. Our parents and grandparents' generation remembers that. These policies that she's trying to put in place have been tried and have been failed. She clearly didn't, she slept through history class because what she's trying to put in place isn't working again. So you're kind of cherry picking policy.
Jas86 has an excellent point. It would be nice if ICE wouldn't raid Korean factories and insta fuck up that manufacturing relationship. You're using too much of your brain, Jas86. I am guilty of that as well. What's up? Yes. On what, though? Love basil. Go for it. All right. Like the stream. We've had around 150 people today. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you, and thank you for being here. Mad Money Max says Connor casually Gen Z bashing, but should actually be bashing the boomers that are in office right now. I do bash boomers. What was specific about? Can you tell me, Mad Money Max? Can you tell me specifically what my Gen Z bash was? Because I wasn't. It wasn't intentional. So I want to know what it was, and I want to see if I stand by my own words.
That she's put out there as a response to failed policies. But my response quickly is just, why hasn't she tried to run all those policies when she ran as a presidential candidate in 2020 or when she was elected vice president that same year? It's pretty disappointing to see that.
Wow, that really quickly.
Okay. This is what's so stupid about it, is that people think the economy is a speedboat that can turn on a dime, but it's very clearly a fucking oil tanker. And so this guy being like, when the economy's good, it's because of Trump. When the economy's bad, it's because of Kamala. That stuff plays to idiots. Okay?
I want to ask you one more time. Can you name a single policy?
Mad Money Max says, you know who really knows how to fix the economy? The 22-year-old on a private jet. Yeah, bro. Do you think 99% of Gen Z are riding around in private jets, bro? You think that that's something that most TikTokers can, most Zoomers can empathize with? Flying around doing a political tour on a private jet? I don't think so.
Policy? Can you name one single policy? Because you completely didn't answer my question. Is it the tariffs?
I think he did, actually.
That, dude, but that's what I'm saying with Mockler, man. You got to avoid the technocratic jargon, bro. You got to avoid the technocratic jargon. You're fighting with idiots.
Adam, I think he named quite a number of policies.
But also, President Trump has loved to put a small business administration together. He put that together for the first time, and he's made a very clear point that he's going to do that in his second administration.
Well,
because he's a businessman.
He's only referred to tariffs on Chinese exports, and by the way, price gouging laws exist in many states across the country.
Wait, so why is this a 3v1? Aren't you guys supposed to be the hosts?
Maybe you know what? I'm going to open up a TikTok account and so forth. I'm going to follow you. I want you to follow me back. I'll give you all the information you need. And you know what? I'll give you a preview right now. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. And for your mama and your daddy, your grandparents, no tax on Social Security. So that's actually, when you look at it, President Trump is like Oprah. He's giving something to everyone. Including
great. The Republican Party is now the party of Gibbs. Awesome.
You.
Why didn't he do that his first 4 years, though? Why didn't he already do that? I can put the same question
because
back
he was actually creating a foundation.
In 2018, the largest tax cut in modern American history.
And he created such a good foundation that 92% of his advisors turned on him. All of his closest generals turned on him. He lost his vice president. What kind of person builds a foundation that they have to completely restart fresh their next administration? I mean, Brylan, can you tell me why Mike Pence isn't his VP anymore?
Adam, I appreciate you asking the questions, but I'm going to take the reins back since we're the hosts. I have some
saved by the host. Nice
questions here. Brylan, in terms of the display we saw on Sunday with Tim Walz and AOC, what do you make of their back and forth on Twitch with Tim Walz saying that AOC could potentially be the...
I love Adam, dude. Like, I'm not trying to be gay about it, but like, you have to understand, I met this guy when he was at like 50K subs in the summer of 24. And he did. I have no idea what his family background is. I don't know if he's rich. I don't know if he's poor. I don't know if he's normie. I have no idea what Adam's background is. But he got famous in the summer of 24 for walking around doing street interviews and doing debates with MAGA. And that content just exploded. It just exploded. And so everybody knew because he was at the, I want to say the Cincinnati, Ohio canvassing event with Progressive Victory. He was at that event and everybody was like, oh shit, he's like 50K. Well, he's a small dog, right? Because we had Loner Box, we had Hutch, we had Steven, we had a few other people, but everybody kind of knew that Adam was going places. And not only was he going places, he not only was he going places, he was so fucking nice, dude. Now, like, I have no idea, you know, maybe he'll change over time. Maybe he'll become a sociopath. Maybe he'll start lying. Maybe he'll start eating cats. I have no idea. But I'm telling you, at least from the preliminary impression that I had of him in Cincinnati, how receptive he is in DMs, how tactful he is while also still saying what needs to be said. Yeah, dude, this guy's a killer. This guy's a killer. He's a killer. He'll remain a killer. So, Mad Money Max says, came off more that 22-year-old can't have any good insights into the economy. If that's what you meant, I have said, you know what really knows how to fix the economy? The trust fund kid on a jet. Okay, well, I'm being mean and ageist. I'm almost 40, bro. I'm halfway through my fucking life. Let me be grumpy. Jeez. I have the sound muted, but I'm reading chat based. Luke says, why did all Republican media that has 15-year-old mean girl energy? Because they are envious of gay mean girl energy. Wow, man says, it's okay, Connor. We know you're low-key bi. Remember you gushing over Tom Bilyeu? Yeah, Tom Bilyeu or Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill will remain my gay crush.
Speaker of the House. Not to mention the fact that they did it on Sunday Night Football. I mean, how silly is that? They both lost in the game 0-0, which is much like Tim Walz when he tries to shoot birds. He's not able to do it. But curious to get your perspective. Is this a winning strategy to get to reach young voters as well as young men, which Kamala Harris has not been able to do?
It's not a winning strategy at all. And first, I'll say to Adam's point that in her 3.5 years as vice president, Kamala Harris has had over a 70% staff turnover, which is pretty disappointing as a vice president. So clearly her staff's not agreeing with her as well. As for what happened this weekend, we saw Tim Walz continue to be out of touch. We saw video game streaming instead of actually reaching out to Gen Z. We saw him making football references that weren't true. He said, we're going to run a pick six. You don't run a pick six. It's just not how that works. I was with Tommy Tuberville this weekend at a football game. I was sitting with him in a box, and Coach Tuberville looked at the video and goes, what in the world is this guy talking about? He wants to be vice president. He wants to reach out to Gen Z. He wants to reach these male voters, and he doesn't.
Yeah, dude. When I'm running for Congress, I'm going to be playing like Halo, and I'm going to be playing Call of Duty, and I'm going to be squatting on my dead opponents. Lethal Lance says, love how every time Connor says something nice about someone, he has to caveat with the possibility of them becoming Jeffrey Dahmer. Well, there's a lot of psychos in Twitch and YouTube politics. Let's be real.
Even know how to make football terms with football analogies, but allegedly he was his high school football coach. It's not really working. Again, they're continuing to be out of touch. They're wondering why it's not resonating with Gen Z. If anything, it's scaring Gen Z away because they're being so aggressive with their pushing, trying to get on Twitch. And if anything, if you need another reason not to vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, simply refer to the fact that they said AOC would be their Speaker of the House. That's terrifying. That's frightening. Nobody wants AOC to be Speaker of the House, including Democrat leadership. That should give you a reason not to vote for him.
You know, Adam, the thing is, let's actually move off the shore of America and let's travel around the world. The reason why I say that is because when Trump was in office, we engaged in no new conflicts, no new wars. Under the current administration, one of which actually wants to receive a promotion,
age like fucking milk,
to be president, under their collective watch, Biden and Harris, we're seeing conflict in the Middle East. I call it war, but you know, they haven't officially declared war. And then you have Russia and Ukraine, and then you have China actually threatening Taiwan, and so many other things that are going on in the.
Yeah, did Trump solve that? You know, we're 7 months into his administration, maybe 8 months into his administration. Has he solved any of that shit, or did he just say that he was and then didn't? God, I hate these people, dude. They're like goldfish.
The world. So How is that coming across Twitch and all these other social media platforms? And what are Gen Z actually? How do they view it? How are they digesting the information and forming their opinions?
There we go. That's the word that I was looking for. That's the word that I was looking for. Thank you, wow, man. Is it worse to get rug pulled by Trump crypto scam or teabagged in Call of Duty by President Connor? Listen. I don't know what skills might have rusted over the past decade. I feel like I got onto Call of Duty multiplayer and I was just getting fucking owned left, right, and center. But I know that I was a above average to excellent FPS player like a decade ago. I can get those skills back. And so I think that there actually would not be very much shame in getting teabagged by me because, again, like I'm above average. I'm 40. I'm old. My reflexes aren't as good, et cetera, et cetera. But I understand, like, how to camp, how to pie corners, how to, move, appropriately, how to use flashbangs, how to use grenades, how to use throwing knives, how to use tasers, how to use riot shields, how to combo primary and secondary, using noob tubes. I know how to use the rockets. Like, dude, like I could make you a 10,000 page thesis paper on how to play the original Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And so while I'm not the best, I really am not, I could dunk on 60%, 70% of the population. So will I get dunked on by pros and by sweaties? Absolutely. But will I be dunking on casuals? Absolutely. So yeah.
Yeah, listen, Putin went into Crimea in 2014 under Obama, and Obama should have been stronger, but then Trump had 4 years to take action. He did nothing. And then after the fact, now Donald Trump plays buddy-buddy with Putin, and his peace deal necessitates ceding Ukrainian land, which kicks the can down the road to another administration. And if Donald Trump cedes Ukrainian land,
Haterade says, good morning, dude. I'm listening to you while doing homework, and I just got done doing overtime. Does any of this count as doing something manly? Yeah, sure. I mean, listen to us is probably boosting your testosterone levels. Doing your homework is base because it means that you have some level of discipline. And then overtime is absolutely manly as fuck because you got that time and a half pay, bro. Hell yeah.
and that in turn emboldens people like Xi Jinping to look at Taiwan and say, hey, if I go on a land grab, I can probably get a little bit of grand. Look at, they let Vlad get a little bit of land. And I want to back up for a second because you guys said.
True. Eric Dom says, do you think MAGA goes after Tim Waltz because they genuinely dislike him or because they perceive him as a threat? I find him likable and so far was only disappointed by his Vance debate. I think he's too nice, bro. I think he's too nice. I think he gets stepped on because he doesn't step back. And when he steps back, it feels kind of bitchy. Fashion 40 says, Connor, shit's changed, daddy-o. Call of Duty is way different now. This ain't 402 Thunder El Prez days. Well, I'll get good then. I'll get good. Sacred Snow says there's more shame in getting teabagged by President Connor because you would know what's happening. Oh, man. Connor, would you murder my pet squirrel? No, absolutely not. As a matter of fact, if anything, I would like liberalize domestic, like you know those like pets that you're not allowed to have, like raccoons and possums and squirrels and alligators and all that kind of shit. I would make those laws where if you effectively have like domesticated wild animal that cannot survive in the wild and it actually does see a veterinarian, you're allowed to keep your fucking pet, like your pet wild animal. Like it's your liability. If you get bit, that's your problem. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, whoever, like New York State euthanizing that squirrel was fucked up. And I think like another state euthanized a pet raccoon that hadn't done anything wrong. It was just like hanging out with its owner, and the Fish and Wildlife people confiscated the raccoon and ultimately euthanized it. It's totally fucked up. Connor has released a gator into the Everglades, confirmed. No, I released a gator into Lake Dora. That's where I released an alligator.
That Tim Walz and AOC completely
well, first,
lost
answer the
their
question, Adam.
game.
You a moment ago. No, I'm not going to let him talk. I'm going to actually direct him back to my question.
I was trying to,
yeah. Because you actually accused Brylan of not answering the question. You sound like
I did answer
Kamala.
there. Yeah, for sure I answered there.
No, you sound like Kamala Harris. I'm asking, what does Gen Z think about Biden and Harris handling or lack thereof of all these conflicts around the world? And you pivoted to Trump, and he's not in office.
What do they think of Biden's handling? I think Gen Z has a diverse amount of views. You can't categorize them all into one group. So if you go on social media, it seems like a lot of Gen Zers are unhappy with the Biden administration's handling of the situation in Israel and Palestine. But if you actually poll Gen Zers, that's not very representative of us. A lot of us care more about the economy and care about housing than foreign policy. So don't get confused with TikTok and Twitter. That it seems like Gen Z has an outsized representation of people who care about Palestine on those platforms. So I'd say largely foreign policy is not something we care about, but we'd much rather have somebody stable in office, not Donald Trump. And I do want to say, can I just answer this really quickly? When you guys said that Tim Walz and AOC lost in that Madden game, that's because they got distracted by Donald Trump's insane Madison Square Garden rally where they were making jokes about black people eating watermelons, calling Hillary Clinton the devil and the B word. And that's before Donald Trump even took the stage. They used all of this wild apocalyptic rhetoric. Maybe they got sidetracked.
Yeah. Well, they're easily sidetracked, even when in office and.
Oh my God, I hate these people. All right, I'm engaged with chat. Fuck these people. Fuck them. So, anyways, Adam Mockler, kind of based. Brylan, whatever, is a lizard person, but unfortunately, he's probably going to be relevant in politics going forward. And these hosts absolutely suck. So, is what it is. Thank Brandon says that was just Kristi Noem celebrating a new lip enlargement. She shot the squirrel in celebration. Randy says being okay with unregulated animal sanctuary as long as you don't live next to them feels very NIMBY. Well, yeah, I mean, like if you're in the city or whatever, there should be like regulations, but you know, I still don't think the state, like if you're not bothering anyone, if nobody's getting bit, if nobody's getting hurt, if nobody's getting injured, then yeah, I don't think the state should confiscate your tame wild animal and execute it. Whaleman 542 says the real question is what Connor would do to Minecraft as president for what they did to the Halo franchise. Oh, what would I do to Microsoft? Oh, lethal injection, crucifixion, something like that. What a massive squandering of intellectual property. What a massive squandering of the potential that Microsoft engaged in. I'm just going to go ahead and pull up some trash while we're waiting for Pisco. Pisco said give him 30 minutes. We gave him 30 minutes. And, you know, now we're kind of in a holding pattern until he's ready. What do you guys... Ooh. Hey, guys, look. Here's some new Counterpoint Star Wars content. I'm going to go ahead and open that up and play it on my side screen because I like my own content. I made it. I made it for you. All right. What do you guys want to do? Is there any hot Destiny debates? Is there any hot panel debates? Is there any hot... I just saw Erudite, like Queeman talking shit about Erudite, but you know what else is new? You know what? I'm going to defend Kyla's honor. That's what I'm going to do.
You mean like what Destiny said?
I'm going to defend Kyla's honor until Peace goes ready. So let's do that real quick. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps, and law enforcement veteran, a real Republican, and I would argue that's because I hold real Republican values. Queeman is a schizophrenic, 4chaner, Kiwi farmer, drama streamer, who's funny, but also a massive asshole. He has a huge hate. I can't use that disgusting word, but he is obsessively hating on Kyla, also known as Not So Erudite, and Stephen Bennell, also known as Destiny. And so while we're waiting to talk to Pisco, a liberal creator, I'm going to go ahead and defend Kyla's honor and Stephen's honor by proxy.
You mean like what Destiny's saying? You mean like what Destiny's saying? You mean like what your business partner is saying? Not that she'll ever acknowledge that that's what her argument is, but that is what she believes.
Yeah. Mad Money Max says, did you see the news about EA today? No. Did they crucify the leaders?
Yeah, every single episode is like the most inhuman conversation and makes you hate both parties even more. Yeah, he's Norwegian.
Based.
He's Norwegian. Fuck you. That is way closer to you than me. Like, if you literally have no concept of like subtext, then yeah, there's nothing prescriptive in it, sure.
And there is
but
context.
You also think lesser of people for being a different race than you, don't you?
Yeah, Sacred Snow says the prey breakdowns in sci-fi have been fire. Dude, we're about to release Predator Killer of Killers. So yeah, dude, like If you're not doing so already and you're into sci-fi, you're into Star Wars, you're into Warhammer 40K, type in Counterpoints 40K if you want Warhammer 40K. Type in Counterpoint Sci-Fi if you want Aliens, Predator, Expanse, all those breakdowns. And if you like Star Wars, check out the breakdowns. Because even with The Acolyte, which is a TV show that I know is not popular with a substantive amount of the Star Wars audience, I think I did an excellent job of pulling the cool stuff out of Acolyte and highlighting it.
Large. That's like the other point there. But yeah, everyone around you in that boat was probably a brainwashed scumfuck. Yeah, no shit. Where are some of these erudite? Where are these erudite hate threads on DGG? That's what I wanted to read. I wanted to read the erudite hate threads from Our Destiny. Yes, we saw this clip the other day from the JLP interview, where basically she says she sounds like reluctant. We'll play the clip. Would you play the clip?
Which would you rather have as president, Justin Trudeau or Donald Trump?
Ooh, you don't like me.
What would you rather have as president, Justin Trudeau or Donald Trump? Dude, this guy.
Maybe that's what we should watch.
It's so retarded.
Do you?
I love you. I love you.
I don't know.
Yeah, I
Neither. I don't like either.
So, which would you prefer if you had to make a choice?
Oh, they're both so corrupt. Gun to my head.
It's got to be Trudeau, right? What is this clip, Kyla? Now I'm about to start attacking Kyla myself. What the fuck? Like, listen. Trudeau's an asshole. He's been in power for too long. He's kind of a cuckold. I have a suspicion that he is Fidel Castro's son. You know, take a look at this. Tell me that Justin Trudeau is not Fidel Castro's son. Fidel Castro, Justin Trudeau. He's a cuckold. He mass imported, like he endorsed all the mass immigration. He's let housing get out of control. He's let pricing get out of control. He cracked down on the COVID bullshit. Look at this, dude. Listen. I'm telling you, okay? I watched your commentary on this. It was amazing. I love black people. I love black people too. Yes or no? True. Beta. True. I would go Trump over Castro. Really? Well, no, hold on. Trump over Castro, obviously. I'm talking about Trudeau. Isn't Trudeau like a progressive, liberal, soy, weak-wristed loser, right? And then not just that, by the way, until I get a DNA test, I'm making presumptions that they are biologically related. This is the level of difference between my dad and his brothers. My dad and his brothers look this similar. My sons, I would like to think, look this similar to me. Okay, they look like a perfect combination of my wife and me. And Justin Trudeau looks like a perfect combination of Fidel Castro and another woman. So look at Justin Trudeau's dad. Okay, Justin Trudeau's dad. And apparently, the Trudeau family were swingers. The nose looks kind of similar. Okay, I could see the nose. He looked like he had more acne, though. But the nose on Castro is super similar. Damn, bro. New conspiracy theory. It wasn't Justin Trudeau's mom that cheated on Justin Trudeau's dad in order to make Justin Trudeau. It was Justin Trudeau's dad that cheated on his mom in order to make Justin Trudeau. They had a gaby, guys. They had a gaby. Did Justin Trudeau's parents swing? I think it was rumored that they were swinging. Rumors that Justin Trudeau's parents, Pierre and Margaret, were swingers have circulated for years, often in conjunction with false conspiracy theories about Justin Trudeau's parentage. There's no credible evidence to support these claims, though Margaret Trudeau did lead a public social life that was heavily scrutinized by the media at the time. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She was 22. He was 51. Her age, free-spirited public presence, and later separation from her husband were highly publicized and often sensationalized by the medias in the 1970s. Yeah, dude. No offense. Marie Trudeau. Justin Trudeau's mom. No offense, bro, but I'm gonna believe it until I see it. Until I see the cotton swabs. Look at this. Tell me this chick wasn't drinking rum, hooking up with Castro. Yeah, bro. Sorry. I'm a hook, line, and sinker into this conspiracy theory. Until I see paternity tests, Castro is Trudeau's dad. Anyways, the whole point of it, silly aside, but why is this with hesitation? I don't know why this is with hesitation. This is silly.
Probably Trudeau.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You want to
But again,
Wow. Where's her comments on here? She's like replying to comments somewhere. I mean, I guess we'll just read some of the hate.
Oh, conservatism says you listen to Trudeau's crimes and completely skipped him banning guns and semi-autos. Yeah, but you're a part of the Commonwealth. I assumed you guys were cuckolds in the first place.
Okay. This should prove she doesn't think it's that bad. I don't know who said that, but it's true. These commentators just don't think it's that bad. Yes, Destiny said that before. Not trying to pull up race and gender, but assuming both Erudite and I are immigrants in the US, our situations couldn't be more different. What Trump does is directly implicating my livelihood and my status here as an immigrant. While Erudite can simply switch sides politically and she's good to go. Or just playing both sides of them to get the benefit of the doubt from both sides, especially with her cuck rhetoric. Yeah, it's simply getting boiled down to Trump is not that bad. That's why I hate when people who are not in my situation calling me unhinged when their lives are not at stake due to Trump's policy. I guess there's some Hispanic immigrant that is being racially profiled due to Supreme Court changes.
Conservative liberalism says, I'm American, you son bitch. I care about my neighbor's northern freedom. Oh, base for you. But yeah, I mean, they're no offense, but I think those, dang, all I have is like anti-Canadian slurs bubbling up to my top of my head. Can y'all say some syrup-based and snow-based slurs about Canadians in chat real quick? Because I don't want to say them out loud because I'm on Valor Media Network right now, but can y'all just type them in real quick? There's a syrup-based slur, and there's a monkey snow-based slur. That's a good one. There you go. Those are some good ones. I like that. Oh, man. Yeah. There we go. Listen, I didn't say it. All right. I thought it. Okay. I thought it, but I didn't say it. Y'all said it, and I laughed. Okay. I didn't say it. Oh my God. You guys are so bad. I'm sorry. I'm crying a little bit. That's awesome.
Not so erudite. Here she is. Guys, it's JLP. This is a joke interview. Of course, I don't think Trump is equal to Trudeau. In every conceivable metric, Trump is obviously and blatantly worse. In this interview, I explain how he's an incompetent and bad leader who won't even allow opposing.
Okay. This is I need to make a Reddit, and I understand that like large chunks of you guys might be DGGers or Redditors or whatever, so I'm being insulting to Reddit, okay? But I think that Erudite is making a classic mistake. Giving a shit about what people are saying on Reddit, I think is a classic mistake, okay? I think that it's already bad enough that you get tweets, you get DMs, you get replies, you get quote tweets, you get this, you get that. And truth be told, if somebody was like rude or snide or shitty on, like I had I'll I'll say him by name. I had a mutual named Fruit Brute who was a conservatarian who did apologia. I think he did apologia for Trump, but he said that I was only doing what I was doing because Destiny was paying me and I wanted Steven to have relations with my wife. Now, I don't care if we're like online mutuals of a couple of years and you say some shit like that. Even if you're fucking joking, like, fuck you, right? Block, see ya. I'll forget you exist in like a week. Okay. So, anyways, the whole point is that like social media, you should cultivate for your experience. Yes. Do you need to have engaging conversations? Absolutely. Do you need to fight the steel man of your enemies? You probably should. But should you also be having fun? Absolutely. And so I can think of nothing more unpleasant than caring about what people are talking shit about me on a Reddit. Like, let them go talk shit, right? That's what Reddit's for. Reddit's for talking shit about things. So if you think I'm a bad guy, you think I'm an asshole, you think I'm an arsler, you hate my commentary, et cetera, go to Reddit. Go to Reddit and talk shit, but don't expect me to take that as like, oh no, guys, I need to change my behavior. A bunch of people on Reddit are mad at me. That's like, that's such a waste of time and energy.
Views be around him. I regularly avoid a full-throated commentary on Trump because my immigration lawyers told me to be cautious.
I can read this one. A bunch of puck biters and puck slurpers.
I've said this to people numerous times. This is a meme question at the end of the joke interview.
Man.
This post and the comments on it to it are unhinged. Sorry I didn't virtue signal hard enough for you guys. I'll be hosting a DGG Change My Mind next week. I'll check with Hobbit. I think that's the current head model subreddit. If he wants to post the info here, if I can switch to my own or just on my own YouTube next week. If I'm such a cucked idiot and you're also smart, come up and prove it. So it's just a meme? Haha, well memed. You really got us. You're so smart and based. Fucking Albertans, dude. Not so Erudite claims that saying Republicans weren't afraid of Biden having criminal immunity because they knew he wouldn't be unhinged is just mind reading. Goes on to dispute how much right-wing pundits / leaders.
Yeah, dude, why would you waste your time? AF Racing says Reddit is overwhelmed with tanky children with 60 IQ who operate solely on vibes. It's a tough place for an adult these days. Yeah, dude, if that was like half the website, if half the website are Hassan Piker D riders, and if the other half of the website are like edgy zoophilia vegan debaters, why would I possibly care? Why are you dodging? I'm dodging because I don't have a fucking call notification from you. I'm not dodging shit. God, you're so annoying.
Hello? Yo! What up?
How are you?
How's it going? Hang on. People need to be able to see your beautiful face.
Yeah.
Why are you such a cop?
Because I used to be a cop.
All right, one sec.
Give me a second. Let me pull you onto my screen.
Yeah, do that.
All right, chat. Can you hear Pisco? Can you hear Pisco?
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hello.
Somebody answer me. All right, and also quick show before we start talking. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here.
Transitioning.
How are you, Pisco? You setting up, or
good,
should
bro.
I be quiet for a minute?
No, we're good. Everyone can hear. No, wait. Talk something. Say something.
Hello. Good to see you.
Yo, what up? Why are you such a bastard, bro?
In reference to what?
I don't know. Shit in general.
My parents were super smart. I was an angry stoner in high school. I had a chip in my shoulder, and that got worse with the Marine Corps. And then
you had a chip in your shoulder?
Yep. And then also same thing with law enforcement. Basically had like 4 years of I was professionally paid to have people talk endless amounts of shit to my face. And me keeping my job was reliant upon me not beating the fuck out of them. And so now that I'm like done being a cop and done being a Marine, I want to talk endless amounts of shit. And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah. So what's going on with you in terms of this political corruption stuff? So you seem to be consistently calling it out from Trump. That's kind of what I wanted to to talk about and to really
yeah, it's like
I haven't-
comparing jaywalking and fucking murder, dude.
Yeah,
Like, listen,
yeah.
I can still go back and say, hey, Hunter Biden did the metaphorical equivalent of jaywalking when it comes to political corruption, but Donald Trump increasing his net worth via cryptocurrency within the past year by $3 billion when he was only worth 4 to begin with is fucking. It makes the Biden story look cute.
Yeah,
it's like
have
quaint.
I have no. There's a little bit of an echo. Just heads up.
I'll mute myself when I'm not talking.
Okay, word. So I have no doubt that you have a degree of scale in your mind, which I really appreciate. But I really want to hammer down on the Twitter files thing real quick. Maybe there'll be an easy conversation. We can move on. But it's something that I wanted to get into.
It might be because I took some hydroxyzine today, which is like a pill
What's
it's an antihistamine, but it makes you chemically incapable of having emotions. And so I'm going to be like super descriptive where you're going to be like this, and this. And normally I get pissed off and yell at you, but I'm probably not going to today.
So you're not going to be very emotional today is what you're saying?
No, you can get it out of me.
Yeah.
I trust you to make me emotional, but I'm saying like you're operating at an advantage.
Okay, so let's start with Twitter files real quick because obviously, folks, what's in the news has been the kind of pressure campaign that Trump is waging on in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting assassination on various different actors, ranging from Jimmy Kimmel to immigrants to individuals who are being encouraged to be canceled. And then we have a bunch of executive orders targeting certain groups, Antifa, targeting certain ideologies, and basically blaming the left. And it's in that context that there's this response when we say, hey, authoritarianism, hey, First Amendment, hey, this is unjust, which is like, you guys are reaping what you sow. And I'm first, I guess, curious, I guess I'll ask a question is, do you believe that? Is there a part of you that's like, hey, the left is reaping what it sows, or maybe not the left, Democrats are reaping what they sow because they did X, Y, Z. And so this is comeuppance. Even if I don't agree with it, it is, in a sense, to the smallest extent, maybe, or to some extent at all, just desserts.
Well, yeah. So I would say yes, but I want to caveat it, which is effectively like 15 to 21, I suppose, would be where conservatives were complaining about like censorship on social media, or why can't I talk about the election, or why can't I talk about COVID, or why can't I talk about how Michelle Obama is a fucking man, or why can't I use like anti-trans slurs? Like that was like the peak was 15 to 21 before God, why can't I think of his name? Elon Musk bought Twitter. That was like the pressure cooker that I think caused this Trump backlash or the conservative backlash. However, I will say again, the conservative backlash is murder compared to jaywalking. And I can get into details on that.
Yeah, so let's walk through it. So on the one hand, I think that you'll find agreement with me that there was some of this cancellation gone too far in terms of the exuberance of some on the identitarian woke left or whatever you want to label it as. I found it on my college campus in like the 2013 through 18, 19. I'm not going to specifically put a number on it, but that era where I was even writing articles in my student newspaper being like, this has gone too far. We should let white people wear sombreros. And I lost some friends actually because I took the position.
There
was a people who called me,
you fucking racist piece of shit.
An Uncle Jose because I'm betraying Latino people because I say that.
You're gonna let me walk around in a sombrero, drunk,
no,
unchallenged.
So, I was totally fine with that. So there was a sense of it where I felt there were aspects of the cultural stuff that went too far. They were like trying to get the IMF chairperson not to have like speaking events at campuses and essentially acting like jerks a lot of the time. I think a lot of that's conflated with Me Too, where there are some cases where it doesn't seem clear to me that they should have been quote unquote canceled, and others where it seems quite clear they should have been canceled. And so basically, that's my sense of what happened there. That there's some exuberance, some things gone too far. Talk me through your take on that, and then let's do the comparisons.
Yeah, and I'm being. Oftentimes people think that I'm trying to put like some moral weight onto it when oftentimes I'm being descriptive. I'll tell you if I'm putting moral weight on something. But AK Badasoy says, is he talking to Pisco or reacting to Pisco? No, this is a live conversation. And what did you challenge me on yesterday? Or not yesterday. What did you challenge me on last week? Just real quick, because we kind of like summarized the scenario and then we moved on. I just want to catch up AK Badasoy real quick.
Twitter files stuff, or are you talking to your chat?
Maybe we just hit on the Twitter files. I don't remember. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So anyways, no, this is a live conversation. Just in order to have audio, I have to have 2 windows open, one of me on the side, one right here. But Pisco and I are talking right now.
Yes.
So anyways, so as an example, okay, there's a confluence of things that make me frustrated and pissed off. When you're talking about like the left going too far, quote unquote, I think the prime example is like the Kyle Rittenhouse story. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why is because should a 17-year-old be armed with a fucking AR-15 defending property in a state that he doesn't technically live in? Probably not. That I would view that as governmental failure. However, once he does so, and he's defending a community that he's a part of, because Kenosha, Wisconsin, and wherever the fuck he was from was 20 minutes. He worked in Kenosha. He had family in Kenosha, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, there. Yep.
And then once, and then he didn't own the gun. It was given to him by his friend who lived in the state who owned it or some shit. I forget the exact details. But the point is, like, should that guy be characterized within pop media, liberal media, and progressive media for the better part of a year and a half as a white nationalist mass shooter who killed 3 or 4 black people? Absolutely fucking not. And so that's where I feel like the liberals or progressives were taking their dominance on social media and they were running away with it, even though the truth of the matter was infinitely more nuanced. Now, truth won out. Rittenhouse won out through the case. So ultimately, all's well that ends well. But I think that's kind of like probably the most egregious example of what I can think of where there was a truth of the matter. Liberals and progressives didn't care, and they jammed through a narrative anyways.
Yeah, so I view the kind of narrativizing of the kind of propaganda stuff and a lot of the wild takes as kind of in the domain of discourse. That having free speech, an incident of free speech, is you're going to have people who are going to be hysterical, who are going to distort, who are going to misinform. That's kind of the cost of doing business. In terms of the Rittenhouse, I think that's a great example of where there was a robust discussion on his guilt or innocence, where the issues related to him culturally, legally, self-defense wise, they were all aired out, right? No one was being silenced for supporting Rittenhouse. No one was being silenced for not supporting Rittenhouse. And I think.
Yeah, and sorry, I have a right-wing guy who's bringing up something that I also think is kind of like a national level story where right-wingers were rubbed wrong. Nick Sandmann, the guy who was in the Indian guy's face in DC, and he was like had a smug face, but he was like a high school kid, the Covington kids, right? And so
this
once
is all
again,
examples of media shit where they run with narratives, they distort. I mean, this is the media. I think that oftentimes they don't do their homework. And I think that that's true of both sides. And it's not a censorship issue. It doesn't really feel like a censorship issue. It doesn't feel like a government authoritarianism issue. It feels like something
I agree with you.
have to deal with.
It feels like, if I'm being descriptively accurate, because it wasn't a government censorship issue. As far as I know, Joe Biden or whatever Democrats were in power, they weren't like, hey, Kyle Rittenhouse must be impaled at the stake. The worst thing that Biden did, though, is like tweet out a video. But I don't even know if Biden did that himself. That could have been just some random staffer who didn't fucking know the details of the Rittenhouse case. And then same thing with like the Covington kids. You're right. It ultimately was a national story that kind of broke the way where truth ultimately won out, which is why free speech is so fucking important, is because, yes, you can have like people running with media narratives, but ultimately it tends to be that truth wins out over time. So yeah, I'll agree with you that what's going on right now is substantively worse. And then not just that, I would like to get into specifics on the Twitter files because I don't think you're going to be surprised. But I think you'll you'll be able to see more of where I am.
Okay, so before we get there, I just want to I think there's a lot of agreement here. I think there's an agreement that the media often distorts, or there'll be an emphasis, or there'll be a narrative that is on social media, or even sometimes on I think the reporting on that individual, that kid that you mentioned, that there was some bad reporting coming out of some mainstream news organizations. I think they even apologized, or that there was lawsuits even about that. So not much disagreement there. I think it's kind of par for the course so far as American history is concerned. We've had yellow journalism where, all the journalism that pushed for war in the lead up to the Iraq war, et cetera, et cetera. So there are always questions about responsibility and ethics in journalism. There are some journalists who do it better than others. I always feel uncomfortable saying the media as one entity, but you're going to find agreement with there that there's a bunch of idiots who are journalists, and smart people who are journalists, and dumb narratives and smart narratives. And
and sensationalism leads, right? Isn't a white nationalist mass shooter disrupting a Black Lives Matter protest by killing 2 people and injuring a third? Isn't that infinitely more interesting than 18-year-old white kid defends himself during riot? And then same thing with the Covington kids. Isn't it 20 Catholic private school kids bully Native American in nation's capital? Isn't that way more interesting than schizo Native American was doing a protest at the same time that Catholic kids were hanging out in DC and they got in each other's face a little bit? So
I think
there's
bias,
an element.
Absolutely.
There's an element of people, if it bleeds, it leads. And if it's sensational, then it's going to lead. And sometimes people lean into that shit.
I just don't view conservatives as victims of this. They're agents here, and sometimes their own.
Well, I would agree, particularly since Elon bought Twitter. I agree with you 100%.
But even before then, one, they're playing the game on the other side with respect to their. I mean, just open the New York Post. You would think after reading it that New York City is a fucking war zone, because every other story is
JD Vance tweeting or retweeting Donald Trump calling Portland a war zone deserving of federal troop intervention is one of the most fucking disgusting things that I've ever seen a Republican do ever.
But what I mean to say is they play on sensationalism. They play on these identity issues. Black versus
the Haitian
white,
migrants eating fucking cats and dogs.
Right.
Any moral authority that the right wing had in 2019 is fucking evaporated and then some.
Sure. And the left does it too.
Well, and what Tagrin wants me to articulate, though, which I agree with, though, for $5 says, these are examples of left-wing media targeting regular people before the power shifted. This is your team's overreach, Pisco. However, I think that the binary team line is bad, because that basically means that I'm responsible for the Charlottesville truck attack. That means that I'm responsible for the Dylan Roof, the church shooting. That that's all part of my team. That's all the right-wing binary, right? So I don't think I should be holding Pisco responsible for everything that happens, quote unquote, on the left.
And you really shouldn't, because my Rittenhouse takes, I think, were quite qualified and quite tailored at the time. And I think some of them are probably still available. Some of the first conversations I was having on the matter had to do with the law of self-defense and what would, whether this was an easy case. And I basically said it was not at all a super clear-cut case that he's a murderer. Pushing back on the notion that there might be evidence that he provoked, but if there's not, doesn't look like it's going to be a good case for the prosecution. And so I wasn't playing into this racial narrative. I was against a lot of the certainly all of the rioting, all the violence and shit. That's not, and anyone who knows me knows that that's not my bag, baby. So yeah, no, I get it. I don't like to ascribe collective guilt to any particular person. I don't know that he's doing that to me. I think we're just characterizing that the media will run with narratives. Both sides will play into those narratives and push different lines that attract clicks, attention, and
that's where
their goals.
So that's where, regardless of the truth, I just want to describe perception. I think that in 19 and 20, I felt this way as well. I know I felt this way 15 to 19. So what it felt like was the one conservative major media outlet in legacy media, I suppose, was Fox News, right? That was the one major media outlet. Then, thank you, baby. Oh, thank you. So now you could bring up other media outlets, but I'm just saying perception. Let's roll with perception. So with perception, Fox News is corporate. They're interested in tax cuts. They would be considered by many on the right to be like part of the uniparty or the deep state apologia, right? And so what happened is a lot of right wingers who didn't fit into the Fox News mold, they went to YouTube in order to have like a social media outlet. Now, what ended up happening, though, was because of COVID misinformation, because of election misinformation, because of not being able to use racial, ethno-religious, and sexual slurs, not being able to engage in hate speech. A lot of people, and by the way, like hate speech, I'm not saying illegal. I'm just saying like I dislike this person because of their immutable characteristic.
Under their codes of conduct, under their various different TOS.
You couldn't do that on social media. You couldn't do that on Twitter. You couldn't do that on YouTube. And those were the two biggest platforms at the time. And so that pressure, justified or not, led to right-wingers feeling like an ideologically oppressed member within their own country, which is why I feel like Elon Musk purchasing Twitter has felt like this massive pressure release valve that has shown all of the horrors of the right wing.
I mean, I'm not even that convinced, though, that it's a pressure, because a pressure release valve implies it's letting off steam and is, de-radicalizing or assuaging some of the concerns.
Yeah, now it's making it worse.
Yeah, no, I'm not convinced of that. In general, by the way, I think that I said both sides there just to indicate that both sides have some tactics, but in terms of degrees, I just don't view the right wing as this cringing minority in that era. We're talking about an era in which Trump was the president of the United States, and where for a lot of it, they had congressional control.
He was being attacked by the deep state, Pisco.
Yeah, no, but that's what I mean. All of these issues, to the extent that they're issues of culture, they're issues related to the media, and potential bias of social media corporations or whatever. But that's all in the realm of legitimate decisions about speech that are either done by individuals, corporations, or these like news entities. And I just don't see that as a government oppression issue, even at the level of like banning COVID misinformation, banning election misinformation, that kind of stuff. It seems like well within the rights of these social media platforms, their First Amendment rights, to decide and have their own discretion about what content they have.
The problem, though, is that I think that because I was around for the debates at the time, especially 19 and 20, that's kind of when I got started, was the right wing and even the moderate right, which I would consider myself a part of, especially at the time, was saying like, hey, regardless of whether or not you think these things are legally justifiable, on principle, we're having problems where the right wing feels like they can't articulate their ideas for fear of like censorship or whatever, social media censorship. And what the common response at the time was, well, they're a private company, they can do what they want, which descriptively is true, but it's also not dealing with the problem. And now we actually have, the right wing has solved this problem through the market. Now you have Kick. Twitch is effectively like still its little fiefdom of like progressive and liberal and lefty bullshit, but Kick is now a viable streaming platform. Rumble is a viable video platform. What else is it? True Social. I've never been on it. I'm assuming it's a fucking nightmare, but True Social is an alternative to Twitter. And so as a result, the market has given us a solution. But what's happening is now we have split realities where the social media platforms that I would say probably had like a liberal bias, maybe a progressive bias. Now the right wingers are totally they either dominate these platforms now because the liberal and progressive social media bias platforms allowed the right wingers to come back once they loosened terms of service, or they're in their own schizo fantasy land. And the schizo fantasy land, like you said, it's like it's making them fucking worse, not better.
Yeah, so I want to comment on that because I just don't buy the narrative that these conservatives were all subject to this authoritarian nanny state / regime of censorship that really stifled them in many ways. They were being catered to with the largest news organization in the country, that's Fox News, and the related News Corp properties. They have, big ownership interests in various different media organizations. And now it's
like
even
Sinclair.
Yeah, exactly. And where they're cornering the market in talk radio, cornering the market in terms of these like distributors and stuff like that. Definitely a lot like we said, the big social media push for these alternative news and podcasters, that was all happening at the same time. You have people like Tim Pool and Steven Crowder rising up, et cetera, et cetera. So like these are all big avenues of media inclusion where these narratives are being played. They're not being silenced, and certainly not by the government. And now
but they would argue that's in spite of progressive and liberal effort, not because of progressive and liberal tolerance.
But their best examples are COVID misinformation and election misinformation on like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter to some extent, but barely even on Twitter. But like most of these narratives are still getting through. And yeah, I mean, they were within their rights to do so. And it doesn't mean that they weren't getting the opportunity to voice their different concerns. And the proof of that, by the way, the proof of that is so many people bought into these COVID narratives. So many people still now are pushing bullshit stories about treatments for COVID, that COVID was all engineered, et cetera, things that have no basis in fact whatsoever. And so it's not the case that these views weren't articulated. Yeah, there were concerted efforts by some people to moderate that shit on certain platforms. But now look at where we are. In terms of every major social media corporation, you have Zuckerberg bent the knee to Trump. You have, so that's Facebook, Instagram, et cetera. You have YouTube and Google now bending the knee to MAGA narratives in some ways. And because they're fearful probably of regulation related to monopolization, some of these determinations, and they're trying to have a good friend in Trump. You have TikTok. They're leveraging now a new buyout, and they're going to have a deal that's going to be given to like News Corp and other allies of Trump. All the major news organizations are being pushed around. Bezos, right? Bezos, who owns the Washington.
Dude, I'll concede to all of this. I'll concede to all of this descriptively. However, I think that, I mean, I'm seeing it in chat a little bit, and I agree with it, is that this is in spite of liberal and progressive efforts, not because of some like principled commitment to free speech. And I'll just say, in Twitch and YouTube politics, whenever I brought this up, where I was like, hey, like, as a matter of fact, Key Code, a regular member, he articulated it perfectly, the exact sentiment at the time. Oh no, you can't be racist or misogynist while also spreading bullshit propaganda about it. Poor Republican, sad face. But dude, we got the world's smallest violin like played to us repeatedly on fucking panels where they're like, oh, you can't be racist. Oh, you can't be misogynist. Oh, you can't be a fascist. Oh, go fuck yourself, right? And they were playing the world's smallest violin. But you have to understand that there's no legal prohibitions against being racist. Against being sexist, against being fascist, but that's the way that it fucking felt at the time.
These conservatives feel like they had to go to some off Broadway like social media organization, but they didn't. Most of their shit was freely being shared on Facebook
because monetization was not where it is now. And by the way, monetization on Rumble, Kick, and Twitter are good-ish now. But they're still not anything compared to YouTube. YouTube is still has the corner on monetization.
So now, as part of the analysis regarding the cultural zeitgeist vis-a-vis censorship, has to do with the monetization availabilities on these platforms. Like that can't be part of the analysis. I thought the problem was these views aren't being allowed, not that these views aren't being made profitable. And if that's the case. Then everyone should be talking shit about Destiny's demonetization, but they don't care.
They would be profitable. The only reason why they weren't profitable is because social media companies decided that they were going to be moral arbiters of American speech.
Which they are all the time. Which they are as a matter of course.
Sure.
Which they are on, and everyone wouldn't have a problem with that. Like people were doing this big thing on Twitch to get certain content creators demonetized, but also the booby streamers, to get the booby streamers because they didn't want ads being like sort of funneled to kids and have this kind of stuff on Twitch. And most of that stuff would not even be considered pornography, let alone obscenity or something. It just, maybe lascivious content or something. But yeah, I mean, that's speech. It's clearly protected speech.
No
one seems to have a problem with that.
I'm with you, and this is private. I guess what I'm trying to point at, regardless of whether or not I'm doing a good job, is that vibe, I guess, or whatever, of Oh, I can't say what I want to say. I can't do what I want to do. Oh, if they weren't suppressing me, then I would still be making shitloads of cash. But they took me down because I was speaking truth to power about COVID or the election or how Donald Trump's amazing or about how black people are responsible for disproportionate levels of crime or about how trans people are all psychopathic and there's only two genders. All of that sense of
that vibe,
victimhood.
Yeah. I think it was an inauthentically crafted narrative.
I think a lot of these people are so stupid they genuinely believe their own bullshit.
Well, it's hard for me to take it seriously.
I think Tim Pool believes his own bullshit. By the way,
have you seen that he might believe it. I don't know. Have you seen that SNL clip with Lisa Kudrow where she's like, "I'm being censored and I'm only allowed on these platforms on Alex Jones," and like, so
yeah.
It's
that's
a meme, right? It's a meme. All these people.
No, that's it. Alex Jones was banned. Yeah, Alex Jones was banned for his fucking Parkland shooting schizo shit that he ended up losing tens of millions of dollars.
No, that's not Parkland. That's Sandy Hook. That's Sandy Hook. And
sorry.
That's defamation. That's defamation because he was accusing parents of being actors and lying about their kids being slaughtered. It was one of the most disgraceful, and they paint it as this was silencing of Alex Jones because Alex Jones was basically accusing these parents of doing the worst thing you could ever accuse a parent of doing, which is either orchestrating their child's killing or lying about their child having been murdered and being operators for the government and essentially sending people to harass these parents. It's
which is by the way, that's why I don't give a fuck. That's why I don't give a fuck, is because he effectively he was so egregious in his speech that I think that he would be a liability to any platform that, carried him and propagated it. And then he was ultimately convicted. Now he has a right to express his earnestly held views out loud. But he also, I agree with you descriptively that social media platforms as carriers of content, they do have a moral responsibility to make judgments about what they're going to carry. And they're not just balancing the needs of the content creators, they're also balancing the needs of their advertisers and investors.
But I just view that as all right, yeah, Alex Jones was sued because he defamed a bunch of Sandy Hook parents. Alex Jones put CSAM, or allegedly, there was CSAM materials and the discovery materials they sent over to the other side. Alex Jones wouldn't even respond and was trying to evade service and wasn't even responding to the allegations at a certain point. He was engaged in some of the most reprehensible litigation tactics ever. If you watch,
I agree with you descriptively. Yeah,
this guy is a total scumbag. And
again,
he was when has he stopped talking? He has been a loud figure on the right, and he has not been shut up this entire time.
No, I agree. And so that's where, if we're in the space that we're in, which, by the way, I think that legalistically we're, the right sense of oppression, you think might have been manufactured or emphasized for political expedience. And then now we're in a completely different world where Twitch is not the only game in town. YouTube's not the only game in town. Twitter's not the only game in town. And so effectively the conservatives have followed through on the left-wing sentiment at the time, which was, if you don't like what we have, go fucking someplace else. And the conservatives went someplace else.
You mentioned that. Now the conservatives are implementing the thing that they accuse the left of doing.
Oh, because yes, I want to talk about, before we do that, I want to talk about the Twitter files, and I want to talk about how bad what the right wing is doing is. But I desperately need to use the restroom. Can you entertain my audience for 60 seconds?
Absolutely. I'll give them a little rundown on the Twitter file stuff.
Perfect. I'll be right back.
Cool. So the reason we're talking about this is because the Trump administration is using the powers of the government to pressure coerce private actors to censor speech. And this was always a theory of the right that, maybe there aren't speech codes as such that are being implemented by the Biden administration, but they're pressuring private organizations, and the government's not allowed to do through coercion what they're not allowed to do directly. They can't indirectly censor speech through some kind of bad faith coercion. And so the best example of that recently was the threat by the FCC chairman Carr against ABC and affiliates if they didn't take Jimmy Kimmel off the air. So that is the most clear-cut example of a coercive threat, basically a threat of government regulation, fines, etc., by the FCC, if someone is not brought down in response to their views, basically for what they say and what their position is on different subjects. And in this case, it was what Jimmy Kimmel had to say about the reaction to MAGA, to Kirk's assassination, Charlie Kirk's assassination, in which he told the truth. He said a true statement, which was that MAGA was desperately trying to paint the shooter as someone other than themselves. That is a true statement. Is there potentially an implied implication, or like a subtle implication that he thinks it's probable or possible that this person is MAGA? Maybe, but it's not 100% clear, I think, and emphatic. And I think it's a true statement. I think people took it out of context. And anyway, that brings us back to the Twitter files. The response to us being like, hey, this is a coercive threat. It's not allowed by Supreme Court precedent. It's certainly a violation of the First Amendment for the government to use its regulatory authority to go after private actors to censor speech. The response has been, but what about the Twitter files, bro? And I think that there is a willingness by some people in the middle to concede that point. So yes, well, I criticize it when all sides do it. And that, I think, is giving way too much fucking ground. And I am eager to seek out these centrists to make sure that whenever they're trying to give ground and say, well, I criticize both sides on this specific issue, there's someone pushing back. And so that's what I guess is
let's do it. What I think is super interesting is I can articulate my my passion about the Twitter files and the implications that I made at the time and the arguments that I made at the time. But over the past year or two, I hope she doesn't mind me saying this, I would say I actually became friends with one of the people who's at the heart of the Twitter files. And I kind of got like an inside scoop on it. So to articulate the problem, or at least what I view as the problem, is that we did have the election misinformation motivation and the COVID misinformation motivation for why we were doing what we were doing in 21 and 22, right?
Being Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube to some extent.
Yeah. If people are getting bad information about COVID, if they're getting bad information about vaccines, if they're getting bad information about treatment programs, then there's a chance that literally tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people who do not need to die could either be severely injured or dead. And so
people downplay that risk. People downplay that risk.
They really do, but we lost 1.1 million people.
Yes. And I'm glad you brought it up. Someone who's, I think, puts this well is Sam Harris. Listen, I always have a soft spot in my heart for Sam Harris, even though I disagree with him on a lot of stuff. He put it like, and he was quoting some citation somewhere, but basically suggesting that if there had been better uptake in the vaccine comparable to the people who were dissuaded to take the vaccine when they could have by misinformation, whatever, it could save on the order of magnitude of like 100,000 lives or more in the United States alone, and probably millions across the world. So this is not a trivial amount of lives. I mean, think about all we're doing now in response to Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Right.
You have 100,000 potential people who could have lived. This is not a trivial issue.
I try to explain this as a matter of scale, and a lot of people really don't like it. 9/11 2001, we lost 3,000 people, and we launched a multi-trillion-dollar international war that resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths. But for 1.1 million people, we act like it's water off of a duck's ass. And that's, I don't think people understand the scale. I think they just hear a million and they just hear a 3,000 and they just go, it's a lot.
Yeah, no, and I think all of us behave this way, that we don't react. And I don't know if this is a moral failing or what it is. But so, for example, if I told you that 10,000 people will die if you take a given policy, and I'm like, oh, wait, no, I was wrong. It's 60,000. Your being against that policy isn't going to be 6x. It's not going to be perfectly mapped on. Oh, sorry, you're muted. I don't know if you're muted. Yeah, but whatever your valuing of that issue, of that policy, and how much you value the cost isn't going to be perfectly represented by the degree and difference in lives at that scale. And there's something about the scale of these things that really turns off our intuitions. And sometimes I think that needs to be like recalibrated, because we, like you mentioned, The 3,000 number is like much easier to comprehend for some reason, and counterintuitively, it leads to us
it's
doing
personal.
more action. Yeah,
yeah, it's more personal. It's the same thing with Irina Zarutska. Like I guarantee you, within like the past like 2 or 3 weeks, there's been like random homeless schizophrenic people who have killed someone, randomly. But because we don't have video of it, because they're not a war refugee, because they're not like a vulnerable, beautiful white person, we haven't heard any of their names. But statistically, we are a country of 300 million people, and crazy shit happens all the fucking time. So it's hard to remove the personal from the statistical or vice versa. But but I would like to walk through the Twitter files for the Steelman, and then I would like to rip apart my own Steelman. So if you'll indulge me, I'll try to be as brief as I can. So the Twitter files from my perspective is that we had these things that are in the public interest, like COVID misinformation, like election misinformation. And then we had actors who seem to have a parallel interest. For instance, I think it's like the Everest Institute or the Alpine Institute. I forget who it was, but it was 2 years before the was this had to have been the 2020 election, I want to say. But anyways, what was it had to have been the 2020 election. But they ran a misinformation scenario that was specifically about Hunter Biden. Now, that's weird to me because, like, why are you creating like an emergency scenario specifically about misinformation related to Hunter Biden? But if you talk to, I was going to say, if you talk to people who ran the exercise, the reason why they say is because not only did they have misinformation operations specifically from Russia in 2016, but Burisma was hacked, and it was known that they were hacked before the election. So they just put two and two together, and they were just like, oh, this is the most likely thing that's going to happen. So we're going to run a realistic scenario. Sorry, go ahead. It's
not just that. No, you're absolutely correct about all that. But remember, this Burisma narrative, that occurred, I'm echoing, sorry, that occurred largely as a response to the first impeachment. That's when it really picked up steam, this narrative, in 2019. So that's number one. So everything you just said, plus the Burisma narrative blowing up in 2019, and that's in response to the impeachment stuff. And at the same exact time, the FBI is getting fake information from Alexander Smirnov, who later was charged with being a Russian agent and falsely giving this FD 1023 or whatever to the FBI, saying that the Bidens were taking money from Mykolaiv Zlochevsky of Burisma. And the DOJ knew that that's a Russian agent implanting this fake story to the FBI at a time when everyone is spreading all of this fake information about Burisma and the Bidens, and that Biden was taking bribes. And so in the context of that, where the FBI is actively assessing that someone is a Russian agent and sending in misinformation that is being sourced to known Russian like these Russian oligarchs and Russian affiliated influencers and people like that, it is not at all surprising why the scenario they were running had to do with Hunter and Burisma, because that's what we knew that they were working on, and that's what Trump was playing into after the first impeachment.
Well, and the another interesting detail about that, though, is, bear in mind, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm just an asshole with a webcam. But they actually asked the people who ran the exercise, like, why did you do this? And they cited Russian involvement. They cited the Burisma hacks. They cited, this, that, the other. And then also what they were saying is, I don't know if they were aware of the FBI laptop story. I don't think they were at the time. But effectively what they said is they had been studying Russian disinformation campaigns for so long that they knew that Russian disinformation campaigns oftentimes involve a kernel of truth. And so they will operate based off of several verifiable facts, but then they will coat in all this extra bullshit that's not verifiable. Therefore, the poison goes down with like a little bit of sugar. And so that's why they suspected that what was going to happen was there could be genuine critique of Hunter Biden, of Joe Biden, of the State Department, of Ukraine. But what was going to happen was the Russians, in their opinion, was going to coat the verifiable information in bullshit. And then it would be so confusing leading up to the election that that's how they were planning on manipulating the election, was because nobody was going to have time to research and verify the information by the time that the election was available, or by the time people were voting.
So to take a step back, the reason why people point to this, what Connor is describing is in the lead up to the 2016 election season, there were a bunch of FBI communications with various social media companies where they were giving warnings about potential Russian misinformation / tests / like little war game stuff that they were doing. The details of which are beyond the scope of this conversation. But needless to say, they were in some ways indicating that Russian misinformation, that they were planning to interfere in the 2020 election, and that these maybe are things you should look out for. And because there is no direct evidence that any of the specific acts of censorship that are what are complained about, the one most prominently is the New York Post story about the Hunter Biden laptop, where there's no direct evidence that the government officials directed or even requested for that information to come down on Facebook, on Twitter, anywhere. In fact, in the Twitter files itself, you had Matt Taibbi say that was the problem. The problem, according to Matt Taibbi, was that the FBI didn't comment publicly on a news story relating to the Hunter Biden laptop. So there's no direct evidence that they're involved in the censorship of those stories on the various platforms. The response from MAGA has been, oh, well, look at what the FBI did. They coached prior to this coming out, as though they could have anticipated that Rudy Giuliani would release this, and this blind laptop Isaacson guy would give the laptop to, like they planned this whole fucking shit out. It's preposterous that they knew this was going to drop in October. And so months before, they were wargaming and giving these vague kind of notions about what would come out. The MAGA propagandists, they say they were coached. FBI, DOJ, they were coaching Twitter, they were coaching Facebook, and that's how they were pressuring them. But there's just no evidence that there's good reasons why these war games, these threat assessments related to the Bidens and Burisma is because there was ongoing Russian disinformation campaigns, including to the FBI, regarding this story.
Well,
and so there's no reason to think that that's coercion at all.
Which kind of brings up the next point, but I want to address something that Bo Dickerson, a contrarian right-winger in my chat, said. So we were We were over-prepared for Russian disinfo. That's why we killed a story about a laptop the FBI had in its possession for over a year. Laugh my ass off with gymnastics. But Bo, here's my problem with what you just said, okay? Two things can be happening simultaneously. As a matter of fact, a dozen things can be happening simultaneously. The FBI can be earnestly attempting to counter foreign disinformation campaigns or misinformation campaigns within the election sphere. There can also, Pisco's probably not going to like this, but they can also be sitting on the the Biden laptop story or whatever the fuck. And then I know you wouldn't like that, but that's fine. And then simultaneous to that, hold on, killed a story about a laptop the FBI had in its possession for over a year, laughed my ass off gymnastics. Oh, and then also there can be those things should be investigated separately because now the story is messy to me. And what I mean by that is the FD 1023 created by this Russian misinfo agent or whatever, that should be going to an FBI agent and a state attorney. And they should be verifying whether or not this guy's lying, he's a Russian asset, he's doing this, he's doing that. But honestly, I think that, you should be able to write subpoenas and say, we have all of this information related to alleged financial impropriety, as accusing Joe Biden and Hunter Biden of this alleged financial impropriety. In order to corroborate this information, we need to research it. And then you start doing financial forensics in order to see if there's anything relevant to the allegation. And so that's where, for me, I think you're kind of muddying the waters a little bit.
Here's the problem. There just is a good reason for the FBI, as Connor alluded to be doing these kinds of warnings to social media organizations, because the Russians were actively trying to launder this story about Burisma, this fake story about bribery to Burisma, the fake one, right? That they had Alexander Smirnov trying to sell and to the FBI agents. So there was all the reason in the world for the intelligence agencies to be concerned about Russian interference through fake stories, especially given their interference campaign in 2016. This makes all the sense in the world. And oftentimes the critique is, well, the FBI, I heard this from your chat or whatever, was sitting on the Burisma laptop store. The FBI, and we know this from the IRS, they were investigating Hunter Biden for crimes. This investigation started in 2018, 2019, arguably even in 2016 when Barack Obama's DOJ then started opening investigation into Mykolaiv Zlochevsky. This is in the aftermath of what was going on with Ukraine and the Joe Biden statement. The Obama DOJ actually opened up an investigation into Zlochevsky, which obviously would touch on Hunter Biden to the extent that he was involved in it and stuff. So the DOJ was not sitting. They just weren't like fucking Kash Patel every day tweeting from his toilet in a New York restaurant about lies and about the status of investigations, where the typical practice of the DOJ and the FBI has been let their investigative moves and their filings do the speaking. They don't just publicly comment on the source.
Yeah,
and
I don't want to necessarily get lost in here, because I think there's a narrative thread that you and I can follow that we will agree on. Whereas if we get into some details, we're going to start quibbling over bullshit. But Mad Money Max, I think, actually summarizes my perspective. And again, you don't have to agree with it. Burisma is fake. And what I mean by that is Hunter Biden, if he had just done maybe, because I don't even think he's been investigated for FARA. If he had done maybe some FARA disclosures.
No. He was definitely investigated for FARA, but go ahead.
Well, not charged. Okay. And again, let's not get lost on the details, because I think there's a narrative thread that you and I can agree on. So let's say that Hunter Biden had followed FARA to the letter, and that he had declared his taxes to the letter. He probably would not be He probably would not have been charged with any crimes.
Yeah, no, there would be no crime there. And
yeah,
I don't think he did.
So if he complied with FARA and did his taxes appropriately, he could have done what he was doing legally and avoid all government censure.
And this is us not even getting into the gross, insane, makes you want to throw up double standard here about self-enrichment, given all the shit that's happening
Jared
right now.
Kushner and the current Trump admin.
Kushner just announced a deal with EA. They're buying EA based on this Saudi investment.
No. Hold on. Tagarun, you take it too far. Sorry.
Yeah.
Connor went in on the Hunter Biden cock gazing. It's a shame. No, fuck you. I'm still a Hunter Biden critic. I still stand by probably 95% of the criticisms that I had for Democrat sweeping. I stand by 95% of this. I'm trying to make descriptive concessions to reality. So yeah.
It is reality, and there's no way to get around it. And to think that
no, I will not be voting for Hunter Biden in 2028.
No, yeah,
sorry.
Me neither. But this whole notion, because it's going around that the DOJ or the IRS, they were sitting on Hunter Biden shit, and that's not true. And it's also not possible, right, for the FBI to verify and the integrity of what Rudy Giuliani was selling to the New York Post, because in the possession of the FBI was a laptop. Okay, Hunter Biden allegedly gave a laptop to this laptop repair guy, a Mac. That guy takes a disk image or a couple disk images of the laptop, gives the laptop to the FBI. That's what's in the possession of the FBI. And then this laptop guy, it's a crazy story, calls Rudy Giuliani and gives a disk image, a hard drive, to Rudy Giuliani. Obviously, the FBI is not in possession of that hard drive. The FBI can't chapter and verse authenticate, nor is it appropriate for the FBI, when it's conducting an ongoing criminal investigation. It doesn't want to jeopardize its potential case against Hunter Biden. It doesn't want to claim that it can authenticate what's on that hard drive, because it doesn't have it in its possession. It never had chain of custody. It doesn't know if shit was added to it after the fact. And so, of course, the FBI can't publicly comment, which is seemingly what Matt Taibbi and some of your idiot conservative reply guys want, like the FBI to authenticate a device that they've never seen and has never been in their possession at a time when they are actively investigating Hunter Biden. And so it's not just wrong what this guy is saying, what the MAGA propagandists are saying. It's the opposite of true, right? Everything that they're saying the FBI is doing and should do is the opposite. It's what they shouldn't be doing, or / what they are already doing. That is, they're not sitting on that information, and they shouldn't be talking.
This is where we're going to get lost in the weeds, because then I'm going to, Bud123 is going to say, no, they had the physical laptop and the physical hard drive. And dude, I want to talk about the narrative thread. Okay. So moving back to the narrative thread.
Yep.
So my beef at the time, which I'm sure that if you watch the content that we made at the time, was that effectively, it was, I found it to be, not only did I find Hunter Biden's behavior unethical and arguably immoral, illegal, but I also found.
Can I just grant something right there? Because I do think it was unethical for Hunter Biden to take that job with Burisma, given his father's role in the Ukraine negotiation. So I'm not saying that it was a good thing to do. I'm just saying the narrative surrounding it, that Joe Biden has done something illegal or corrupt, that hasn't been shown, and that the FBI and DOJ are doing something corrupt in that context, other than potentially Bill Barr funneling Rudy Giuliani conspiracy theories. That might be corrupt and was never truly investigated, as far as we know, with an IG report. But that's what I'm fighting on. I do agree that Hunter Biden did something unethical by pursuing this board of directors position.
So we could get bogged down in legal versus ethical and moral and all that bullshit. So that's my opinion. Pisco doesn't have to co-sign with everything I say, right? Then my anxiety or anger or fear was that Jim Baker used to be the head counsel of, the FBI, and he was in the upper echelons of the FBI. And so I think he was also either a consultant or some shit. I fucking forget. It's been a few years on Crossfire Hurricane and all this kind of stuff. And so I think in an ideal world, the chief counsel of a social media company that's receiving consultative information from the federal government, it should have an adversarial relationship. That would be my ideal, is that you shouldn't, this is an ideal, not a law, but you should have a lawyer who fucking hates the FBI, who loves telling the FBI to go fuck itself, who's a fucking high-end defense attorney or some shit.
But here's the problem. They were doing that, right? They were doing that.
That's what we were going to get to on the detail parts.
Yeah.
So Jim Baker becomes head counsel of the FBI, and for me, it's uncomfortable to have the chief federal law enforcement agency of the country in weekly consultative meetings with Jim Baker, and then simultaneous to that, this is where my friend comes in. I hope she doesn't mind me shouting her out. Renee DiResta, who's a brilliant Californian Republican, totally heterodox, interesting girl, and she worked, I believe, for Stanford. Okay, so she was working for Stanford University, and she was granted funding researching like cults and misinformation and disinformation campaigns. And she was a part of an NGO that received federal dollars in order to do this research. And so she was a part of, and criticized by Tim Pool, criticized by Trump, criticized by Elon Musk for effectively being the militant part of the NGO industrial complex, hunting down and destroying America's free speech by finding terms of service violations and turning it over to the Twitter to take action. And Twitter was currently under the manipulative thumb of Jim Baker and the FBI. Well, to hear Renee characterize it is that she's actually fought Democrats a substantive amount of her life. She is a free speech person. Her shit was primarily research. And if she had to put a quantitative amount of how much was foreign disinformation campaigns, how much was child pornography, how much of it was criminal enterprise, and how much of it was COVID misinformation and election disinformation, I think the ratio that she put it at was 90% foreign psyops, like 1% child pornography, another 2 to 5% actual criminal organizations engaging in information warfare, and then between like 1 and 5% was COVID and election misinformation. And then out of all of her recommendations for people who had violated terms of service, the amount of accounts that were taken action against was like less than 10%. And so for her, she's being like characterized as this this Machiavellian anti-free speech witch who destroyed American freedom of conscience and speech on the internet. But she's saying that 99% of her work or 95% of her work wasn't even implemented.
And one, I'm thankful that you bring that up. You said her name is Renee DiResta? DiResta?
Yes. RENEEDRIESTA.
That's worth knowing. And it's just helping confirm what is obvious, right? They weren't these requests made by the government, or were they're basically saying, we think this violates your TOS. They were routinely, in the majority of the time, not listened to. And so what is the evidence, in fact, that the government used its regulatory authority to coerce these social media companies into doing something they didn't want to do already, or that they were actually effective in doing so. The fact like that they threatened or were effective in manipulating or coercing the social media companies. To the contrary, the social media companies did not comply at various times. Sometimes they agreed that there were TOS violations, but that's no more or less than what like famous people could get out of Twitter, right? This is sending out my misinformation. You need to get this. Or like you said, obviously the government's going to want to get involved, and it relates to public health, or where it relates to
foreign misinformation campaigns, or foreign information warfare,
or CSAM, or anything like that, right? So all of that stuff, I think, is fair game for the government to just have a conversation with social media companies, as long as there's no coercive element to it and there's no evidence there was. Now, what will happen is these social media companies will say things like pressure now when they're trying to appeal to Republicans in Congress and in the executive branch, but there's no evidence other than them asking, unless you're willing to say that any ask is by definition pressure. But that's, of course, not what our case law says about coercion. Coercion is something where you're using or threatening to use regulatory authority to go after people and get companies to do what they already don't want to do anyway. And in point in fact, these social media organizations, they claim that they wanted to have these standards by themselves. Even Google, in that statement that they put out about YouTube, which a lot of people are misconstruing, they don't say that people were banned because of the government. They say we resisted the government's requests to change our TOS. And basically we implemented the rules that we had, and we've been independent this entire time. And so people are taking the statement from Google and suggesting that individuals were banned because of actions by the government, when Google itself is saying that never happened. And so the narrative is falling apart on every level, and there's no example of actual government coercion of these social media companies. They failed at the Supreme Court, and they failed to point to any single one instance of government coercion by the Biden administration. Not to mention, the last thing I'll say, the most prominent example of censorship that they point to is the Hunter Biden laptop story, which came out in October 2020 when Trump was the president. So it's all bullshit. And the comparison to Twitter files is so vacuous as to be active deceit, in my opinion.
Well, then I want to articulate a disagreement that I hopefully think will make some of my chatters feel good. So, and this chat is relevant to it. So Twitter employed so many ex-FBI employees that they had their own private Slack channel on Twitter. Lol. Okay. So hold on. They have their own Slack channel. That was something. But anyways, the point is though that what I'm trying to articulate, which I think that you should appreciate, and it's true now. So I hope that you agree that it principally should be true. I'm not talking about legal. I'm kind of talking about moral, but I'm not talking about something that should be compelled. Okay. I think that on principle, social media companies are so powerful that they should have a default adversarial relationship when it comes to free speech in the United States of America. And what I mean by that is that like they should borderline have like ACLU fucking lawyers as the people who are taking a look at free speech within the United States. Because what's happening now, I think that half of the arguments that you used for, oh, well, we didn't pressure, we just asked them politely. Well, the Trump admin, which, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and agree is infinitely worse than what the Twitter files allege. That's what they're falling back to now that they didn't succeed. They say, oh, the FCC chair was just joking. He never actually filed anything. Oh, Trump tweeting this thing. Oh, Trump's just crazy. He just flies off the handle. There's no pressure. There's no regulatory pressure. But we all know that's bullshit, right?
Yeah, but because the evidence is right in front of us that this public call obviously is pressure. There's no sense in which he's joking about that. And Trump reaffirmed his endorsement of that action and basically repressuring ABC after ABC decides to bring Kimmel back. And so in no sense, like the thing is, those excuses fall by the wayside when the evidence is right in front of us. And it's not just this one instance or an isolated fact pattern. It's throughout the entire administration, universities, law firms, immigrants, states and cities. Any time where the federal government can wield its authority to punish people for not agreeing with administration, they have used it and they will continue to use it. And so even in isolation, the defenses don't work. But when you take the overall look at the pattern in practice and what Fire, this First Amendment organization, who I think is out to sea on the Twitter files, if I'm being honest, I think Fire's out to sea on the Twitter files. But even then, they're acknowledging that this administration is different in character and substance overall. And so you're not, and you can't give the benefit of the doubt to this administration when they're basically withholding funds from university because they don't agree with the administration. They're, revoking clearances of law firms, et cetera. So I've already said it, but like, yeah, that's basically it. That like the evidence is in front of us. It's right there. And all of the excuses at some point, like even Rob Noor, even Gavin McInnes, they're like, yeah, we're hypocrites. Yeah. There's no way to square this. And there isn't a way to square this because the positions are fundamentally inconsistent.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing about Renee DiResta before we move on. So the conspiracy, whenever people talk to me about the 9/11 conspiracy theory or whatever, I'm like, dude, you obviously have never worked for the federal government because like we're so stupid and the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing and it's all over the place and all that kind of shit. So the fact that like 1,000 people would be needed to carry on the 9/11 conspiracy pretty much tells me that 9/11 was not a conspiracy, right? At least like America intentionally doing the terrorist attacks, right? And so but with Renee DiResta, she effectively told me the same thing when I was pressing her about it and asking her about it. She's like, so I was like, okay, well, did you ever, you're telling me that 90% of your shit was foreign intel ops, documenting them. And by the way, I think that reporting, like, let's say that you find a Russian bot farm or a Chinese bot farm, and they're all pushing Civil War propaganda. I think it's like borderline their Renee's civic duty to report that to Twitter to get banned. That way our foreign adversaries are not stoking the flames of civil war within the United States. So that's actually like based in my book, right? So 90% of what Renee was doing was based. CSAM, reporting child abusers, that's based. Reporting criminal stuff, that's based. So now we're down to the
what is not based? Yeah,
we're down to the 1 to 5%, which is COVID misinformation and election misinformation. But then we fall back to 90% of it was not acted upon, and so therefore, even if I find it cringe that we have an American making money to report on the terms of service violations of Americans, if it's less than 5% of her workload and 90% of it is not acted upon, I don't know if I should be losing sleep over that shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, sorry, go ahead. I've been yapping for a bit.
Especially when you don't have to go far to express those views. You don't have to go far to find.
Oh, sorry. Like final point. It was what I was building up to. She's never met Jim Baker. So it wasn't the FBI head counsel rubbing elbows with NGOs, rubbing elbows with the current FBI liaison in order to destroy free speech. It was the Twitter saying, we want an FBI guy because we want to have somebody who's capable of liaising with law enforcement. That's why we hired Jim Baker,
who's a talented general counsel. I mean, these government employees. Look right now. I think Lisa Monaco, she was deputy AG for Merrick Garland under Biden. I think she just took a position at Microsoft. It's because these government lawyers, these are prestigious jobs at very competitive government agencies.
And you did your public service, so now you want your 6 to 7 figure job making fucking shitloads of cash for the private sector. And by the way, your connections in DC might be valuable. You might be able to call somebody. You might be able to call something fucked up happens, and you might be able to call somebody.
But that means there's an assumption oftentimes that
I'm a mute. Sorry for the echo.
No worries. But the people will have regarding, well, he used to work for the FBI, therefore he's aligned with the FBI. That's not the case. These people, you have to prove it, because if it were enough to show, oh, you work for a 3-letter agency, now you're aligned with that agency and you're an effective government employee or something, then Jesus fuck. That is just an unworkable standard that you're going to say everyone who's in public employment at these agencies now, I guess, has to stay in public employment for the rest of their lives.
Well,
it's going to be a bit harder now that Trump is firing everybody. So, and doesn't look like want to retire.
I'm with you to an extent, but I stand by my desire to inculcate a culture where social media has an adversarial relationship with the federal government. And what I mean by that is like ABC taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air because the FCC, because he said something spicy. The FCC chair made a joke about regulatory action.
Who says it was a joke? Does anyone say it was a joke?
Fox News pundits that made me want to kill myself
no
earlier
fucking
today.
way.
Yeah, dude. It might have been Scott Jennings. It might have been the other guy that we watched where I was being racist and I wasn't paying attention to white people's names and I called him Scott Jennings. But I said Fox News. It wasn't even a Fox News thing. It was the CNN panel with Adam Mockler. So if you go to the CNN panel with Adam Mockler,
Oh shit! I'll take a look at that.
There's some Trump dick rider who's basically saying, "Oh, the president was just joking. Oh, the FCC chair was just going off on Twitter."
They're such scum. But I just want to, Richard, I know you're going to talk, but I just want to say, isn't the intuition, if you get an ex-FBI guy, that you're getting that guy not to more align yourself from the FBI, but to protect yourself from the FBI, right? Like if you're taking the most cynical view of Twitter, the fact that they would get an FBI alum, wouldn't that suggest that they're doing that to insulate themselves from FBI pressure and to better protect themselves from intrusion, or to have a better relationship?
I think it can be read both ways.
Pressured? That's what I mean. Like, it's
I
not
think it
enough
can be
to
read
just say
both ways.
he worked for the FBI, you know? I mean, that's just, I think that's just a thought terminating concept.
Well, and I think it can be read both ways. So for instance, like, I agree in principle with what Kay just said, which is the issue is a person willing to be paid to try and suppress voices, forget its effectiveness or not. On principle, it's objectionable, and the censorship increases the distrust and leads to death. However, this is I agree with you on principle that we should be maximizing the freedom of conscience, freedom of speech of American citizens and allowing them to express themselves in earnestly held beliefs. However, I feel like we are in this weird place now where we are dealing, in my opinion, with bad actors or delusional actors. And I don't know what to do about that. I don't think the federal government should get involved. I think to some degree, maybe you could fence it in with terms of service. But there are people now that they're not interested in the liberal project. They're not interested in freedom of speech or freedom of conscience. They're not interested in the marketplace of ideas. What they're interested in is effectively like 3,000-year-old Greek arguments about sophists, where they think that they can use rhetoric to make reality. They can make reality by using rhetorical arguments. And that's what I feel about JD Vance, where he's saying, or Donald Trump says, war-torn Portland. And JD Vance, as a quote-unquote Republican, somebody who's supposed to care about the Republic, he's retweeting and endorsing the sentiment that Portland, Oregon is currently under siege. It's in war. And we need federal troops to be deployed to Portland to end the war-like violence caused by Democratic incompetence. And then you take a look at what people are posting on social media, and they're like, I'm in Portland. There's no fucking war. Here's the park. And then somebody's like, oh, yeah, well, I saw this, and I'm in Portland, too. And it's like half a dozen or a dozen homeless people sleeping on the fucking street. Excuse me. But deploying the fucking Marines to deal with homeless people is how we will kill this fucking republic.
And that's what the framers understood as well. I mean, I couldn't agree more with your point there about the military deployments. I think that's antithetical to
the normalization of this is. I think the Republic is strong enough to survive. The normalization of this kind of rhetoric and this line of thinking where you can create reality through rhetoric and you can create a war footing through lies should be alarming to any person of good conscience, especially Republicans.
To square the circle there, that's also what was at stake in the election misinformation policies. Now, do I agree with those? No, I don't. I am in favor of open discourse. In my inclination, if I were in charge, is to have more free speech in all these places. I'm not necessarily against the policy shifts that YouTube and Google are doing. I'm not against I don't want to see Destiny demonetized. In my perfect world, I'm not even sure that it makes sense to like ban Alex Jones from being on YouTube, that kind of stuff. So I very much am inclined towards free speech, et cetera, et cetera. But that was what was at stake with the election misinformation and COVID misinformation stuff. And it's within the realm of acceptable choices for these platforms legally to decide that they don't want to house that content. Just like they don't have a requirement to house any particular kind of bad content that they deem that they don't want to have.
Well, and imagine that you have a paternalistic perspective towards the citizens of the United States. I'm an asshole. Like I've said many times, I think democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the other ones. and that I genuinely view the average American with, I might love them on a fraternal level. If their tires burst, I'm going to help them change their tire on the side of the road. If they need $5 to eat a meal, I'm going to give them $5. But I view them with some level of derision and contempt, where I think they're fucking idiots who don't understand anything. And so if you have a paternalistic view of the American people and you're in government, meaning that you were chosen to wield power, and you know that you are balancing the right to freedom of expression and freedom of conscience versus the deaths of your citizens, you might take a paternalistic view and say, yeah, I believe in freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, but there's delusional, insane, and manipulative people who are taking advantage of a national healthcare crisis, and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives are at stake. Therefore, I'm not going to compel social media companies via law to ban COVID misinformation, but I'm going to recommend it to them. And that you might view that as your earnestly held responsibility as the government.
And the government, to be clear, I don't even know if they're taking the position now that that they these social media companies should not be banning people calling other people fascists at this point, or calling themselves fascists. Like, this is, I think, beyond just the Twitter files shit that we've been talking about, the double standard hypocrisy shit. We might not even, or maybe it's not even a good day to get into it, because it's so blatant, so horrible, that at this point, it just shows you that they don't have any principles or values. They never cared about this shit. They never cared about either cancel culture or government censorship or government coercion at all. And I think by giving them ground on the Twitter files, Connor, I'm not saying that you're doing this a lot or you're doing it grossly. Haven't seen you being so blatantly, both sidesism on this. But I just don't think, if you were ever to be asked about it, I wouldn't even give ground on it on all, because I don't think that the Twitter files is an example of government coercion. Maybe you can say that it's indicative that there was communication lines more than we thought between the government and social media companies. But I think people were naive for not thinking that the government was talking to these entities in the first place about all sorts of shit. And it doesn't show coercion in my mind.
There's an issue here, and maybe you think I'm giving it too much away, but just as an example, and sorry, I keep checking my chat, but I parasocially love my chat. By the way, Pisco's chat and my chat. Like the stream, it's free.
Yeah.
Share it with your friends. If you have a good time hanging out with Pisco, or if you have a good time hanging out with me, tell your friends about it.
Hell yeah.
Engage in chat. I have, maybe with the exception of Pisco's chat, I think I have one of the smartest, most interesting, most insightful, most cool chats in Twitch and YouTube politics. And I'm sure Pisco has a good community as well.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
And then super chats and memberships if you got them. If you're broke, you're barely paying bills, you're just surviving, don't worry about it. But if you got an extra 5 or 10 burning a hole in your pocket and you want to support Pisco or myself, then go ahead. We appreciate it. But anyways, okay. So Mad Money Max says, not let the delusional sort themselves out. Social Darwinism. That's my instinct. But I think that's easy to say when you're not working in first response or the hospital field. I think it's more difficult to say when you hear the testimony or talk to first responders and nurses who effectively said that there were vaccine skeptics and COVID skeptics who were flooding the ERs and dying from effectively asphyxiation because they were drowning within their own bodies. And they were in shock that they were going to die. Like, they thought they just had a bad flu. They thought they just had bad pneumonia. And they were saying hey, no, you have a serious infection. Your body is shutting down. And these people were saying oh, I'm 30, I'm 40, I'm 50, I'm 60, but I'm in good health. I don't need to call my family in order to say my final goodbyes. And the doctors and the nurses had to tell them no, your body's shutting down. You're going to be gone in the next 48 hours. And so, listen to a few of those stories and then tell me that we should just let people sort themselves out. Because I don't think out of the 1.1 million people, the COVID skeptic or the vaccine skeptical people, I think there's probably plenty of good people who got wiped out just because they had a bad opinion. And
we're living with the results.
Bad opinion shouldn't be a death sentence.
We're living with the results of this kind of credulism, where the whole fucking autism announcement. Did you see any of that with RFK and Trump talking about, hey, you should go get 5 or 6 different stops for your vaccines and don't take Tylenol, and we're going to cut all cancer research.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And this shit is so stupid. and we're living with the results of these echo chambers and misinformation traps that have been created. So, would I ban all this speech on these platforms if I were in charge? No. But is it a super easy call given the nature of the health crisis and the way in which like our population is boomerfied, in the sense that they will believe anything they read on the internet? Like, they'll believe anything. They'll read some shit on Facebook. I saw a meme going around of Simpsons called it that Charlie Kirk would be assassinated, and it's like an exact 1-to-1 replica of Charlie Kirk.
It was an episode a decade ago where some character named Kirk or whatever was killed near the date of Charlie Kirk. But you know what's crazy? Sorry, this is kind of an aside. But Trump tweeted an AI video of himself advocating for medical policy that he himself never took part in. What level of fucking dementia is that? Dude.
Or the med base. Did you see the med base?
No, the med base. That's what I'm talking about, dude.
Yeah.
How can you be a Trumper of good conscience talking about the auto pen and talking about Biden dementia and talking about the cabinet, and then your dickhead of a fucking president tweeted out a fake AI video of himself instituting a medical policy that does not exist? What the fuck is that?
If I say that gullible is written on your ceiling, I bet you 50% of the audience will go up and look. It is insane. Like, people
it's bad.
Will believe fucking
it's
anything.
Bad.
And in that context, I'm not going to take every maybe not perfectly tailored TOS style censorship regime to be the equivalent of government instituted speech codes and government coercion, which is what we're seeing right now.
Well, and I want to share this with you because you asked me like, oh, well, I think you're conceding too much on the Hunter files, okay, or the Twitter files. But my problem is the way that I've approached content creation my entire career is right or wrong. I'm just saying the truth as I see it, in line with my training and experience and life experience as best as I can, and that's all I've ever been doing. And so when you and I were beefing about the Twitter files 2 or 3 years ago, even if I ended up being like descriptively wrong, I was still sharing like my very earnest understanding of the matter and my very serious concerns about like freedom of speech and the perversion of power and undue influence and all that kind of shit. And I think the problem with your advice, where you're like, okay, well, you're conceding too much to the side that's bad, is that I want to be able to hold them to the same level of criticism that I held you to. And just as an example, with this this terms of service thing, or excuse me, this AI video from Trump, I want to be able to say, no, Biden probably was some level of demented, and he had a competent cabinet, which is why he was able to govern relatively well, but he had moments where he was loopy. With Trump, I want to be able to go, Rob Noor will never do this, but I wish he would. I want to be able to go to Rob Noor and say, hey, man, you made hay out of the fact that Biden was fucking demented for 2 years and should not be in office as a result of his dementia. But your daddy just did something so unbelievably fucking stupid that you should effectively commit like the Japanese samurai Shane suicide. Like, that's what you should do. You should do Sudoku right now.
or Seppuku or whatever.
But Seppuku is the real one. But I'll never get that from him. He's just going to be quiet and walk away. But I do think that people see that. I do think people see when their favorite media pundits fight aggressively on one topic, are proven to be hypocritical on a topic, and then they walk away from the argument because they can't win it. I think people see that.
I think that they will, especially when people like Rob are self-admitting that they're hypocrites. And even in some of these statements by these conservative,
that segment was
like,
fucking crazy, by the
wild,
way.
Hey,
dude, I watched that segment, and that was like psychically painful.
Yeah, but it's just no more, no less than like what we already knew. It would be one thing to say, hey, I'm a hypocrite because this is my values and I didn't live up to it, and I'm going to work to change, right? Like, that's one thing. That's not what he said. He didn't say, I was a hypocrite and I'm learning from it to try to not be a hypocrite. He's apologizing in the clip that I played and in that segment. He's apologizing for not being a hypocrite enough. He's saying, I'm actually ashamed that I wasn't more of a hypocrite. So it's not this notion of like, well, you guys are hypocrites too, but at least he admits it. It's like, no, he's saying it's actually good to strive to be a hypocrite as opposed to someone who's
the closest to a steel man that I can get. Okay. The closest to a steel man that I can get is that because
why are you trying, man?
He's
why
bought
are you trying
into, well, why try? Because the truth matters. He's bought into the binary. And so as a result, when you call or I call Trump fascist, we are a part of the propaganda machine that's trying to get normie conservatives killed. There's there's a problem here, though, is that if you try to usurp the Constitution of the United States, if you try to do the fake elector scheme, if you're a political corporatist, which I won't bore you with an explanation, but if you're a political corporatist and you're a flexible authoritarian, I think you are a fascist, or at minimum should be described as such. And so what happens is my truth, the way I genuinely perceive things, is now a call to violence against people like him. And so therefore, since I'm engaged in such bad behavior, even though I'm describing reality as I see it, therefore all bets are off and he can do whatever he wants to do. And he doesn't have to have any kind of morals system at all.
No,
because I'm that bad.
I see what you're talking about there. And yeah, like maybe he thinks that, but I find it hard to believe because the fascist thing, even if you're wrong, even if we're wrong, I don't think we are. I don't think you're wrong about the application of that label to some of these figures. I don't think you're wrong about that. I don't think I'm wrong about that. I've been quick to call them that because I think it very easily fits the bill about what they're doing. They don't understand that as a call to violence. They intuitively don't understand it as a call to violence because if they did think that, and I was having this exchange with this, like, I'm sorry to say, this stupid motherfucker on Twitter, if they thought that, they would be like, okay, so Trump was calling for Kamala Harris to be killed when he called her a fascist. And Stephen Miller was
but they
calling
run
for
away
all these
from
other
that.
people to be killed. And they never want to.
Can't.
They're like, the thing
they
is,
can't deal with that.
They purposely misconstrue it. They're like, oh, don't hold me to Trump's moral standards. Like, it's not about moral standards. It's not about moral cues. It's about what do these words literally mean? Do you think, regardless of whether you think he should have said it, regardless of whether you think people should be called fascist, when Trump called Kamala Harris a fascist, was he calling for her death? Because unless you're willing to apply that evenly, I think that you're admitting that it doesn't mean that you want them to be killed.
It's worse, which is crazy to me that it's worse. Okay. Charlie Kirk, one of the clips that I think is fucking insane when all the Republicans were like, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk's moderate. Oh, you killed the reasonable guy. And then the fucking clip that I saw, which by the way, it's like a clip. I say crazy shit all the time. Like if you take a 5-second clip, you're going to find plenty of reasons to kill me. But the point is that the clip that was brought was Joe Biden is such a traitor to the United States of America. He should be incarcerated for life or executed by the state. You think that's like turning down the temperature? Do you think that's a sane position to have? Do you think that Charlie Kirk would be able to articulate a single thing that like Joe Biden has done that is so terrible it warrants capital punishment by the state? He won't.
He would bring up some bullshit. He would bring up some bullshit. Now, I want to be fair to Charlie Kirk there, since you were fair to Rob Noor. I think that Trump should go to prison for the rest of his life for his crimes. And I don't believe in the death penalty, so I wouldn't recommend that he be executed because I don't believe in that punishment as being necessary or just. And but notwithstanding that, like I do think that Trump is guilty of insurrection and of these conspiracies that I think were I to believe in capital punishment, I do think that it would fit the bill. Like insurrection is a form of treason. It is defined as a form of treason.
No, if you're trying to overthrow the Republic of the United States, that's people. Oh, sorry, I'm getting triggered again. The oath of enlistment. Bernie, who again I have very strong criticisms of Bernie Sanders, but he said something to the effect of, you need to remember, like he was saying to the military members who were getting deployed to Portland, he was like, you need to remember your oaths, right? Something to that effect. And there's a bunch of MAGA veterans who piss me off to no fucking end. And they're like, oh yeah, well, I remember the oath. I remember against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I'm just thinking to myself, you stupid fuck. Like the first part of the oath is like, you defer to the Constitution of the United States, not to the president. So the fact that like you would support Trump after, the fake elector scheme is fucking crazy to me. The other part of that is like, oh, so you know one sentence of the oath of enlistment, but you don't know posse comitatus passed in 1878. Of course you fucking don't. But at the same time, like, this is how republics die. Republics die by using law enforcement in civil issues and saying that the law enforcement in civil issues are so bad that you need to deploy the military against your own civilians. This is how republics die. And if Trump and Vance and Thiel and Yarvin and I could probably come up with another half dozen names. If they could, they would. If they could, they would.
No doubt, no doubt. For Yarvin, I have no doubt. He's a little cow, and I want to be clear.
He's
once
tweeting
again,
about it now. He's like, "Yeah, we should." He's like, "Trump's a pussy for not doing it."
Yeah, I mean, they're mad. The crazies are really mad that it's not going fast enough in terms of the authoritarian turn. I do want to say, even though I said it when I gave a statement, I don't believe that Trump should face capital punishment. I don't believe in capital punishment. I'm just pointing out that I think that the crime he did was serious. And just to defend Kirk a little bit, that I don't think that it's necessarily like a violent thing to say that someone should be in jail for a perceived crime. But I do think that there is no there. And so when Kirk was pointing to a crime, like, what fucking crime that Joe Biden committed in their minds. And you can see it a little bit, and maybe we can end on the Comey indictment, because I think it's taken up a lot of my time recently, given how fucking preposterous it is, and reading up the theories on it. It's just because I'm interested in it. They don't actually care about the basis in law or fact regarding these flamboyant accusations towards their political enemies. I think that that's true of the Twitter files. I think that that's true of the Clinton email saga. I think that that's true of Joe Biden conspiracies. And I think now it's true with James Comey, that everyone is talking about Russiagate, Russiagate this, Russiagate, but the indictment has nothing to do with Russiagate. As far as we know, it relates to Hillary Clinton leaks, because the person won there identified as Hillary Clinton, not Donald Trump. But they don't give a shit. They were struggling, that is the Department of Justice in the Eastern District of Virginia, they were struggling to come up with a theory to charge Comey, which is like the reverse of how it should operate. It should operate as, you have a crime, you got to find out who done it. But now they have a person and they're trying to find out what crime he did. And it just goes to show, I think, even with Charlie Kirk and all these people, that the legal reasoning here, or the purported theory, doesn't matter to them. They just want to go after their enemies.
Oh yeah, the real crime is defiance to the Trump regime. That's a real crime. And so, and by the way, like, a man who saves his country commits no crime. Okay, so if Donald Trump can tweet that, if Vance can support that, if Miller can support that, then if James Comey, and by the way, like, again, I don't know the specifics of the Hillary Clinton stuff, but one of the things that was brought up, even if it's not a part of the indictment, was that James Comey lied or said some shit about how many FBI agents there were on January 6th or some shit like that. I fucking forget.
He refused to give a number, by the way. And
right.
But go ahead.
Right. So they were saying, oh, that's
sorry. Comey wasn't around for Jan 6. Comey lost his job in 2017.
It was something else. I'm mixing something else.
They must be thinking of Chris Wray, maybe.
Yes, I think I was thinking of Chris Wray. But the thing is, hold on. I think it was Comey leaking a memo to a friend because Congress asked him, a congressional representative said, hey, did you leak this information? And or did you authorize the leak of this information?
This is part of the theory of the indictment. But the thing is, the statement is specific. It's about anonymous sources, anonymous leaks to the media from someone at the FBI. And so, everyone knows that he talked to Dan Richman, and Dan Richman released some statements defending Comey, but that's not proving that Comey lied when he said he did not authorize anonymous leaks from someone at the FBI. So it's a bullshit narrative.
Well, and so here's the thing. I'm going to be a dick about it a little bit, even if it's not that great of a point. If Comey genuinely thought that it was necessary for him to not authorize a leak, but for him to leak via a friend information that would allow him to defend his own position within the public in order to keep his job so he could make sure that he safeguarded the Republic of the United States of America, then I would take the he who saves his country commits no crime fucking logic. Of course, that's a dangerous precedent. I don't actually want to follow that logic. But how can you support all the extra legal bullshit of Trump but think that Comey deserves to be incarcerated for leaking information via a friend that he thought was necessary.
Well, let's be clear. Like, leaks are part of government strategy. Just because someone leaks something doesn't mean that it's not the good or right thing to do. In fact, no one leaks more than the Trump administrations. The first Trump administration leaked like a sieve.
I can't
one is
believe the
leaking
Epstein
constantly.
shit hasn't come out via a leak, right? I cannot believe that Bongino and Patel have not leaked it themselves yet.
Leaked
I can't
what
believe
though?
it.
That's the like at this point for the
You're
Epstein
right.
stuff.
No, you're right.
People are assuming, right?
No. You're right. So sorry. I should actually couch this. I think that if the unredacted Epstein leaks ever come to light, what's actually going to happen is there's going to be a lot of hearsay and accusations. There will be the one woman who accused Donald Trump of rape, but I doubt that there's going to be any others. And then I think that what is it? The allegations are going to be a lot of like hearsay and witness testimony and all that kind of stuff, but it's not going to be like provable. Like we're not going to have DNA evidence in reference to orgies with teenagers from 30 years ago. That's not going to exist. We're going to have the sworn written testimony of 40 girls who were trafficked by the Epstein thing. And then we're not going to be able to corroborate the actual guilt of the people who participated in the orgies.
I have no smoking gun proof that the conspiracy went beyond Maxwell or Epstein. I will say though, the thing that makes it most suspicious to me is the level of resistance that Republicans are pushing back on this effort by Ro Khanna and by Thomas Massey.
Massey, who I'm proud of, by the way, for not breaking.
And so that I find that very suspicious because it seems to be helmed by the White House, that they're trying to pressure people, and even to the extent that Mike Johnson is holding off on confirming one of these special election Democrats from Arizona because that's the last vote they need to pass the discharge petition or whatever. So yeah, that to me is super, super duper sus. Also the lies of the administration. That makes me think that there's something really, really bad or embarrassing there. But it to me, it's like people are assuming way too much. They have this like critical pedo theory that they think that this giant cabal of pedos runs the whole country. And I think that has never been substantiated.
No, but I've probably made fairly extreme statements in the past that if you had to ask me to actually characterize it the way that I think that it was, my guess, okay, Pisco doesn't endorse, this is just me, okay? Jeffrey Epstein in the 80s, 90s, and thousands, he recruited effectively a bunch of like friends, including Alan Dershowitz, who became obsessed with like Lolita, which is like girls aged 13
You're
to 17.
You're accusing Dersh of liking Lolita?
Of who?
Dershowitz?
Oh yeah, he wrote an op-ed in the New York Times in 1992 arguing for the age of consent to be reduced to 14.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah. So basically in the 80s and 90s. So I think they all like they all argued to themselves that they should be able to do this because there's like age of consent in European countries that's like 15, 16, shit like that. And so they effectively Jeffrey Epstein knew that he was into this. Everybody else knew that he was into this. He was a billionaire. And then he used a modeling agency with which to throw orgies for him and his powerful friends. And the only thing that I'm kind of like I'm gonna hold in reserve is the intelligence like blackmail operation, because Ghislaine Maxwell's dad is Robert Maxwell. You can research him yourself. He was an intel guy, and then I just don't have any strong evidence for it. So like I can posit, I can speculate. I don't have any strong evidence about the intel shit. It's all speculation.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think that that we're likely to ever satisfy the desires of the people who sort of exchange in the most radical of these theories, the most I don't know, wide-reaching conspiracies. I doubt they'll ever be satisfied with the disclosures.
I'll tell you, I probably wouldn't be, because the people that allegedly, so for instance, like Melinda Gates partially divorced her husband and said that it's because Bill Gates became obsessed with Jeffrey Epstein's private life and started hanging out with him. I don't think that we're going to find out.
Is that a public statement or is that
that's a public statement? And then Bill, I don't think we're ever going to find out anything related to Bill Gates. And then same thing with like Bill Clinton, not to throw Democrats under the bus. But several witnesses
I don't care. I don't like Bill Clinton. I don't.
Well, they were
I
saying
thought he was a bad president.
They said that there was like staff from the island who said that they saw Bill Clinton partying in the presence of young girls. Now, who knows, right? Maybe Bill Clinton's a perfect gentleman and he just hung out with the models who were on the island and they had daiquiris and they chatted about the world and then Bill Clinton went home. Or maybe he engaged in the sex cult. That's another one that I don't expect to get resolution on.
Well, regardless, I appreciate the conversation today. I know that you're usually done by 2.
Yep.
I'm surprised at how not fiery it got. What's our ultimate disposition here? Are you saying that you think the Twitter files shows perhaps something that you wouldn't like to see, but it doesn't go so far as reaching the levels of a level of government coercion such that you would call it illegal?
It went from, in my mind, it went from one of the biggest like ethical, moral breaches of like government interest in the First Amendment to effectively jaywalking. That's what it went to. And then same thing with Hunter Biden, where the sweeping for Hunter Biden was one of the most upsetting things that, like, I don't know, in recent memory. But again, I'm comparing jaywalking to fucking murder in the Trump administration. And so for me, like, if you get me in a corner and I didn't take my pill, my happy pill, I'm going to fight you fucking tooth and nail on the details of it. But I think in the grand scheme of things, I just have to say it's fucking small potatoes to the shit that our republic is dealing with right now.
All right, last thing, and then I'll let you go. This whole panel with fucking Prime, it feels like your role there was kind of.
I just thought you were bullying him like a motherfucker, bro.
Yeah,
you were bullying the fuck out of him.
So I think that in any other scenario, if you were a viewer, you'd be fine with me bullying like crazy lefties who didn't vote for Kamala Harris. Like, this is exactly what people said they wanted.
But I feel
to
like
see.
that's content.
And you're coming in here like a fucking cop to be like, hey, don't no. But the whole thing is, and what I found so offensive is you're one of the people. I'm not saying that you said that I shouldn't interact with these people because you never said that. I want to be fair to you. You never said that. But you were one of the people saying like, yeah, it looks
like,
weird.
Oh, play nice.
And
now you're too much of a pussy. You're too much of a pussy with the lefties.
Exactly,
oh, wait, you're being too mean.
And so now I'm on a panel and you're kind of like, don't you want to listen to Prime and hear him out? And I think you're being a dick right now. And so I just view this entire, I want there to be a reckoning from everyone who was coming at me for being like, oh, you're playing footsies with the lefties. You're pulling your punches, that they were full of shit.
Oh, that was funny.
And,
no, I didn't even think about the irony. I did not think about the irony. The irony is amazing.
It wasn't lost on me at all. And I was just like, what the fuck?
Dude,
I'm like that guy tugging, you know, that guy who's tugging on the one end.
On the wrong side.
So you have a super chat to me, but also giving hats off to Connor for having integrity, unlike so many in politics.
Sorry, what was that?
Someone super chatted me to say that hats off to you for having integrity, unlike so many in politics.
I'm trying. Like all I do is right or wrong. I just try to articulate what I think is true. And what's so funny is that, like, no, dude, I can imagine being on your end and you're like, Connor, what the fuck? Like, you told me to bully the shit out of these people and now I'm doing it and now you're yelling at me for it? What the fuck is wrong with it? Okay.
You can defend yourself real quick. Because I think this is going to undermine your what the super chatter said, unfortunately, because I think it calls into question your objectivity. I think that a lot of your disposition in these exchanges has to do with your personal relationships, who you like personally and who you don't. And I think that that's a lot of what's doing the work.
That's funny. No. I was gonna say that.
No, but then isn't that bad, right?
No. What I was gonna say,
personal relationships over.
Dude, number one, I'm human. Number two, I think my chat appreciates that I'm human. But no, what I was gonna say was, Pisco, when you're bullying leftists, I don't like. You know that?
Yeah. But the thing is, I think.
But I've had a 5-year relationship with Prime. I've had a 5-year relationship with Prime. You've had a 5-year relationship with Prime.
I know. But the thing is,
he's not a lol cow to be milked.
First of all, I don't treat him like a lol cow. I'm going on that fucking panel to have a conversation. If he behaves in a lol cow fashion,
I don't think you were going there to have a conversation.
Absolutely,
I don't think you were going there to have a conversation.
Someone says Connor should apologize for being consistent. Thank you for super chat. I think that
no, I think it's funnier this way.
You have honed in on the thing, and I think it's what was that issue with the Destiny conversation as well, where his community was coming after me for the lefty arc, that it has to do with personal relationships, that you've perfectly explained it. When they're hanging out with the lefties that they like, they don't care about going hard on them or whatever. I'm consistent. When I hear something that fucking offends me in front of my face, or that like I'm like, that's fucking stupid, I call it out, whether that's Aaron, whether that's Prime, or that's fucking you. And so I'm never going to be pulling back punches against lefties. And that entire narrative was bullshit from the start.
Okay, hold on, because I think there's something in here. So number one, I don't think at least for me, the narrative is not bullshit. I think that liberals, progressives, and leftists playing footsie with far left schizos and normalizing Hassan Piker and his whole crew or whatever, that's a genuine concern of mine. So no, that's not bullshit. Number two, when it came to that conversation, I think that one of the advantages of being on the right is that effectively, like, they do close ranks. Okay, they just do. It's a bad thing, right? It's part of what contributes to the cult of the right. It's part of what contributes to the cult of Trump. But they do close ranks, and they do execute a mission together. With the left wing, though, the reason why I didn't necessarily like what you were doing with Prime and with Ali is that while I think that Prime and Ali forward arguments that I find very fucking stupid, and I probably, yeah, I agree with you, but whether or not
more
they're
insane
right,
than what Vanguard was saying. Vanguard was saying like Biden could have pressured more, Biden could have signaled more.
But
it's
whether
some other
or not
shit.
you
They
think
were
their
out
arguments
to
are
see.
stupid, whether or not you think their arguments are stupid, these are the people that you have to coalition build with.
Are you serious with Prime and Ali?
Yes.
Do you understand what they were saying? They were saying, you know what Prime said before? He said, I wouldn't care if it saved the lives of 20,000 Palestinians. I still wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris. That's what he was saying. And you're saying I should coalition build.
Goes back
no,
to my...
understand how insane this is from Connor. He says, I should coalition build with that guy instead of the lefties who actually voted for Kamala Harris, like the Vanguard. That's crazy.
No. Well, hold on. You should find out whether or not they're Marxist-Leninist revolutionaries. That's number one, what you should find out. I don't think Prime is a Marxist-Leninist revolutionary, and I don't think Ali is either. So yeah, that's what you should find out. When it comes to that's my objection to that. Dude, that's like being friends with, in my opinion, that's like being friends with a fucking jihadist terrorist. That's fucking retarded. Sorry, Abe Listler, my apologies. What was the other thing though? Hold on. Vanguard is less crazy than Prime and Ali because they voted for Biden. I don't know if that's no, I don't know if that's true.
No, for
I don't
Kamala.
know if that's true at all.
Prime voted for Biden. But for Kamala Harris.
But I think this goes with an earlier theory. I think that most of the American public is stupid and ignorant or emotional or not very thoughtful. And so Ali is representative of the Muslims who were offended by the Democrats' perspective on Israel-Palestine to the point that they either didn't vote at all or they voted for Jill Stein. That's who he's representative of. And so what he was arguing, what I was arguing is, what kind of rhetoric works on the kind of person who's in Ali's community? And you didn't take that seriously. You basically said you're a fucking idiot. You got bad arguments.
No. Hang on. No.
That's,
you know what he did?
What I was there for, bro.
He was like, no. Because you didn't. I don't know if you heard closely. Ali was like,
no, he was
talk
saying,
to me.
He was coming up with reasons why your rhetoric was ineffective, and you were like, yeah, well, you're just going to keep coming up with reasons why my rhetoric is ineffective, so you can go fuck yourself.
No. Do you know what he did? So he was in that conversation. He's like, okay, I'm someone from Dearborn. I'm a Muslim from Dearborn. How convince me to vote for Kamala? And I'm like, and the immediate thought to my head is like, Trump's going to raise all your prices with tariffs. He's corrupt as fuck. Like, that's the first thing out of my mouth. He's like, and then his response to that is, Republicans won on the economy, so next. Like, what the fuck? His whole point was
saying the average voter is stupid and doesn't understand tariffs.
No, that's not. No, he's basically saying, don't try to convince the Dearborn Muslim community on economy because Republicans poll better on economy. And that is now making, okay, whatever happened is what will happen, or whatever like has happened, that's destined to be what the Muslim community will vote for. And then when I'm like, all right, this is he's like, no, you can't talk about the Gazan lives because Trump also appealed to them on Gaza and Israel. And so you would have lost on that. And I'm like, what the fuck? what are you asking for? And then he goes, well, Trump sat down with them for dinner or something, or they had a fucking a luncheon together, and changing the nature of the hypothetical, which was a conversation, and now it's like broader campaign strategy. And ultimately, he's saying wild shit like never have any culpability, even if you vote for an explicit genocide, even if you're an Israeli citizen voting for Bibi Netanyahu. So these people are so unhinged, so delusional, and I think actively malicious in the conversation by changing the nature of whatever, whatever like demonstrative pantomime that he was trying to do. He kept changing it, and so that I think is fucking disgusting.
Okay, we're not going to agree. And by the way, I think even in the conversation, I said that I agree with you descriptively. I think your arguments saying, Prime, you're a fucking lefty socialist who voted in a stupid way that has made the world infinitely worse. I think that's true. You saying, Ali, you're fucking voting for the guy who is you're mad that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris went along with Bibi Netanyahu. You either didn't vote or voted along in such a way that you have given a blank check to Israel to do whatever the fuck they want with Gaza.
They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that at all.
Yeah, well, and I think they're idiots for not agreeing.
I know, but they're like, don't tell me Trump bad. Don't tell me Trump bad. Tell me something else. I'm like, okay,
but Trump's bad.
Some Kamala Harris policies like, oh, that's too difficult to understand. And at some point, he stops you. He stops you because you're having an exchange with Doobie about something historical, but I don't even remember. He's like, you think the average person voter no? I'm like, no. Connor is making a point to Doobie right now. He's not like making a point as though you were a candidate, right? So like, so he's totally lost, and they don't care about Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. I want to stress again. I told Prime, hey Prime, if voting for Kamala would have meant that 20,000 lives of Palestinians would have been saved, I wouldn't vote for Kamala. What he's saying is, I value my virtue signal in purity over the lives of the people ostensibly that I'm here to protect and why I'm voting in the first place. So they don't care about results.
All you're telling me right now, and I'm kind of being a dick, but all you're telling me is why I fucking hate democracy. Like, once again, democracy is the worst form of governance, except for all the other ones.
I don't even know what you mean by that. I think
hold
worse.
On. No. I got to make this point. Trump won by saying Trump didn't win on policy. He said, if you vote for me, good thing happen, bad thing don't happen. That was his campaign. And he fucking won.
So
he won. He won off of the middle school pizza every day, ice cream every day campaign.
Guys, I know it's a Churchill quote, all right? I'm saying that like I have this very narrow way of how I think of worst and best, and it's kind of the same critique I have of people using the word deserve or earn vote, and that's why we got hung up on that shit, is because I think these are weasel words.
Okay, can you not clown mirror? Can you articulate why? Can you articulate what I said about earning a vote?
I don't think that there's a good way to articulate that distinguishes earning vote from it's my preference that you reach a certain standard according to my moral values, which I just take to be you should vote for someone according when they reach some threshold.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think what I'm saying
is no different than should.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm going to be contradicting what you said. Yeah, but I'm going to.
Oh, you cut out, bro. You cut out. Just start. After, I don't think I'm going to be contradicting you. Cut out.
Hello. Right about now.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay. So, what I articulated, which I think that this is the way a lot of people are educated about democracy, is that we choose our representatives. They are servants to us. They are accountable to us. They're supposed to cater to our desires. And so if a candidate insufficiently caters to our desires, then they cannot compel us to choose them. Now, I think that's a naive perspective on politics.
That's just the truism. Yes, of course they can't compel you, but the question, the grounding right there of earning vote just has to do with one's own moral, ethical, pragmatic standards. And I'm not objecting to someone having that view in principle. I'm just saying when you use a term like deserve and you're trying to shift the conversation from should you have voted for this person to did they deserve my vote, I think that's the distraction. You're pretending as though deserve is doing work that should isn't doing. And it's a way, I think, a dishonest way to try to distance yourself from the choice that you made.
I don't think that's their point, though. Okay, because I don't think that they necessarily buy into. I buy into lesser of two evils. Like, I believe that shit in my fucking bones. Okay, because I think the world is a fucked up place, and regardless of whether or not you participate in it, you should morally minimize harm as much as possible. Okay, so I believe that shit.
I'm
in my
saying
bones.
regardless of your ethical outlook, it's the same shit.
But what I want to say is, I think that for people who don't believe in that mindset, they earnestly think that they are teaching smug liberals like you and like Kamala and like Biden a lesson where they're saying, you lost because you did not pay me enough attention. So next time, pay attention to what I want, or you can go fuck yourself.
Oh, I agree.
That's an important sentiment in the modern American landscape.
I agree that's maybe what they're doing. I think that's stupid. You think it's stupid. We all agree that's stupid, at least between you and me.
But I also think democracy is stupid. So what else is new?
Okay. Saying something is the least bad option is saying it's the best. You know that, right? Like, I understand that it's a churchill quote. I understand it's memes, but saying something is the least best.
No, but the option
is saying it's the best.
Is like, I brought this up, I think, in the conversation. The option is eating a sandwich filled with shit or a sandwich filled with shit and razor blades. Obviously, the sandwich filled with shit is better. It is the best of the two sandwiches available.
Right. So therefore, if something is the best, it's not the worst, right?
Well, right. But maybe we could try like bologna or spam or salami.
But if it's literally the best possibility, it's not the worst.
I agree with you.
Okay, so that's why
is they're saying,
all right, one
hey,
second.
Democratic Party. This is what
chat.
Ali is saying. Ali is saying, hey, Democratic Party, rather than feeding me a sandwich filled with shit and then saying, hey, the other guy is offering a sandwich filled with shit and razor blades, maybe don't put the shit in the sandwich and put salami in instead. Although I guess he's Muslim and I think salami is pork.
But then the person's just fighting the hypothetical about what's the worst, right? That if it's not the case that there's a better system that there's a system that's better than democracy, then it still wouldn't be the case that democracy is the worst, because it being the worst, it's still above all those other systems. Maybe it wouldn't be the best, but yeah, I hate the quote for that reason. But two super chats, one of them directed to you, one of them directed to me. One directed to me says, Pisco fan here, but Dems coming up with justifications why they shouldn't have to coalition build. Others on the left will end with more MAGA. That was like kind of my position. My position is like, yeah, coalition build with people who are willing to vote for Democrats. I'm pretty broad tent in that respect, and I don't even understand like coalition building to be a fully coherent concept as used by people who debate me. But to the extent that it means like generally align yourself in some loose way with people who are willing to vote for your candidate, like that was my position. I'm not saying that we should not like talk to these people or should not like interact with those people. That's what people were talking to me about, and they were coming at me and saying, how are you fucking flirting with the Vanguard? And then the minute I go hard on Prime for a second, Connor comes into fucking him. But so yeah, I totally agree.
Okay. I wasn't thinking of Prime, the cringe leftist. I was thinking Prime, the panel host and online friend.
Yeah, I like
That's
him.
What I was thinking about.
I like him, but I'm not going to let personal, like if I'm having a discussion online, I think that I have a responsibility to the audience to be a forceful representative of what I think is like the base patriotic left, the base patriotic liberal left. And that's what I try to do, even if it's someone that I like. I do like Prime. I'm going to be honest about that. The second super chat to you. Does Connor regret the soft hands he had for AJW in order to maintain bridges with him in that Twitter space from way back? Love Connor.
I haven't even profited from that. So no, like I don't regret it. And the soft hands, all it is, like you guys have to understand, okay? I've done this for dozens of creators, okay? And shit, I might have like participated in a dogpile on Pisco right now. I've been dogpiled before. Pisco, you've been dogpiled. Does getting dogpiled suck?
Yeah, it's not fun. Especially if I don't mind it if it's people who I think are honestly representing my views and who are not lying about me. It bothers me when it's like filled with lies and shit. But yeah.
So I didn't like AJW's argumentation, but I saw where I made a mistake that allowed him to double and triple down, in my view, on a bad debate. And therefore, I took responsibility for the way that I fucked up. Okay? We should have gone with a specific title and prompt that everybody agreed to beforehand. I think I gave him the specific title and prompt, but I paraphrased it in a way that I understood it. And so
this
he
whole
was
thing.
debating the paraphrased understanding instead of the like literal sentence. And so from Pisco's perspective or everybody else who participated in the
was
panel,
this with Lauren?
I think so. She jumped on late because she actually declined to participate. But anyways, the point is that he used my paraphrase in order to fight the argument, whereas Stephen was like, no sane person would understand this sentence to mean this thing. Therefore, you're being evasive and lying. And I didn't think that was fair. And I contributed to it. I contributed to the problem.
Well, I appreciate you coming out and saying that. Last super chat, and then we'll get you out of here. Connor has a point. You could ask Prime, how is teaching Democrats a lesson worth the death caused by electing a fascist? I think that Connor does have a point. The reason I didn't ask him about this was because that was our previous conversation about lesser of two evils. This entire conversation was not about lesser of two evil. It was me trying to like understand where they're coming from without being like, but what about Trump? What about Trump? What about Trump? What about Trump? Ultimately, there were a couple moments where we said, but what about Trump? Because we were just like analyzing, questions and setups that they were giving us. But in general, that was a setup. I do think it's effective to ask how is teaching.
Pisco.
And there was a comment in the chat as well, just one last thing, where they were like, when has this ever worked before in history? And I agree with that. Like this kind of lesson teaching doesn't seem to have any kind of historical precedent where it works.
Well, hold on. So the lesson teaching is, you'd have to check it out. It's either the Bull Moose Party, the collapse of the Bull Moose Republicans, or it's the collapse of the party system that led rise to the Republicans. But I think the Republicans were originally like a minority. They were actually like a minority caucus as a larger party. You'd have to take a look at the history. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. But what effectively happened is I think the minority party lost. And so they had to do like a complete ground up philosophical reevaluation of who they were and what they stood for. And then they started winning elections.
Yeah, but like the Bull Moose, what happened with Taft and with Teddy Roosevelt, that had to do more with like personalities and splitting the vote among the Republicans than it did like some kind of I guess maybe there's some ideological fervor behind Teddy Roosevelt as a progressive and Taft is more conservative or something. But it didn't inure to the benefit of progressives who just kind of rallied around Wilson.
Well, right. But I think that was I think the point though is that whoever the fucking next Republican who won was, I don't know, it could have been a fucking decade later or 2 decades later. But the point is that like created a crisis, a political crisis.
and then Coolidge, I think, was the next Republican.
Right. So, but it created a crisis within the party where effectively they knew they couldn't win, and so they had to rebuild their platform. But anyways, the thing is though, Pisco, you are a excellent arguer with, I would say, little brother energy, who can get under.
I am a little brother.
Yeah. With little brother energy, who can absolutely get under people's skin and piss them the fuck off. If you said, "Oh, I'm just trying to find out. I'm just curious. I'm just super curious about Pisco and Ali's perspective." But
I mean, Prime
once you found out, Prime and Ali's perspective. But once you found out what their perspective was,
we didn't find it out. We didn't find it out.
Curiosity. You shifted from curiosity to these people are fucking idiots, and I'm going to bully the shit out of them for the next 2 or 3 hours.
This is why it was so frustrating.
That was not an inquisition. That was not an interrogation. You found out that they hadn't grounded their axioms. They didn't linearize their thinking. And so as a result, you started ripping them to fucking shreds. And you were having a good time until I fucking called you out on your bullshit.
No. I didn't see the characterization. I think they were frustrated in our endeavors to find out the minimum it would take for them to vote for Kamala Harris.
Sure, probably because they didn't want to get cornered because they knew their audience would be fucking pissed
but
if
that's
you gave
not
them
honest.
A bar that they exceeded.
That's not honest. If we're asking you, hey,
sure,
what's the minimum bar? And you're like kind of being evasive and dodgy because you're afraid it might be something similar to what Kamala said.
Are they lying to you or are they lying to themselves?
Either, right? Like you should just answer the question. And if you get called on them, like, then maybe there's something else going on here. But they don't want to be called on that because the minute we get a concrete answer,
you end up in a dog pile. You answer questions honestly. Somebody linearizes the argument. They put you into a rhetorical trap. You fucking jump on the rig both feet because you're like, I'm a Giga Chad this shit. The rake fucking springs up and breaks your fucking nose, and then people are calling you like a pedophile, rapist, murdering monster on Twitter for 2 weeks. That's how it works. I don't care.
Connor,
That's
it's
fun
been
for
like
me.
almost
I don't
a
give
year.
a shit about that.
It's been like almost a year since since 2024 election. They've thought about this. How have they not? How is it not like abundantly clear yet what the line would have needed to be for Kamala Harris to cross the minimum
Because they're
threshold?
representative of the average voter.
It's Prime, Kai, and Ali. They're like streamers, right? I mean, like, I know Prime, he is not some average voter. He reads the news. Average voters probably are much less informed than Prime.
Okay. Well, I would say their argumentation and their lack of internal coherent philosophical grounding and their lack of linearized and their lack of linearized arguments is very similar to the average voter, even if they themselves are not the average voter.
No. This is where you're wrong. I'm not challenging them on their moral outlook. I'm merely trying to get clarity on what their position even is, right? Like, that's the difference.
You
maybe
said like synonyms to me, but that's okay.
Oh, okay, no. One is like, what is your position? The other is saying your position is ungrounded or unjustified. They're two different things. Like, me even inquiring and getting a clear answer on what their position is, that is different than me attacking the justification of their position. And we were having difficulty on getting what the position was.
I think they and I correctly inferred that if you ground them down to what their position was, your immediate position once they confirmed what it was, oh, that's super fucking stupid. Let me nail you to the wall.
Well, they can just bite the bullet, right? Like, so they can say, yes,
no,
this
I
is a
agree.
big ass.
No, I
like,
agree. I agree with you argumentatively. It is infinitely more interesting and intellectually honest to own your bullshit.
Because they want to have
more interesting.
They want to have it both ways. They want to have the position one that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were maximally in favor of Israel, but also that it would have taken just a slight adjustment for Harris. We weren't asking for the sun and moon. We weren't asking for anything big.
Yeah, which was probably bullshit, right?
Yeah,
as soon as she conceded 1 inch, they would have asked for a mile. And as soon as they conceded a mile, they would have asked for 2. And as soon as they asked for 2 miles, that wouldn't have been good enough. They would have asked for 10. Yeah, I know.
And Prime's position,
trust me, this is why I hate lefties.
Sure. And Prime's position, as far as I can ascertain it, is something like, well, if Kamala Harris had just come out and said, I love Joe Biden, but I'm going to chart a different course on Israel-Gaza without giving specifics, that would have assuaged him and would have caused him to vote for Kamala.
I don't think that's true.
That just does not ring true to me.
Yeah, I think
that's why when he added the thing, he added that thing, which was like, as long as she's not lying. And I was like, wait. And then he soyed out that I was calling him on that, not because I think that he expected her to lie to him, but just because his inclusion of that signaled to me, oh, okay, well, you're just going to construe any statement I provide to you as clearly Kamala Harris was lying.
Well, and that was me trying to preempt BAM, because what was happening was,
yes,
you
should let us run that argument. Like what they were doing was to try to prevent us from using evidence to show that, hey, maybe the bar that you're like, that's a debate, Connor. Or is it a group therapy session or is it debate?
No, but see, that's the thing. You just gave the game away right there, because you just said, oh, I'm just super curious. I was just doing an interrogation. I was just doing an inquisition. And right there, you're like, well, it's a debate, Connor. I need to nail them down on their bullshit so I can debate them.
Well, both things are true. So on the one hand, he was soying out when I was just
debating. You were debating.
I was. So it is a debate. It is a debate panel.
It didn't need to be a debate. It could have been an honest interrogation and inquisition, but you didn't want an inquisition. You wanted a debate.
I was trying to find out what they genuinely believed. Those are not inconsistent. I think that you should just
you wanted a brief interrogation and inquisition to establish how stupid their positions were.
We had
and then
4 hours
to debate so you could bully the fuck out of them for 2 or 3 hours.
No, I mean that's a crazy interpretation. I think that we've given these guys plenty of time. Anyway, thank you so much, Connor, for joining us. I know that we've run the course. We'll talk again soon. All right.
All right. Be easy, buddy.
All right. Later.
Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It's late. It's time for me to go. I parasocially love you. Give me a call. Super chat. Okay, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. I'm going to shout out the 12 people who donated today. We got Jazz86, so here's some ammo money, but not too much because fire restrictions. Tagarung says these are examples of left-wing media targeting regular people before the power shifted. That is your team's overreach, Pisco. I know I already read that one, so I'm just going to thank the other super chatters. Fashion 40, Bex, Numinax, Unork becoming a member, Just Carpet 563 gifting a membership, Test Dummy Human gifting 5 Valor Media Network memberships, a super chat from Azurai, and a super chat from ET. I'm going to get out of here. I parasocially love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow on Counterpoints Politics. And yeah, y'all have a great one. Bye for now.